break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RES Unchained. My name is DK Truman, and once again joined by the lovely Ardreth to take you through Europe for the lower bracket run today. And we do have some very exciting matchups that normally you wouldn't expect in the lower bracket today.
And why is that, Truman? Tell us.
Well, Aurora Gaming, of course, TI contending team, did pretty well at TI in the lower bracket, got knocked there by Navi, who obviously is the other TI contending team here in the qualifiers. They'll be taking on OG, who did have a just very close matchup yesterday against Avalos. And that will be our first matchup of the day. Then the second one will be Kalmichata versus Runa team. And to finish third one will be, if I'm not mistaken, the upper bracket finals to finish the day off with the lower bracket semifinals. That will be handled by, I think, the Kips as the second casting duo of the day. But we do have here the schedule for the time being, as you can see. A lot of very exciting matches. One thing that is pretty nice is that 2 teams of Europe are qualified for Blast. That is what they are currently fighting for, the Blast Slam 4. And that means that you don't have to face up against both either Navi or Yellow Submarine. Only one of the two for whoever goes through to the lower bracket finals tomorrow. But yeah, exciting matches coming up. Aurora versus OG, that's a really big one to start the day off with. Aurora has been, I mean, they did lose to Navi, but another TI contending team. OG is still trying to find its mark with the new player swaps coming in, Lelis joining the lineup and such. But of course, we're first going to talk about Aurora Gaming. They stick with the same roster that they had at TI, as they are, for obvious reasons, very talented. With probably the headliner in that lineup would be Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, most likely. We might expect to see the Toronto's Tokyo Dawnbreaker, maybe Nightfall's Abaddon as well. Some of their signature heroes are very strong, so we need to watch out those heroes and see what they bring to the table. I'm very eager to see them playing because I didn't get to see them playing yesterday. So yeah. And OG, on the other side, they are trying to figure out things with this new lineup, as you mentioned. So let's see how they will perform this one as well. I feel like the matches yesterday, as you said, they were close, but they were fun to watch, you know, a lot of back and forth action regarding economy in the game. So yeah, I'm very eager to see them playing against, you could say, a tier 1 team, right? Since Aurora Gaming just played the TI. So yeah, why not?
Yeah, OG, very solid team. They did recently pick up Lelis and Stoikov. Stoikov, I think, on trial. Lelis, I don't know if he's trial or just a solid addition to the roster, but a very strong team regardless. Potentially very strong. I do hope that they stay together for quite a while and try and improve a la the old Alliance idea of getting better instead of swapping players out, because they have had a lot of player swaps over the last years to try and find their way back. Kind of like Team Secret, right? Not really getting to the point of being that big team, but always at the lurking nearby. Nigma was another one, but Nigma did make that step up, and at TI did show a very big performance. So can OG come back towards their winning ways, their legacy per se?
I mean, it all comes to hard work, I guess. they need to like to persevere with this lineup. They need to like figure things out. So yeah, it's definitely a possibility for them. But yeah, it all comes to hard work, I guess.
Yeah, it should be hopefully an improvement coming in, but that is going to take some time. Obviously, they have a fantastic coach there with No-Till right behind them, and I do think that this stack that they have is very talented. It is a little bit sad to me to see Lelis not playing Pulse 4, but his Pulse 5 should also be nice. And Aurora Gaming, I mean, like Mira, Toronto, same thing for Toronto, Tokyo. Dude won TI as a mid laner, then decided don't want to play Dota on easy mode anymore. Went to play Pulse 5. Now is an off laner. He's roaming all over the place, but still one of the most talented individuals in Dota out there. I don't think he gets enough credit for that first Team Spirit TI.
Yeah, I guess so. If you're saying that, that's it. But I wouldn't say that middle lane is like the easy mode. I'd say that's one of the hardest lanes to play. I mean, he's very talented on middle lane. I get what you said, but man, like playing mid for me is just a no. It's very hard.
To be fair, playing any core role is like a no for me. The last hitting creeps when other people are trying to. No, I get really annoyed very quickly. So Pulse 5 support, I just walk around. That's ideal. He tried to do that on Toronto, Tokyo, but now as the offlaner, looking pretty nice as well. And, that just shows you're not... some players are really good, like, some players are amazing mid laners, but he's a really good Dota player because he's all around. He can play any role if his team needs him to, and that is a remarkable feat. And not every player can pull that off.
Yeah, I mean, swapping roles, like... trying new things, especially on a competitive level, is definitely something not everyone can bring out. So yeah, I agree with you.
Well, nonetheless, the draft is going to start momentarily. We're going to jump right in as we see the first couple of bans already coming through. It's potentially 4 offlane heroes that get removed from the table. So really trying to make sure that Mixa has not a great time and that Toronto Tokyo doesn't have a great time with what is left.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about this yesterday, but this feels like a moment that you want to take out as many offlaners as possible. But like, I feel like this is like some sort of respect on the other side as well, trying to ban out Toronto Tokyo heroes. And this actually didn't work out yesterday for OG because when they actually banned a lot of like Saberlight's heroes, they actually lost one of their games, which was the game that they picked Pudge. But yeah, let's see how the banning phase here goes. They ban out the Dawnbreaker of Shaker on the OG side there. We see Beastmaster being removed, Marcy, Naga Siren, and also Elder Titan, which was one of the... how can I say this? It was one of the main heroes for OG's victories yesterday. Like Lelis playing Elder Titan, it was very great. And now Co-op removed, and they go for SF. So I think it's a good opening overall. It's like a safe hero to pick. Can be a flex mid laner, maybe a safe laner as well. So let's see where this hero will play actually. So yeah.
Yeah, it is definitely more Stoikov hero than Shad. Shad does play safe lane SF, but it's more Stoikov because he's more of a classic mid lane SF player. Co-op has also been banned by OG, so they immediately got rid of the counter to the Shadow Fiend right out the gate. And the rest of the heroes, yeah, SF can lose mid, like against a sniper or something. But for the most part, it is one of the strongest laning heroes out there. I think the only heroes that really can beat him are Sniper, Lina, and which one? Sniper. I'm missing one. Oh yeah, the Queen of Pain. Those are probably the strongest heroes to try and beat the Shadow Fiend. TA as well to beat the Shadow Fiend in a lane. For the rest, everything else is doable. There's going to be the Magnus though on Aurora Gaming, which is more leaning towards off lane most of the time, but it wouldn't surprise me if they put it on Kiyotaka mid, as Shadow Fiend is not a very mobile hero.
Yeah, I feel like Magnus can handle the lane quite okay because he can also push the waves with the shockwave. So he's a hero that can handle Shadow Fiend's damage as well. It's a very beefy hero, very tanky. So yeah, Magnus could go mid. But I agree with you. I think that's a hero that should probably play on the offlane. And like for OG, since you picked SF, probably you're gonna aim for maybe some stuns, some controls on your side, because that will probably help them to actually land a Wrecking of Souls, for instance. But they ban out the Naga, they ban out the Beastmaster. So I wonder what route they will go to help this Shadow Fiend if it's a Shadow Fiend mid that you just mentioned. So very eager to see here what they bring to help this SF to play. Even if it's like a safe lane SF, I feel like you need a lot of stuns because this hero will be kited otherwise. He hits hard, but he needs some type of like control time, standing still to hit anyone. So yeah, let's see.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the more problematic aspects for Shadowfiend mid SF, for instance, as well. Like if you're up against BKB, if the enemy has BKB, there's like that split second. If they don't get stunned when you blink ulti, they just pop BKB and walk away. And then your entire Aghanim Scepter, Shadow Fiend, Requiem of Souls is wasted, and you feel very weak in the rest of the team fight. That is the big weakness for the Shadow Fiend, but obviously there are ways around it. You have also solid possibilities to complement the Shadow Fiend, like a Mars on your side, and that's what I always find so fun to see. When you have so many possible offlane heroes being banned in the first phase, the amount of offlane heroes that are currently meta is like insane. Like you got your Axe, Underlord, you got Centaur, who's one of the strongest right now. There's so many heroes to choose from that are all going to be just solid no matter what the lane matchup is.
Yeah. And like if they don't want to play this sort of like control style, maybe more looking forward like a type of draft that walks in a like try to find a place to fight, like move slowly. They need to ban out like very elusive heroes, so they ban out the puck, which is one of the best heroes like to be walking around, like jumping in and out everywhere. So I feel like that's a nice ban right there. And well, Aurora Gaming, they just came up with Hoodwink second pick. It's a very nice pick. We are seeing this hero a lot more, I guess, on the past few days. So yeah, a nice addition here to the draft. A little bit more of burst damage to them as well. So yeah, let's see what the OG brings now.
Yeah, OG, what's it gonna be? They got the Hoodwink on the other side, so they have a break. They have a lot of magic damage between the Magnus and the Hoodwink, depending, of course, if the Magnus goes for the Shockwave return facet, then it becomes even more. And annoying, very annoying for Shadow Fiend to deal with that facet as well, without the BKB. And obviously, playmaking potential. You get an RP into a big fat bushwhack. Game becomes fairly rough at that stage, but OG still have plenty of options to go for. They're going to go for the Phoenix, big heal. Hard for this Aurora Gaming side to kill off the egg with the two heroes that they currently have, so they probably will go for something. Well, Snap is already banned by OG, so that's out of the question. But something with good attack speed to clear out the egg in the team fights. Otherwise, you're going to be in a bit of trouble because there's tons of magic damage on the OG side.
Yeah, I mean, Troll Warlord is still open for this game. We saw a lot of trolls being picked yesterday. He has a decent attack speed, I would say. He can actually withstand like some damage as well if he presses R. So he enters the battle trance. He can survive. I don't know. It's an okay addition to the draft, I'd say. If they want to go that route, he can also benefit from the empower as well. So like since you have a Magnus on your side, maybe aiming for melee heroes to like enjoy that empower a little bit more. I think it's like a good addition for the team. So let's see. I mean, other safe laners that attack fast and maybe could like Abaddon, like Nightfall's Abaddon, maybe if they go for Lifestealer as well, that's one hero that can hit the egg quite easily when he presses Rage too. So I don't know. We've not, we haven't seen like a lot of Lifestealers lately, but there was this like power surge. No, not power surge, like more like
Spike.
a power pike. Yeah, regarding the Lifestealer appearing, which they would pick the second facet there, where you get the Gore Storm. You can easily rotate with an Ancient Creep on the laning stage as well. So yeah, I mean, it's a possibility here for Aurora Gaming. Let's see what they get. They got a Disruptor though, which is like one of the favorites supports at the moment as well.
Yeah, Disruptor is obviously at any stage of the game good. Glimpse will force out either a BKB or they get dragged back and killed. A lot of the time when you play against a Disruptor, you kind of need a save hero. Until late game, Phoenix, they don't have one. Tiny Tossback maybe, but that's hard to do against the Static Storm. And the Phoenix Egg is a very nice one. They still have very little attack speed. Invoker is a little bit more because of Alacrity and obviously the Wex orbs that you can use to get a bit more attack speed. But this Phoenix Egg is hard to blow up for the side of Aurora Gaming so far. But the Voker does add in a lot of threat, especially if it's an Exort Voker. Then you're looking at Cataclysms with RP, Cataclysm, Disruptor, Glimpse into Sunstrike, Hoodwink with the Bushwhack into Cataclysm combinations. And to fix that issue, they steal that Abaddon that you were talking about. It goes to OG instead. Very likely their safe laner. Might be still flexed towards Mixa on that offlane position, but obviously if you use Cataclysm, Abaddon doesn't care because he just walks away.
Yeah, I mean, they are setting up a very strong team fight for OG with this Abaddon there, and a nice front laner for SF to maybe land that Requiem of Souls that we talked about. So yeah, I like OG's composition so far. I mean, Aurora Gaming's composition is also very good. So it all comes to the last picks here, to be honest, to see who's going to have like a little edge on the draft. And they just banned out the Medusa on OG side. Enigma was just banned as well for Aurora Gaming. And let's see the last two bans here. So they feel like OG needs an offlaner, and I agree, right? We need an offlaner here, unless they want to place this Abaddon as offlaner, which is not very common nowadays. You rather want to have him on the safe lane too. So, yeah, a Visage was respected too. I mean, if they add Visage to the draft here, especially depending on the safe laner you want to get, Visage could actually apply so much momentum and damage on the laning stage, especially, that I think it's a nice ban.
It is a mix, like specialty hero, the Visage, but literally no one play. It's not even picked at TI. It was one of the unpicked heroes.
Really?
Yeah.
Not even 33? Like, he didn't pick once?
I don't think anyone picked it. I mean, to be fair, Lina was also unpicked at TI, which is like wild that hero has fallen off so massively. Well, I think in the same patch, in the beginning of the patch, a lot of people still played like the magic damage Lina build with the double Laguna Blade shenanigans. But, well, the more you know. Nonetheless, it is looking like OG are going to need to show their hand here with their last pick. Is it going to be the Abaddon sticking to that safe lane, which, considering it's Shad, very, very likely? Or will they go for a surprise and get something else differently?
Yeah, it's a Mars offlane probably.
Yeah.
You talked yesterday about like Mars safe lane, but I don't think that's the case for this team.
And
Doesn't
only
make any
Nande
sense.
plays it. And Dyrachyo, but Dyrachyo quit Pro Dota, so...
Yeah.
Those were the days, though. That lineup had so many fun drafts because Dyrachyo played everything. So they just put anything on the safe lane Bat Rider. Sure, that was the thing. Faceless Void against the Abaddon always feels, and the Mars and the Phoenix feels kind of weird. I get that they're going all out on the Chrono Cataclysm Wombo combo.
Yes.
And that I get, like they have a filthy combination there, but they have tools on the side of OG to fix that. They have like Phoenix, if he manages to somehow let us find the farm to get an Aghanim Scepter, you've got a great save for that combination. The biggest threat in this game is going to be the moment when we get to Refresher Orbs. That's where Aurora becomes really strong.
Yeah, and like I like this sort of like wombo combo situations because sometimes you just use the RP, sometimes you use the chrono. You can like use skills like alternatively, or just try to stick and use everything on just one big team fight as well. But yeah, you get like one big cooldown there, and then you swap to the focus to the other hero, and you like swing the plays around this logic. So yeah, I like this. But I feel like OG's draft has a more like a simple execution to be made here. So yeah, I'd say like draft wise, both drafts are good. It's hard to give an advantage to any of these drafts. But I'll stick with like the easier execution. To be honest, I'll stick with OG's game because of that. Like if they miss out the wombo combos, the skills here, it could be a problem for Aurora Gaming essentially.
Yeah, I do agree with that. The only thing that I'm a little bit worried about in this game is the lack of control for the Faceless Void. They have Avatos, they have Mars Arena Catch, and that, well, Requiem of Souls, but that's not really like a guaranteed one. Like Abaddon needs a Bastion until he can control, and the Phoenix Egg stun is like, again, another one that's not super great to get casted on, but for the rest, I do think I really like the OG draft. I think this feels like a competitive game, but it also feels like we're going to the 60-minute mark. Everyone's going to have refreshers. Phoenix is going to have an Aghanim Scepter, and we're just going to have one incredibly hard to follow team fight at that stage.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let's see how it goes. Like theory is one thing, but when we get to see the teams playing, the Dota theory just shifts a little bit. Everything can change. So yeah, the game's about to start. So we're gonna have that pretty soon.
Yeah, they're gonna go for probably the late smoke. See if they can find anyone walking nearby. Every single team runs the same strategy. No, it's not the initial smoke to get the observer ward in the lane place, but it's the slightly delayed smoke to maybe spot out the enemies in time. Obviously, this is a Exord game Voker, unsurprisingly considering the lineups that they have. But at TI, for instance, we saw a lot of the Quas Vokers and the Wex Vokers, and that was kind of surprising to see so many non-Exord Vokers at TI.
Yeah, I feel like if you want to play Cataclysm, you actually need that bunch of setups to play. Also, I don't know, like laning stage. Usually, even when you go Wex, like Wex Facet, you actually go for the Sunstrike on the early levels. But yeah, I feel like going Cataclysm, you really need the setup to play it. Like otherwise, just go for the Wex and Quas Facets because it's way better. Like to land and be more resourceful for your team. So yeah, I prefer that.
I really the Wex Facet for the Aghanim Scepter feels so horrible.
You don't like it? Why?
No, just the small little tornadoes in the middle. It feels like it does nothing. Oh, those odds are really favoring Aurora in this series, though. Just zero faith in OG over on 1xBet.
Yeah, considering the statistics, like the fact that they are a tier 1 team that just came back from TI and whatnot, I feel like that's gonna impact heavily on the odds here.
I do feel that the draft should help a little bit. I think that the draft is close, but maybe even an advantage there for OG. But yeah, you are right. They are playing against a TI contending team and decently showing at TI, obviously. You know, Aurora always gets put in the same bracket pretty much as Spirit because of the players in that lineup, and a couple of them also played for Spirit beforehand. I mean, like Mira, Toronto, Tokyo. So it isn't all too surprising, but it is kind of surprising with the lack of, final placements at TI from them.
Oh, toss.
Toss back, a lot of damage onto the Disruptor, and Spear back, but not in tower range, so doesn't get the tower damage against him. Panto's on the run, there's the glimpse coming out, and Panto stays alive. But he is very low and will have to eat all those tangles for quite some time.
Yeah, he will need to set back a little bit and not show his hero, otherwise the first blood will easily come out right now. And did he use days? Did he use a blood grenade? Did you see, or he didn't have?
I think he.
Yeah,
blood grenade.
he did not. Okay, at least he's buying another one if he used, so it's fine. Because I felt like if he didn't use any grenades, the first blood should be there. If he used actually the one grenade.
I think he did use the grenade because the Disruptor was walking pretty slow. So he probably definitely threw a blood grenade, and he just bought a new one because obviously he used it. But yeah, the Disruptor staying alive also does have that wind lace for the extra mobility to run away from the Tiny. Otherwise, you're going to constantly get tossed back. Stoikov in mid is doing a terrific job up against Kiyotaka. As it is expected, because Invoker is not really the strongest lane. I'm actually curious, is he going to go... Yeah, he has a crown at the moment on the Voker, which normally means he's going for that Helm of the Dominator. As, yeah, he's marked it up. Any other Doms coming in this game? Yeah, Toronto Tokyo is going one as well. And Faces Void. All three Aurora cores are going for Helm of the Dominator. They are still in TI meta.
Yeah, why not, right? It's an item that can help you scale your hero a lot. Volker is not the best stats effective hero, especially, Magnus and Faceless Void. Magnus can work things around without Dominator, but Faceless Void, I think it's needed. It's justified, man. It's fine for him to build this item.
So many creeps that need to be cleared at that point. On the raid, no one on the Radiant side is going for it either. That's the big trade-off here, which is kind of funny. Because sometimes you see Mars is going for it, the Helm of the Dominator as well. I've seen some Abaddon safe lanes even go for it. But yeah, it's interesting. Stoikov gets the bottle refill. Kiyotaka taking a lot of damage in that mid lane, but has 11 magic wand charge, so Stoikov doesn't want to get too aggressive underneath the tower, especially if you don't have the full vision of Disruptor, for instance, at that exact moment.
Yeah, Shad just farming creeps under the tower here. Lely's just executed the pull.
Glimpse back, that might be first blood. As Sunstrike is going to come in, and Kiyotaka on that Voker does get first blood.
Yeah, good job by Kiyotaka. It's quite hard to land Sunstrikes when you're getting pressured in your lane, especially because it's a Shadow Fiend, such a strong hero to actually bully you up. So yeah, I think that's a nice coordination there by Aurora. 1-0 already. We see a deep ward here placed by the Hoodwink. He's gonna also deward the hard camp there. Maybe it's gonna make it easier for them to make a pull here and retreat the lanes. Yeah, retreat the rotation.
Ava, toss back onto the Hoodwink, going for the TP, and that's all the cooldowns they had. Gets the TP back to Fountain, is going to survive just barely, and now Daze is going to run towards mid to try and secure the rune for the Shadow Fiend.
It's a nice timing. The attempt was there. Nice play by the Hoodwink as well, trying to run out of this situation there. So yeah, good job. Just trying to secure the rune now, which is very important for Shadow Fiend to get the refill. But the rune just respawn top. So Panto is going to have it, and they are going to pressure middle lane. Is that it? It's quite risky.
Fiend is a very big target if they can kill him, but with the Phoenix here as well and the Tiny, they are going to go in. Glimpse is still available for the Disruptor, and that's why you can't just willy-nilly run away from that mid lane position, making it rather problematic.
Yeah.
They want to go back in, possibly, but yeah, all the mid laners and the two supports on both sides looking at the area on what they can do. They're heading towards the enemy shrine on both teams. So there are anyone that goes for it will get taken down in the meantime. Toronto Tokyo can't really go for it because that means he will die. Same thing on the other side for Mixa. On the Mars, he is running. Does get glimpsed back and no chance to grab it. It will be a 1-for-1 shrine steal. As Toronto Tokyo gets the drag back, but there's the toss up coming through. Rec Room as well. Yep, Tiny Airlines onto the Shadow Fiend. Toronto Tokyo gets taken down. While Mixa now needs help. He's getting charged at. Nightfall has the Helm of the Dominator already and is going in on to Mixa. Spear on the Faceless Void. There's a Chrono available as well. Glimpse comes in and Daze toss up onto Mira. They almost take him down. He actually has that God's Rebuke, but Mira's going to stay alive. And now Daze needs to be careful that he doesn't get hunted as well.
Yeah, I mean, Glimpse is probably available, but Panto doesn't have the mana to use the skill apparently. The same thing goes for Daze.
Sunstrike.
Oh, the Sunstrike.
Oh, that was a nice connection there. He expected it, probably because it gets called out by the Shadow Fiend. Mana is missing on Voker. But still couldn't get the sidestep in as he wasn't fast enough.
Yeah. And like the TP from Daze, if he had a little bit more of mana, maybe he could get the punish on the Hoodwink, but it wasn't the case, like trying to kill Mira right there. So yeah, that's one of the problems of Tiny, I guess. The mana pool isn't that huge, and when you use TP, like maybe combo anyone on the other side of the map, before using the TP, you will reach the lane without mana to use. So maybe a little bit of Mangos for him to play the game. I think that solves the problem here, but he didn't have any, so this was a question on this last play. But yeah, nice job from Aurora Gaming. They also get the deny onto the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. So they are looking for a little bit of like net worth advantage here at 8 minutes.
It's pretty much still neck on neck. Nightfall is top net worth though, and that's the scarier part. Has the Helm of the Dominator done. Kiyotaka has the Helm of the Dominator done. Toronto Tokyo is getting his helm delivered. So all three cores on the Dire side will have their farming item available, and that actually should speed up their farming speed a decent amount. Mixa's going for Blink Dagger fast, and Stoikov for the Yasha Kaya, with Shad, of course, going for a Radiance build. So it takes a little bit longer for the Radiance side to start farming, whereas the Dire already has whatever they need to increase it pretty drastically.
Yeah. Farm game is gonna happen. Like, they need to get items. I don't feel like Aurora Gaming wants to like...
Chrono on Mars.
In place.
Weak ball as well. Yep. And that is a nice little kill there onto Mixa.
Yeah.
They get a freebie, dive in mid onto Mira. A lot of burn damage, but not nearly enough. Oh, Daze actually walking in. Does he reach? Throws the toss, and Mira ticking down. Avalanche is there, and they do take down Mira. Very aggressive dive. Sunstrike not going to connect as Daze immediately TPs back towards the fountain.
Yeah. I mean... Kiyotaka, he was trying to like secure this kill with the Sunstrike. So I think it was a nice addition there by the Tiny Daze, using the TP right after he got a little bit of protection by the fog on the trees right there. But yeah, I mean 4-2, the small pick off there on the Hoodwink, helping the XP for the Tiny, because Daze was just level 4 before this pick off. So maybe now he's like level 5, which should be a nice thing for him. Yeah, and he is. And he's now cutting the wave here, giving the creeps to Mixa.
Giving it to Mixa, so Mixa can get his Blink Dagger as soon as possible, so they will be able to start making plays behind their team. They don't have like... I mean, their supports are the ones that have to make the plays, because, of course, Stoikov, it's going to be a while until he gets a Blink to join the fights, and Shad is, well, he's going Radiant, so that takes a very long time until he is ready to rumble. They are 3 grouped here together. Well, they they might go for a smoke play. They have Static Storm, Kinetic Field, they have Sharpshooter, and obviously with the Voker, yeah, they're going to go for a smoke and look for the Abaddon. Not an easy target. He doesn't actually have a point for burrow time available on the Abaddon because he spent everything and he's dead.
Yep. Yeah, just a solid clean pick-off onto the Abaddon here. And now they are rotating top because they are trying to find the same play on the enemy HC. Oh, it's gonna happen.
Coming out. Do they have the damage? Yes,
There
they
you
do. Nice toss back from Daze. So they do get the kill onto Nightfall. Yeah, it's kind of funny that Shad died there, but like wouldn't have mattered if he had his ulti because he would be dead regardless. He got sharpshootered, so his burrow time got broken, and he got silence from the disruptor, so he literally couldn't even pop the spell. So even if he had it leveled, he would still die.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny.
It is. I mean, it's a nice synergy for Aurora Gaming. And like having this combo early on in the game, it's peculiar, definitely. You usually get like ways to silencing plus like breaking Abaddon only on later stages of the game, because it's usually maybe a North Shield plus, you know, a Silver Edge, but it's not the case for this game. So yeah, very peculiar play right there. Toronto Tokyo just missing the stacks there. After the patch, like the size of the square respawn box on the Ancient Crypts is just annoying. So I get the feeling, I understand entirely what Toronto Tokyo just felt right now.
Bit of sadness there on the stacking, but you know, it happens even with the pros, as we can witness. Kaya's Yasha is now done on the Shadow Fiend and being delivered. They have the Blink Dagger, I think, as well for the Mars. Yep, Mixa has the Blink Dagger available, so maybe they'll go for a play themselves. Tiny still has a long way to go for his Blink. He went for Mana Boots instead. They've got the Phoenix Egg. They have a decent amount of tools. The only problem is Mars is the only one that can like get that jump in. Oh, there is a smoke up from the Dire side. They need to find the right Tiny if they want to glimpse him, but they're actually backing off at the moment, and all under ward vision here on the Radiant side.
Yeah, the pings are happening. Shad is just talking that they are probably going to contest the EXP on the other side, which is a little bit of a problem for OG, but I mean, it's not so huge. It's not a huge loss for them. And like they're just waiting the Reckoning of Souls to come back as well to maybe set up their play, because now that we have a dagger onto Mars, on the Mars, we can see the setups. Oh, they find him.
Oh, catch comes through. Stoikov dodges the Sunstrike, and the shield rune keeps him alive the entire time through. Chrono does get thrown out on towards 2. The Phoenix Egg is there, and Daze gonna get away. It's unlike. Oh, actually, it might be likely. No, Toronto Tokyo with his Blink Dagger reveal will drag Daze back, and that is gonna be a nice double kill. It did cost them every single spell in the book to get that catch. Spear onto Kiyotaka. The arena for Mixa comes out as Kiyotaka is out of mana at the moment, but they don't have Shad there for the fight. He's running in, doesn't have the Radiance yet, so he doesn't really want to actually fight the Dire team here, but they have nothing, so he feels more confident than ever to just go in and start right-clicking some people. Spear onto the Faceless Void. He does have a leap for that heal, and Nightfall will try and run away. There's the toss forward. Shad, chase him down. You got this. We believe in you. As Shad gets CC'd and they run away.
Yeah, no damage for now, no controls for Faceless Void. You already talked about this on the draft stage. But we see how using like the big skills, the RP, the Chronosphere, alternatively, is very strong for Aurora's gaming side. They just like stacked up the combo there. Even when they didn't get the kill with the RP, especially when I think Shed just was around there to give out the aphotic shield to SF. I mean, they just can go back in and go use the Chronosphere afterwards. So yeah, I mean, great job by them, like seizing this like 3K net worth advantage right now, which is something you need to watch out, because I mean, it's like building up these small opportunities
Oh.
that you eventually get a
And
high score. And Shed just
Shed.
died on the bottom lane. Yeah, they didn't have RP, nothing. So the positioning there to farm, definitely not the best, Truman.
Nope, that was definitely indeed, to say it lightly, not the best, as they do lose Shad in unfamiliar territory there. And that's a pretty painful blow, as Shad is not that amazingly farmed. He's going for that Radiance, but it delays his Radiance take, so his farming speed is going to get decreased. There is going to be a chase in Arena Catch onto the Disruptor, but he pops the Static Storm, toss forward, Stoikov on top of Mira. They will find 2 supports as a respawn skill, at least, for the side of OG, but a little bit all over the place there with the chase.
Yeah. Well, I mean, good pickoffs here. Now Radiance is finally done for Shad's Abaddon, and we might see him playing with the team right now, or you think he needs anything else to, like, maybe he keeps farming, right? I don't think he wants to join the fights right now.
He needs to keep farming, really.
Yes.
It's very hard to do anything without top tier farm at this stage.
And he's going for a Manta, apparently. And they will just find Mixa here with a Tornado plus Meteor combo. Nice pick off for Aurora Gaming. Even better for them because it's an offlaner instead of supports. And they want more because they have RP, Chrono.
And that is going to be a catch on the Tiny. Sunstrike comes in. Daze is out. And yeah, I mean, the glimpse, they use the creeps, the Helm of the Dominator creeps, to scout ahead of them, and then they can use that vision to then glimpse the targets back to get the full control on them. So they're playing really well here on the side of Aurora with the tools that they have at their disposal.
Yes. Great movements by them. It's almost Tormentor time as well, so maybe they will try to like start moving out towards the Tormentor side, which is the top lane right now, because they have RP, they have Chrono, so I wouldn't see why not do it. And I don't think like OG actually wanna try to like trade the Tormentor for the Roche run at the moment. The Roche for OG would be a very slow Roche in my opinion. So yeah, if I would like. If I would say our game should probably start moving out to the Tormentor or something.
Yeah, the Tormentor will be a pretty important objective. Obviously, net worth-wise, they're still pretty close because Stoikov has been farming nicely the entire time. They're smoking up on the Radiant side looking for a Tormentor. But if you're going for like those big fat team fights in the same area, the Dire side is really scary team fight with the whole... Well, their entire toolkit, it's just full-on team fight. Chrono, RP, Cataclysm is available now for the Voker as well. Plenty of catches. Mira in the trees is running his way through, and yep, that's a good vision gain. They might get the Tormentor before any response comes out from Aurora, though.
Yeah, it feels like they are just ignoring it. I don't know really why. I mean, we get to see an item coming up for Aurora Gaming, which is the Dagger on Disruptor. And now the smoke is being bought here. But I feel like Toronto Tokyo is not moving, neither is like the Faceless Void, so this should be a turn for OG.
Cataclysm does fly out, but they do take it down. The Phoenix Egg in response has been used. Mira goes with the Sharpshooter. Won't be able to get a catch, and they get out of their free shard for the Tiny, which is terrible. It's the worst possible possibility you could get. Phoenix would have a great shard. Tiny is just horrid.
It is. I mean, at least the net worth income, the money is coming towards like OG side here. Daze.
He does have the money for a Blink Dagger. Gets Chronoed. He dies, but at least he gets the Blink Dagger in time. Nightfall is close to the BKB though. And then the Radiant damage output is very lackluster at that stage. Stoikov, Panto is right on his heels. There's going to be a dive forward. Sunray is going to be enough to keep the Shadow Fiend alive. No, it is not. He gets sniped out as they're chasing in for more, but a glimpse usage there. Panto, is he going to be able to stay alive with the chase from the Mars? Ooh, okay.
Oh, the
Panto.
dagger, man.
So Mixa walked past him because he wanted to get the spear back onto
Yes.
the disruptor, but forgot to hit him. So he didn't take damage and he could blink. That is,
Bottom tower is under attack.
that's
Plus
a very
the
sad way to lose the
facet.
kill.
Right, he's using that facet where you can like push the enemy. So
Yeah, but he ran through the disruptor, so he could have hit him still.
yeah, you're right. I mean, that just happened.
Yeah, that just happened. That was a
Like Yeah, I mean, he could have used the arena there, but he didn't want to use it. So now we
he
get
could
to
have
see
also
Roche
just
and
hit
Aurora.
him like twice, and then he would have been dead.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I agree with you.
So they do manage to get the Aegis afterwards, and Nightfall is very fat at the moment. Kiyotaka, he's got the bots as well, so he's got that global mobility. With all those Helm of the Dominators, you can TP anywhere on the map at this stage.
Yep. It's a power spike here for Aurora, I would say. They don't have the Chrono, but they have the RP. The Cataclysm is probably up right now. So, I don't know, they can play very confidently right now and try to secure kills. Maybe establish just a pick-off situation here. And after they get a good pick-off, just go for siege damage. Or just, you know, just group up and go for siege, because why not? You have Aegis. And they find the Mars Mixa.
Well, the Cataclysm comes out. Mixa is dead on the side. Daze is going to be another one in trouble. 2 kills secured. Once again, yeah, it does feel very much like Aurora has this game in full control.
It does feel like, yes. And Kiyotaka here, actually going in with Ghostwalk, trying to find someone. He has the combo pre-established here, which is a Tornado and Cold Snap. So if he finds anyone, it's like Tornado, Cold Snap, Meteor, and if you get the chance to maybe deliver the Deafening Blast as well, it's going to be great. Let's see.
Kiyotaka going in on
full combo.
Stoikov, and a solo kill, because the SF doesn't have a BKB just yet, and that is a tip thrown out there. RP catch onto the Abaddon Static Storm does get used, but he walks out of the kinetic field, thanks to the usage there of the borrowed time. But then he gets locked in position once more, and that is a kill. The response is a little bit too late to the party. Decent amount of damage dealt, but they are 2 cores dead. And they've got nothing left in the bag. Phoenix Egg gets dropped. They are just going to try and right-click it down. Avatas, he's going to get the explosion.
Ooh.
And they will find Mira in the meantime. Nightfall is dropping pretty low, but they still have BKBs at the ready. Lelis is dropping dead. Days being chased by Toronto Tokyo. Glimpse onto the Mars. Can Mixa get out of there? No, he cannot, because there's still Chrono left for good measure, as Days will try and disengage, but it might... Yeah, okay, he does get away just in time. Almost gets Sunstruck in the fountain. And it is a really big team fight victory for Aurora once more.
Yeah, it amplifies the net worth advantage for them by about maybe 5k or something. And like, yeah, we can see here that it's like a 2k advantage for them, maybe 3 if we round it up. And the XP, it's gonna be cost some, because now the heroes from Aurora are getting stronger. The abilities will have like lower cooldowns, will provide more damage overall. So it's a bad scenario for OG. And this all happened without like actually needing to use the Aegis. So it was just like a very well coordinated plays using the RP, the Chronos. You can see the replay here. And yeah, I mean, it was just like 1-by-1 pickoffs on OG's side. Like, I mean, OG need to like group everyone up and try to like establish a play with Arena, especially. They are not like having the rhythm of the game so far.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, it is a lot more troublesome than they would have liked here, as yeah, how do you fix the issue that they're in right now as well, is the question. They have some tools, but they need to get like a great 2-man spear arena catch with an Avatos onto a Requiem of Souls combination. And then Chad needs to do something in the meantime on the Abaddon. Speaking of which, in mid, There is Nightfall. His age is going to expire in about a minute, but they find the Hoodwing, get a 2-man catch. The spear only connects onto 1, but they will find 2 kills. As Nightfall still doesn't have his Chronosphere available, they're going to try and go in for him. Buyback comes out from the Disruptor. Nightfall jumps in onto the Phoenix Egg. As the Phoenix Egg will get thrown out, but the drag back onto Shad. Burrow time has been popped once more. Nightfall has his ulti available in 10 seconds. And they will go in. That Aegis is about to lose its life. They finally get rid of it, but they lose Shad in the meantime. RP onto Stoikov, so he can't get anything off. Chrono onto 2. Cataclysm comes flying in. And that is the Phoenix on the run. As Lelis is trying to get away, but Nightfall is too fast on the chase. On the other hand, we also see Mixa surrounded by enemies. They got 2 kills and a buyback forced out, but they lose their entire lineup in that fight.
Yeah, just by using like disruptors buyback on display, I guess. I don't remember, I don't recall if Panto already also used the buyback. But yeah, once again, great execution by Aurora Gaming. We can see the replay again. Panto actually didn't have to use the buyback, and like they barely managed to kill the Void after the Aegis expire, but it was not the case. So it's just the best scenario for Aurora Gaming once again. The Chrono was right there.
Being chased is going to get taken down. Nice avalanche though onto 2, but there's unfortunately not enough of a response in time to make a play here. Nightfall doesn't have a BKB or a Chronosphere, as this is pretty much the best time you have to kill him, but they have no catch. There's no Orchid, nothing. He's going for refresh X on the Faceless Void. I would assume the rest of his team probably soon as well. Toronto Toki's got the Agnum Scepter. You're getting to a point in the game that we were talking about of once refreshes come up, the already super strong Dire team is going to be stronger.
Yes. But I feel like the Mars we've watched since yesterday, they are being like outperformed. Like, I don't know why exactly, but like almost every game that we've seen Mars playing, he gets out-farmed, he gets out-leveled as well. So I don't know what's happening about this.
To be fair, all those Marses that we have seen have not gone for Helm of the Dominator, so...
Yeah, I mean, you gotta respect the meta, right, Truman, I guess?
Yeah, you gotta go with the flow, otherwise you're gonna be stuck. And the team with 3 Helm of the Dominators against the team that has 0 is currently winning. I don't think it's necessarily... well, maybe. It does help, because their Helm of the Dominators were there way faster than any other item that the Radiant would have, essentially. The cost of the Helm of the Dominator is just... like, how much is it? It's slightly more than a Hanamitis.
Yes. And it acts up like just like the Midas. You don't get the full extra XP, but I mean the money is there. No extra money as well, but you just need to keep cycling the usage of the item all play days.
Yeah, he's very dead. Tried to go for a play on the Voker, forced out the BKB, but now the rest of the team is hunting, and there again is the Glimpse coming in, catch onto Shad. Can't pop the borrow time because he's in the Static Storm. Plus, got hit. Phoenix is down for the count. And they find Mixa. Skewer in on the Mars. Yeah, this is GG.
Feels like GG, especially with Roche respawning. I don't feel like there's an answer here for OG. Stoikov just using the BKB to run right now. But I mean, it feels like they won't give up due to the fact that they have big combos to try out, especially with Arena and Wrecking of Souls. But yeah, it's not a good game at all, especially for Shad, I'd say. This Abaddon didn't have like anything or any time to click and deliver some damage. It's very hard to game for Shad. Oh, so yeah.
Gets bump faked. Toronto Toki is looking for the RP. He will lift up Stoikov. Tries to get the 2-man RP. Will only get the 1. Toss back onto Nightfall. Stoikov getting dragged back. Tries to get the Requiem. He does get the cast off, and Nightfall actually almost dies there. But unfortunately for OG, the kill still does not get secured.
Yep. I mean, they use the RP, they siege the base
Radiant's bottom
a
tower.
little bit. In this case, they just like scratch the tier 3 tower. But yeah, I mean, they didn't lose anything on this process. Aurora Gaming actually finishing up also the Aghanim Scepter onto Disruptor as well. So now they cannot really use BKBs in case they find the SF especially. It's a very hard game, and they are gonna get the second Tormentor, which should bring an Agony Shard, maybe to who? Maybe Faceless Void? No, actually Mars. Oh, not Mars, sorry, Magnus. It's a decent Agony Shard, right? It's cool.
Yeah, it's a pretty okay one. It more damage, slightly longer range on the skewer. Sure,
Yeah,
you'll take it. It's not like
Why not?
anything outstanding, but you'll have to live with it.
exactly.
Well, currently, yeah, Hoodwink's even going for the Aeon Disc. There's just a struggle here. They didn't get any racks just yet, so at least that's a plus. Roche is up, as you did mention, so that's the banner Roche. That really does cement the high ground push. And even then, they technically don't need it because they do have double chrono on the Faces Void available. So they have everything they need.
Also double RP on Toronto Tokyo as well. I mean, it's a very hard game for OG's side. Dave's gonna be fun here.
In comes the shard effect there from Toronto Tokyo as well, because that skewer range was pretty lengthy.
It was, yes. And now they just go back to Roche. Why not? We see Octarine core for Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka doesn't have the refresher at the moment, but I mean, this Roche is gonna provide a refresher shard. No, that's the second Aegis. No, so yeah, just the Roche banner as you mentioned, but it's decently enough for them to go high ground with all these resources that they have. So it's very, I don't know, man. They will have to like commit lots of mistakes to actually lose this game, and they will find Stoikov, Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor, and he's dead. That's pretty much it.
Little Sunstrike from Kiyotaka, beyond Godlike, just chilling on the other side of the map. He's farming the safest camps essentially the entire time while throwing a random Sunstrike to help out his team as Aurora is shutting down OG in its entirety. High ground push is still, I mean, it's not hard, but it's annoying most of the time because you get speared back and such. They do have that Aegis, so that makes it a lot more safer for Nightfall. However, anyone else, if you get like a 2-man arena catch onto the supports, they're dead. And if you finally get a good Requiem play from the Shadow Fiend, which is hard against all these BKBs and BKB piercing stuns that they have with the RP, with the Chrono.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Yeah, Stoikov also just died, so he'll come back with lesser souls, I guess. And the damage is just out there, especially with Alacrity and 3-4 spirits to help this damage build up. And that's why like OG didn't want to actually use the glyph right there. Oh.
Does get silence, but there's the Chrono. Off the 3, drags him back in with the Shockwave as well. Second Chrono comes up, they're all dead. GG gets called, and it's Aurora taking game number 1 very dominantly, like showing why they were a TI team here in game number 1. And I mean, they got dropped by the only team that beat them was Navi, which is the other TI attending team in this qualifier. So it wouldn't surprise me if Aurora Gaming makes it to the Blast Slam 4.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me as well. I mean, great execution by Aurora Gaming there. I mean, not much to say. We need to see Shed like working maybe another hero or OG going for another mentality for the draft. And I feel like the Mars we have watched on this qualifier, at least, they didn't perform greatly. So there's something that needs to change regarding Mars.
Yeah, they're struggling a lot on the Marses here in the region as hopefully they can fix it before game number 2 if they're going to go for another Mars. Obviously, Mars is really solid as a hero. It's very strong. Amar has proven it time and time again, but it is also a specialist hero. We saw yesterday also like a lot of missed spears, laning stages, not winning as confidently as a Mars maybe should. I mean, it isn't as good as a Dawn in terms of laning stage, but still should have a fairly good time and maybe go for a bit more farm oriented with that Helm of the Dominator, as he just at one point they fall off completely off the cliff in that regard. Nonetheless, that was game number 1 in this best of 3. We'll be going towards a short little break before game number 2 starts, so we'll be right back.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting ourselves ready for game number 2. We'll have to have a little bit of a talk here about game number 1. Of course, Arjarath, what went wrong there for OG? Was it draft related, or was it the play style, or was it both?
I guess more like the play style and execution, because, I mean, Shed, okay, you need to farm up that Abaddon on the laning phase. But I felt like the farming routes that he chose, especially when there were like heroes missing, was not the best. So a lot of pickoffs on Shed. You really want to build the momentum for this Abaddon, and also like the Mars, as we mentioned previously, they are not like hitting the best performance so far. We have ATF as reference for those Mars, but you know, we need to see something better for these Mars here in this qualifier. So yeah. I mean, execution-wise, I don't think it was the best thing for OG. That's pretty much about it.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree. I do also think a decent amount had to do with the draft. I liked OG's draft, but there was like a point where if you get to late game, there's no chance, essentially. Like, sure, if Abaddon gets an refresher as well, it's great, but they killed him multiple times where his ulti couldn't even get popped because of the static storm plus the break from the hoodwink combination. And yeah, they counted him perfectly on that Abaddon. And
Yes.
that really does show that the Abaddon is not indestructible.
Yeah, I feel like they didn't go for that combo. They didn't account that combo, I mean, because maybe you like underestimate a little bit because it's just 2 supports, you know, because they actually picked the Abaddon over Hoodwink and also Disruptor, if I'm not mistaken. They already have seen these 2 picks available and they just went for it anyway. So maybe a little bit of like underestimation here over the supports, but yeah. I mean, great execution by Aurora Gaming. They totally deserved the game 1. And now we see a different approach here. We see the same disruptor on the Aurora's team, but we see here Dawnbreaker being picked by OG. It's a hero that can actually get glimpsed when you use the Solar Guardian. But, I mean, it's at least a little bit of extra sustain if he gets glimpsed anyway. I mean, if she gets glimpsed. So I don't know. It's a nice opening overall. Like having Dawnbreaker on your side, it's definitely great.
The Dawn, the interesting part about the Dawn, of course, against the Disruptor is, yeah, you can, you Dawn ulti, you get into the fight. There are 2 things that can go wrong. One, you get glimpsed. The other is there's a static storm kinetic field right on where you land.
Yes.
Especially late game, that becomes problematic once there's an Ags on the Disruptor. But the other thing that Dawn has against the Disruptor, which is kind of nice, is when you get the shard, you go for the... I don't know what this
Starbreaker?
Starbreaker. And then you can also technically dodge the glimpse depending on the timing a little bit. If he does it immediately, then you dodge the glimpse. But it's kind of iffy regardless. But there are ways to counteract the Disruptor. It's not as bad as like a Silencer that can just cancel it from long range, or Nyx Assassin that pops Spike Carapace and you get stunned trying to jump in as well. Even though with the Aghanim Scepter Dawnbreaker, it is really hard to interrupt that cost, especially for like a Silencer. Like he has 0.5 seconds before he's in the sky, she's in the sky, and then you can, like, Global Silence doesn't do anything anymore. So those are one of the few things where it's really hard to counteract the Dawn.
I agree. They ban out the Silencer anyway for OG side, especially because they are trying to aim for this Puck, I'd guess. Because like the Global Silence would also like disrupt Puck's performance too. But the thing is, like, even if it's hard to counter the Aghanim Scepter on Dawnbreaker, if you get a nice global after she uses that skill, she cannot really like follow up with a combo, which is essentially what you need to do with Dawn. You want to have your ulti down and then like just blast your skills away to try to burst someone out. So I feel like the Silencer here, the ban, it was just like well taught by OG. But I mean, I wonder if like Aurora is gonna go for maybe some hero that builds pipe. Like for instance, this game, it's quite early to say, but I would appreciate an underlord here on the Aurora team because you get to buy an early pipe, and you also have the damage reduction with the how do you say, the atrophy aura? I think that's the name of the skill.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I would appreciate to see an underlord here, even though it's quite early on to see that hero. But I mean, the second skill also disrupts Puck's performance. But let's see how that goes.
I mean, they also have that hoodwink once again here on the side of Aurora. DK probably in the mid lane to lane up against the Puck, so that lane is very likely already in favor of Aurora Gaming. Sokov is a very good Puck player, but DK doesn't care about Puck, and that's the big difference maker in that regard. Hoodwink and Disruptor as support duo, we saw it last game. Very scary, very strong as well on the catches. Glimpse, Static Storm, Kinetic Field, plus the Sharpshooter, and anyone's dead. And also, Mira hit every single Bushwhack out there. But I do like the OG pickups here as well. Dawn, Puck, Snapfire, they are the team that now has really nasty team fight damage, especially magic damage in the early game, which is nice, and control. Puck, Dream Coil, Snapfire, Cookie, Dawn, Starbreaker, and Dawn ulti. Multiple ways to get on top of people. And if anyone gets caught by the Disruptor, Static Storm, Kinetic Field, you've got the Dawn ulti to save them or heal them at least long enough. Plus, that lane of Dawn Snapfire is disgustingly strong against Disruptor.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of damage. If Disruptor just like misplaces his positioning, he will just like die instantly. Most likely instantly. So yeah, I agree with you. They went for the DK, which should be a safe lane DK, I would say, unless you want to actually go for the DK mid, which is a hero that can handle the Puck matchup quite easily, considering that he's very beefy, and the Dragon Aura, the armor that he gets, it's good against Puck. But yeah, we can see a DK safe lane, maybe a DK mid. So let's see how that goes. And they go for the Phoenix as well on OG side. It's an interesting composition overall, I guess. And now we get to see Mars for Aurora Gaming, Truman.
So it's probably Toronto Tokyo on the Mars off lane with the DK in mid so far, and that they last picked the Nightfall hero. The Phoenix was a great pick last game. It wasn't as successful as they wanted it to be, but obviously it has its value with the later, especially later in the game when you get Aghanim Scepter, you save your allies. In this game again, they don't really have the best stack speed. DK gets a bit better, but like Mars, Hoodwink, Disrupted don't hit stuff. So Phoenix should still be fine, and with the rest of the lineup behind it, you know, Phoenix gets popped, Dawn pops ulti, and then Dream Coil comes in from the Puck. They all get held together, and a big blast comes out. You're up against the DK and Mars, so Sunray, super good spell. The percentage space damage, the percentage space healing on your side as well. I like this matchup a lot more for OG. It's also, Aurora doesn't have like any god tier combinations. Mars Arena is fantastic, but BKB you run out.
Yep. I mean, that's pretty much it. BKBs are going to be necessary for our game on this game for sure. The only skill that will actually pierce BKB is like Dawn's ulti and also the explosion from Phoenix. And maybe if Puck gets level 25, we get to see the piercing on the Dream Coil as well. But yeah, we see the ban here on Abaddon, on OG side. Now they respect the Ursula as well. I feel like Abaddon here for Aurora would be a nice move, especially considering that Nightfall loves to play that hero. And now TA banned. yeah, OG needs an AHC as well.
10
So
seconds
we
remaining.
are watching here a lot of bans over HCs.
5 seconds.
I would
remaining.
assume like it's Shad back against the wall, elimination game. He tends to just go for the Sven. I think that's like his favorite hero. Then you have a Sven's Sunray works super good on him. The damage up from Aurora might not be good enough to deal with the Sven. He one shots the supports from Aurora almost always, and yeah, they don't really have that good damage against the high armor Sven because they mainly have physical damage at the moment on the Aurora gaming side. Obviously, it also depends on what Aurora goes for because OG does have last pick, but I think Sven is the one that they're eyeing out the most. Other heroes right now, like we saw a couple of trolls, they were also not too successful, but Troll is a hero that works wonders with a Mars and a Disruptor because he has problems catching people, and Aurora Gaming have very solid catch in the lineup at the moment.
Yeah. I don't know what to expect here regarding the safe lane picks, to be honest. You mentioned the Sven. I think it's a nice addition for OG. A little like bit of armor with the Warcry as well. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out here what they are gonna do, spending a lot of this reserve time as well on Aurora team.
Aurora
So
Gaming's turn to pick.
they ban out the Faceless Void, which would be nice, the Chronosphere. And
Oh,
they
they
actually
steal the
patch the Sven, so it's on their side right now. They get
Life
the
Stealer.
same idea of like bursting damage. You would go for Life Stealer for it?
I
you say?
would go for Lifestealer. It's like you're up against 3 strength cores. You don't care about
10
glimpse.
seconds remaining.
You don't. Yeah,
5
it's
seconds remaining.
works well with the Phoenix Sunray as well to keep him alive. You have an Infest Bomb with the Puck or the Dawn. They're gonna go Troll.
Troll.
Okay, so they picked the Troll and the Sven, just the other way around. Because the thing with OG's lineup is they have decent lockdown, but that's Puck, Dream Coil. That's kind of it. Then I was a little bit afraid if they go for Troll, they won't be able to get the catch. That's why I was hoping for Lifestealer, as he can just keep running after them. And Troll can get kited pretty nicely against the Disruptor and the Mars as well, being quite a nuisance. But I think this is a lot better of a draft from OG than they had in the last game. I think the last game was... I mean, I liked their draft last game, but Aurora had those filthy ultra late game team fight wombo combo heroes, and this time they have some decent ones, but they're not as good as like in the previous game. Like Mars is great, but we've seen some Mars struggle at the moment. DK very tanky. We've seen mid DK also do nothing in a couple of games, and the Sven is just ready to like two-shot someone, but their attack speed also isn't good enough to get rid of the Phoenix Egg. Like you're gonna have to spend a Mask of Madness Sven with God Strength up hitting a Phoenix Egg, which is a really big waste of his time.
Yeah, it is. I don't know, if I had to like benefit a draft here, I would probably pick... I don't know. I like Aurora drafts better on this one. I went for OG last game, but I feel like Aurora really convinced me. But I'm trying to like not focus on their performance on the last game. Trying to talk just about the draft, but it's hard to say, man, because everything gets mixed up. The performance last game was just so great about Aurora, and the draft now it's pretty solid in my opinion. But it's very even. Like it's close to 50-50, I would say. It's hard to pick someone here to say. I mean, they had the best draft. I mean, it's very close.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. I think it is a close draft, but I don't have that inevitable doom factor when you're up against Cataclysm, RP, Chrono. They have no BKB piercing stuns on Aurora at all, or control against BKB, so it's going to be a very good BKB game on the Radiant side, which is nice. They in return, they actually have pretty good BKB piercing tools on the Radiant side. I think the Ensnare from Troll goes through BKB as well, right?
I find myself strangely drawn to this odd
Again, which
configuration
skill?
of activity.
The battle trance, the ensnare when he goes melee mode and like hammers you down.
If it pierces BKB,
Yeah, it
I'm
says
not
pierces
sure.
deeper. I
It,
mean,
it pierces. Okay, so yeah, then
the
yes.
root pierces BKB.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it does because I've seen it many a times. I just always like, how does it work exactly? But yeah, then they have 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 spells that can pierce BKB this game.
Yeah.
Against the
Yeah.
Sven is very important because obviously Sven is incredibly reliant on his BKB.
You really need to root him and control the hero as much as you can. I wonder if like they are gonna build like force staffs, like just they did yesterday, or if they are going for an early EU scepter as well on the supports. It's a nice addition to control the Sven.
What is this?
And yeah, just like rune fetching here, 2 runes for each side, or maybe actually 3
3 for Aurora.
for Aurora Gaming. Yes, so it's a nice start for Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, Panto managed to steal one right underneath Mixa. And it will be 3 for the Dire, 1 for the Radiant. As mid lane, it's... Yeah, there's not much more to watch. Like that lane, both of them shouldn't die unless a rotation comes in. Top lane, I think there might be a lot of kill threat on towards the Disruptor. And in the bottom lane, same, like there's decent kill threat because the Phoenix Burn is pretty nasty, but also Spear into Bushwhack is a lot of damage output. Oh, Nightfall taking a lot of damage top lane. Minus Armor from Lil Shredder in combination with the Starbreaker as well, all that physical damage isn't ideal. Obviously Sven, once he gets Warcry, the lane should be significantly easier.
Yeah, it should. You need that extra armor for sure. As you mentioned, the Little Shredder here, it's gonna have a nice impact, especially if he Dawnbreaker uses the Starbreaker onto the Little Shredder armor reduction, so it's very good. On the bottom lane here, we see some trading, some hits being traded and skills. Lely's gonna deward here the easy camp. To access this camp, maybe retreat the lane a little bit soon because it's gonna push out since Shad is just farming right beneath the tower. And the glimpse, oh, Daze. Can he die? I don't think he can die. It's just harassing right now by Panto.
Yeah, they had level 2 faster, so they tried to see if they had an opening before there would be a Scatterblast or a Fire Snap Cookie. Both, of course, which are great spells. On the Snapfire, if he goes for the Cookie, he can kill off Panto with the rotation from the Dawn, but Mix is a little bit far behind. Panto doesn't have the mana for a Glimpse. Otherwise, Daze would probably have been dead.
Yeah, probably. Most likely.
And a mid bottle for Stoikov picked up, so he's going to be able to constantly keep refreshing until rotations come in to deny it.
Yeah. I wonder if Disruptor is gonna follow up that Ring of Protection that he just bought onto any other items, maybe a Pavis or something. But I feel like he got this item at least casually due to the fact that this lane armor reduction is gonna mess him up. Shad.
Oh, bottom, Shad dropping very low. Almost gets taken down. Mira last hit first. Blood secured for the Hoodwink. And Shad is dead. That's a not great way to start the laning stage, especially after that previous game, but top lane, they're going to go for the fight for the healing loads. They do manage to grab it onto Daze. He doesn't actually have it swapped in. Now he does. And he's just going to walk it off and stay alive. Even swaps in the healing self, so he'll be just fine as Panto is chasing after the Snapfire to piss him off.
Yeah, I mean, Disruptor can try to zone out on a 1v1 scenario when he has his first skill up and whatnot. On the middle lane here, we see Kiyotaka using the stun to actually guarantee the range creep, especially using the Breath of Fire there. But now he has barely no mana available for him. He has like 4 stick charges, okay, that can replenish his mana a little bit in order to get more, like maybe less hits using the Fire Breath. But I don't know. Shed down on the bot lane. Like
once again, Mira very low to dropping as well himself, but Another kill for Aurora in the laning stage is not good, especially not for Shadow. Last game already struggled to try and be active on his hero. They're going to go for Nightfall. They don't have the mana available for the Starbreaker, so it will be Nightfall staying alive in the top side. Close, but no cigar.
Yes, close, but no cigar. Mira just like stealing the bounty rune here. That could be a nice addition to Puck if she actually needs to like refuel her bottle and whatnot. Soon we get to see the power runes as well. Stoikov using the silence here, the Wandering Rift, I think that's the name of the skill, to go downhill because otherwise he will get stunned by Kiyotaka. And yeah, a lot of creeps here under DK's tower, and I mean he's gonna be farming quite easily. Considering that he has like lots of right click damage, very tanky to stay in the lane against Puck as well. But yeah, I mean 2 braces here on Mars. Toronto Tokyo, so far he didn't like mark on the quick buy section there, the Dominator, but let's see if he goes for that item, Truma.
I don't think a DK needs Helm of the Dominator.
No,
He's
I mean
got,
Mars.
Oh, the Mars.
Yes.
I don't. Normally, you'd already be building it up because you want the extra armor in the laning stage at that stage. So they might not go for a single one on the Dire side this time around.
Yeah.
As there's a rotation towards mid, they want to make sure that they get themselves the lane rune spawning in. They're going to go for Stoikov. As there is a glimpse.
Radiant's middle tower
Does have phase shift and he dodges the glimpse, and that's why Puck is great against Disruptor. The other hand though, Puck is pretty weak against Disruptor because if you get caught in Static Storm, you're almost always dead.
Also weak against DK. We already see the matchup advantage that they get. They use the glyph here to protect the creep wave, maybe overextend the play to also protect the siege creep in order to deliver as much damage as they can. But yeah, now the siege creep got denied, and I mean, unfortunate for Puck, for Stoikov. DK also get the access for illusion rooms.
Last DP stop. There's a glimpse available. They're gonna spot out the Snapfire, drag back. I dive though on to Nightfall. Days drop it low. Oh, they do take him out. And the rest of the team, Panto, actually, the creeps are not lucky enough. They're going to be kill Aurora in the top lane. As Stoikov Star has no can down 6
It is.
into the
3-0.
of Kiyotaka.
I don't know, 2k advantage for Aurora Gaming. They are catching the XP outposts right now. So far, Mars didn't, in this case, Toronto Tokyo didn't mention to go and get the XP. But like he saw the OG supports on the top side of the map, so he's not like actually worried about going for the XP. And yeah, he's almost getting the level 6 on the lane as well, so he will have access to the arena, which could be a nice enabler. And he's actually going for an EU Scepter to counter the Troll Warlord, maybe get some, you know, kiting possibilities for his team. And for now, just a little pick off on Panto as well. First kill for OG. 3-1 on the score, Truman.
tower is under attack.
And they do manage to get a nice one there to finally get something going for the Radiant side. In the meantime, the Shrine of Wisdom from Aurora still hasn't been secured yet, and that's how little they care. Kiyotaka is pushing out the bottom tier 1 tower with that Worm's Wrath. The armor reduction and damage taken to the building is going to drop it momentarily. So 2 outer towers already secured here for the side of Aurora. We're starting to open up the map for their Sven so he can get free farm areas in the Radiant jungle.
Yeah, the stacks here being stolen by OG. That's a nice move by them, considering that Stoikov didn't have like the great lane, considering that he's playing against a counter pick, you could say.
Panto
Oh, the
is
pick
going to get caught. Disruptor dropping low, taken out, and another kill onto the Disruptor for this side of OG. So the Disruptor gives them a chance here to at least get some farm going. Onto the Hoodwink in mid. Cookie Sun lands with the Dream Coil as well. Mira snaps the coil, and Mira is kill number 3. That one goes to Daze. Net worth-wise, they're very close between the two teams once more. But the big issue is Shad. So, I mean, to be fair, Nightfall's also pretty poor. But Nightfall is a Sven, so he can always just farm up in the jungle very easily. Troll needs his Battle Fury before he can really get farm going.
Yeah. Nightfall going for Mask of Madness. Shad just trying to build up that Battle Fury that you just mentioned. So, I don't know. They're just gonna be trying to like farm and try not to die.
Nightfall, God Strength used. Of course, God Strength also gives you that slow resistance, which is very nice against a Phoenix and a Dawnbreaker. So he just runs out to safety. Is going to go farm right behind the tower. Chill.
Chill. And the minus sign there by Lilith's like, no, we're not gonna chill, man. Okay.
Panto in mid, but there's Toronto Tokyo jumping through. Stoikov dodges the spear, but there's the bushwhack catch, and the Stoikov puck is dead. Daze is next. There is no tower, so there is no TP, but in the meantime, Nightfall dies to Lelis, and he doesn't let him chill at all. Gets the solo kill, because of course they have that Observer Ward behind it, and he tried to go for the Ancient stack clear.
Dire's top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Great pickoff, like, but it was not a good trade considering that 2 heroes died, especially 1 core on OG's side. Yeah, they're now gonna chase Mira,
Yeah,
but you know,
bushwhack there.
yeah, exactly.
Gets him out. Kiyotako
Oh.
dagger reveal. Phoenix does have the egg, drops it. They glimpse back Mixa, and that's just going to be 2 easy kills with the egg now on cooldown as well. Mixa, can he get a kill? Yes, he can find Mira, but he could try an ulti. Actually, he could have just ulted out of there. Now he can't anymore. He does get the suicide onto the neutral, which is kind of nice. But he definitely had time there to just pop his ulti and be like, bye, have a great life.
Yeah, maybe he's aiming for the usage of his OT on the next play, maybe using the coil aggressively, and then you have the opportunity to go and fetch a pickoff or something. And that could happen here on Toronto Tokyo, but let's see if that will go down. But apparently not. Toronto Tokyo is well positioned. Stoikov is not gonna try to find that deep pickoff. And yeah, Toronto also has a deep Observer Ward in the lane, in order to not get picked off right there, so it's good for him. Okay.
Toronto Tokyo's got the Yules done. Next item, Pipe. So a completely different build, but still second in net worth on the Mars. And that's... From all the Marses we've seen as of late, they all struggle to get farm, but Toronto Tokyo is doing a terrific job in that department at the moment. 2-0-2, Yule's finished. Not even buying any farming items, just pure raw talent.
Yes, and there's like a lot of layers on that like item being brought here, because it's gonna probably protect himself if he gets like a Solar Guardian on his head. I mean, if he's not stunned, he can easily use out of the damage and the stun that Dawnbreaker can provide. He can also like kite the Troll Warlord if he tries to use the Battle Trance. So, and also the mana regen that he gets with the item as well, to keep cycling the farm on the jungle onto the lanes. I think that's a great first item to be brought here for this Mars. So yeah, like this is going very differently compared to the other Mars we have seen. But, you know, let's see if he can keep up the farming rate going up. And he might be able to. I mean, he's going for a pipe now, so he doesn't feel like he actually needs a dagger here. They are just trusting on Kiyotaka's stun with dagger and also the glimpse available for Disruptor. So, yeah, and they are aiming for a Shad rotation here. Trying to
Shad knows they're coming, but Panto's here as well, sends out the glimpse. And DK stun comes out. He doesn't have a point for his ulti, so the troll just gets smacked down. The worst part is he even scanned and knew they were coming, so he tried to get back to base. And Disruptor just walked in, spotted him, got the glimpse, caught. Toronto Tokyo misses here the arena in towards mid. So a little bit of a whiff coming out from the Mars. No blink dagger, so no easy setup there. Oh, they're looking for Panto, or at least the rune spawning. Panto does, of course, have the stack Storm Connect field, and he's going to get the catch on the Phoenix Lelis. I don't really know what you expected when they were all just mid like a second ago. And you're standing next to Disruptor, who has static Storm Kinetic Field.
Yes. I mean,
Bit of a
that just happened.
miscommunication there.
I guess so. Mixa very close to his Aghanim Scepter. He didn't need to use, or he didn't want to use the Solar Guardian on this last play, like on Lightly's pickoff. And now they're just going for a smoke here, trying to find someone. But I mean, finding Mars, it's not a great opportunity that they can get, considering that I told about the being used defensively. Oh, the smoke, bro.
Oh,
Okay.
he does get spotted. He has the Yules to try and stay alive. Don ulti. He's going to dodge a lot of the damage there with the Yules. But, I mean, he soaks up quite a lot of damage. Does eventually get taken down. The rotations are too far to help him out. They do get a kill, but it did cost them 3 ultis from the Radiant side to kill him off.
Yeah. That's a lot of ultimates being used. So I would say that Aurora wants to be aggressive when this Mars respawn. I mean, they can also stay trading farm against OG, but I'd appreciate if they just move out and try to find some good pickoffs right here. Yeah. If they have like good damage for Roche, this would be a nice Roche opportunity, considering that they don't have 3 big ultimates available. But I don't think they can go Roche right now. You don't really want to involve like Sven on this play, and apparently Sven used his ulti to keep on farming as well. So yeah, that's one thing.
Yeah, Nightfall is creeping up on that net with charge. Shad is close to the Battle Fury, but I mean, it's 16 minutes in. Battle Fury is not done yet. That is a very unfortunate timing, as then he still will need a couple of items before he can actually start doing anything. Mixa being chased around to Tokyo with the haste rune, as he won't be able to catch Mixa out in time. And yeah, Mixa just throwing out some BM in the meantime as a response. Is almost done with the Aghanim Scepter, so that's going to be a really big important tool in an upcoming team fight if they want to go for that solo gank on the Troll Warlord again, for instance.
Yes. Okay, Nightfall just finished his Echo Saber. The Mars very close to getting the pipe as well. I mean, the game is just rolling for Aurora Gaming. Scepter finished for Dawnbreaker. So more sustain, as you mentioned. Stoikov just trying to get his dagger up as well, which will help initiations by this pluck. The game is pretty much open though, like everyone can seize the match at this point.
Yeah, it's still very close. Close game so far. Only a 3k net with lead for Aurora. One decent team fight, and it so honestly only the Tormentor and the net worth already springs the other side. It would go to a support instead of core, obviously, but getting it on the last game, they got the first shard of the game, and they got it on the Tiny, which is terrible. This game, though, both the shards on the Radiant side are really good. Both the shards on the Dire side are really good for the support. So whoever gets it will be happy regardless, even though I do think that you prefer the Phoenix one. I mean, Snapfire will buy his own one, but the Phoenix one you tend to buy later. But it is so good. He doesn't have a point in Sunray yet, so maybe it's not ideal at the moment on the Phoenix. He has max level Icarus Dive.
I don't know why particularly. Maybe let's see the scale of the skill here. It's just dive length that he gets and moves low. So maybe to fetch like pickoffs on this like 18 minutes mark and everything that happened just now. But it's curious enough to not see the solar array being upgraded.
Yeah, the Sunray is, especially in a game like this where you're up against 3 strength heroes and you're playing with, well, quite tank heroes, not necessarily strength heroes, but the Radiant heroes are also fairly tanky in that regard. Oh, they're looking for Shad, but in response, there's also a rotation coming out. Ooh, Stoikov nearby Panto. Stoikov does have that Blink Dagger available. And there might be a fight brewing in the top side because, of course, as mentioned, the Tormentor is going to be up in about 50 seconds. A big objective for both these teams to secure. The pipe for the Mars is very close to being done, though.
And that's quite scary, right? Because I feel like the major damage that OG has right now, it's pretty much magical damage. So it's going to be hard for them to win over team fights. Especially because you don't really want to involve Shed right now on the plays. He's currently not that strong. And initiation.
Well, they do manage to get the kill onto Snapfire mid with the Blink Dagger there. He gets caught. BKB also done on the DK. And the Mars pipe is closed. The Sven is going for the BKB as well. Tormentor is up in 10 seconds. And Troll is a hero that can take it pretty quickly. Mixa is also nearby the gateway, so should be able to get there in time. Are they going to contest it? Actually, Troll is heading the opposite direction. Shad isn't going for it at the moment.
But now they are moving out towards the Tormentor.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
you can
they're
trade the
taking
Roche
the gateway. They're taking the twin gate right now. It does get spotted. Mira throws out the bushwhack onto the Phoenix. Drop the Dawn ulti as well. And the Glimpse does send someone all the way back. Lelis has the egg available, still going forward. Can go for the dive here, does drop it onto the Mars. The Mars has to use to try and keep himself alive, but they are going to surround him, and that is a dead little Mars. Sven, are they going to respond? Is he? No, he's going to TP towards mid and let that Tormentor go. And that should be a good catch. Double kill for OG, plus a Tormentor to boot. That net worth advantage is pretty much dead even again.
It is. The net worth advantage diminished quite a lot. Now the Torm is gonna, give some money as well to the teams.
Oh, the Observer Ward
here? Oh.
is out of range. Like, the Sentry is out of range of the Observer Ward.
Oh my god.
Anto?
That's huge.
They're going to go for the backline. God Strength gets used. Onto Dawn they go. Nightfall actually takes a lot down. Troll ulti comes out and they kill him. Nightfall is dead. Didn't have a BKB just yet. Looking for more targets. Mira is going to get chased in the tree. Sunray on top of the Hoodwink. And that might be another death for Mira if they can get the damage output. No, they cannot catch up. But Stoikov is very elusive. Will dodge the Glimpse as well. Disruptor is next. Toronto Tokyo walking in. Has no blink. Has no arena. Misses the spear in its entirety. Daze is going to get stunned up, and they will go for the Snapfire. Or will they? Backline jump from the puck. They're going to look for Kiyotaki. Pops the BKB. They know there's no Troll ulti available, which could be a nice one. Daze is still not dead. Finally, they blow up the Snapfire, but Kiyotaki's BKB is ending. Dream Coil, he snaps it immediately. There's going to be the sun burn coming in from the Fire Spirits. Kiyotaka is almost in the dirty drop. 5 kill streak secured. Toronto Tokyo is on the run. Lelis needs to be careful of a random God's Rebuke or Arena drop as he would die, but a fat, juicy team fight victory there for OG as they get, I don't know how much they get. They get 4 for 1. In that engagement.
That was really good for OG, like the 3k net worth swing, a lot of experience coming towards the OG team, so very great execution as well. Stoikov managing to maybe dodge the Storm Hammer there by Sven, and he was actually invisible when he tried to attempt this play, but Stoikov was just very watching the play. His spider sense was tingling right there, so I mean, great execution overall. This is gonna be a compromise for Aurora Gaming for sure. I mean, they just went for 2 types of plays, 2 types of execution there, where they didn't actually synergize their resources. The Mars Arena on the Tormentor contest there, it was not so good because the team was not ready, if you don't really want to contest a Torm as a team, just go and trade the Roche for it, I guess. It was very poor execution by Aurora.
And not only that, it was also a God Strength use on the Sven. Without BKB gets stunned. Mortimer's kisses on him, and he's dead. And that's instantly the moment. He got maybe 1 hit off onto Mixa, and then he was just gone. And that's very problematic for the Sven. as he does need that BKB before they attempt another fight. Even though they had, like, what, in total 6 kills versus 1 in the top side of the map, plus they got the Tormentor. Net worth-wise, they're almost equal, and Kiyotaka and Nightfall still the 2 most farmed heroes on the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, and I mean now it's maybe Roche for OG. They are trying to smoke here in order to see if they get a nice and clean pick-off, and they find Nightfall.
And Nightfall's a big kill. He pops the BKB, but he's dead regardless. Kiyotaka with the signs onto the puck, but Kiyotaka now needs to pop the BKB as well. Will get it. Static Storm Kinetic Field holds the 2 in place. Onto Tokyo walking nearby. He's considering going for it, but Stoikov will be able to spot him out, gets the signs in on towards the Mars. And the Mars is going to walk it off, but again, Nightfall dead. That's a 9-second BKB use on the Sven. Shad wasn't even anywhere close to that fight. He's just farming top.
Yes. And like maybe if the Roche was the intention here for OG, they should have Shed like close to them. But I mean, it's nighttime, so the Roche is going top. And now Aurora comes with a smoke, trying to like, you know, looking for a vendetta here, looking for vengeance to claim the kill that they just got on Nightfall. So, but apparently, like, they're not gonna find anyone. They're just gonna be there roaming around. And OG is pretty much prepared for this next team fight if it erupts right here. So yeah, and Roche is being actually the target for OG.
Yeah, they're in the pit. Obviously, it's a bit scary now that Toronto Tokyo has a Blink Dagger if they want to go for that fight, but yeah, they're gonna have to let it go. So that's gonna be the first ages of the game going towards OG here, and keeping this game very close at the moment. Still feels like one bad team fight. One team fight that Aurora doesn't kind of like mess up, and it gets very problematic for them. Oh, Daze spots out Nightfall as he wanted to shotgun blast him. Had the vision from the Observer Ward where Nightfall was walking. But there's no backup behind it. Leathers has... Wait, actually, was he the one that got the shard?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That doesn't really matter, I think. I probably went to Daze because of his net worth at the moment. Or... I have no idea. I didn't see who got the shard from Tormentor. Regardless, both of them really good to have on the Radiant side, so both of them have it. Oh, going in for a catch. Mortimiscus is flying out. Mira did TP through, gets the bushwhack attempt, is not going to be able to get the connection. Sharpshooter will get sidestepped by Daze, and they get a kill. It was a Mortimiscus' usage, but they still managed to find a nice little disruptor pick.
Yeah, why not? Just keeping up the momentum here. Toronto Tokyo, we get to see the pipe available, dagger now, and also an agony shard coming up. The egg shard for Mars is naturally the spear that can pierce 2 enemies, so it's more control for their side, and they need that, considering that Sven is a very kiteable hero. And talking about Sven, Daze.
He is dropping low. Nightfall. He's dead again. Used the BKB in the last split second, so that's another second cooldown. Kiyotaka going for the TP out. Troll ulti does get the roots through the BKB, and the DK is dead. 2 huge kills, chasing in for more Dream Coil catch onto the Hoodwink. Stoikov is going to chase the little pesky chipmunk, as that is a killing spree for Stoikov right now, looking for the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, but it is very problematic how heavily Nightfall is getting targeted here.
Yeah, I mean, and also it comes to his farm routes as well. I mean, he's just being found by OG and not being able to scale his hero. It's going to be a problem. Just it was last game for Shed, you know. So we get to see the same effect going for Aurora Games, but now, I mean, they also got a pick-off onto Kiyotaka and also onto, like, Mira. So yeah, man, everything going in favor of OG.
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
Static Storm immediately used.
It's
He's trying to chase after Panto. That slow is nasty, but he won't be able to catch up to Panto. And now Stoikov is top net worth, Shad is second, Mix as 4th. So 9k net worth lead on the Radiant side. Even though the core net worths are very close to each other, it's the support net worth that's a struggle. Panto is going for the Ags. That could be a very big pickup once he manages to secure it. But on the other end, Daze is going for the Scythe of Ice on the Snapfire. Already has a pesky Ghost Scepter. It's such a good Ghost Scepter game as well for the Radiant side. You're up against only physical damage, really.
Yeah. Kiyotaka aiming for a Hurricane Pike here. Okay, a little bit more of repositioning for his hero.
Oh,
Above.
Arena catch. He does have the Aegis, so if he loses first life, he doesn't care too much. The second one is problematic, especially with the Disruptor here, as the Static Storm Kinetic Field is on the puck, and Stoikov is going to lose his life. Or is he? Dawn ulti comes in, is not going to be able to keep him alive. Mixa tries to go in for the fight. They can't get the Phoenix Egg off either. TP out from Mixa, 2 kills. Gem dropped. And that is just a lot of net worth going back to Aurora. Big fat mistake. There is no BKB on the puck, so there is no way to survive a Static Storm.
Yeah, I mean, the rubber band effect here on the economy, it's hard because like as the much more the time passes, the kills are going to be more valuable. So like you cannot really afford these type of deaths right now, especially because you are dominating the game. So it was just a huge pick off getting the gem, killing this puck as well, which was on a nice hot streak right there. So yeah, man, that's not a good scenario for OG. And they finally managed to do something. Like Aurora, they really needed that. So good job by them. Okay, so Hurricane Pike finished by Kiyotaka. Let's see what it's gonna be his next item. What does a DK need? He can go for the Bloodthorn, right? Maybe more attack speed, a little bit more of damage as well. I mean, that's a nice addition to this DK, probably.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's a little bit problematic, though, that after those 2 kills, the net worth advantage dropped from 9k to 3k. So a 6k swing off of 2 kills for the Dire side really shows how scary it is to just even lose one fight against this Aurora lineup.
It is. That's how the economy works in this game. I mean, as I mentioned, the more the time passes on, it's gonna be more valuable kills overall. So yeah, you need to watch out. And we get to see like also an AC being finished by the Dawnbreaker.
Mira.
Mira is dead probably.
Yeah, they're gonna try and chase him down. Dawn ulti even thrown out to secure him, but in the meantime, on the other side, Nightfall blows up Stoikov. And then you're thinking, why did I ulti to kill off a Hoodwink when I could try and keep my puck alive?
Yeah.
Ouch.
Maybe everything happened on the same time right there. I mean, yeah, Stoikov trying to go for his Lincoln Sphere as well, but the Ultimate Orb is such a custom item that he cannot afford to buy it right now. Otherwise, he would have lived this Nightfall engage there. So, yeah. I mean, that's unfortunate for OG, just having things shift at this point of the game. And they're gonna fight Daze as well. I mean, Daze is dead.
Yeah, they find once more a little lurking OG player, and now back on top is Nightfall in terms of net worth. He's got the Daedalus, he's going for the Satanic next. Kiyotaka has the full Bloodthorn finished up as well. So the mischance from the Whirling Axes on Troll is not problematic at all whatsoever. They are going to go for the Tormentor, which should go in Radiant's favor. It's either Dawn or Troll, it seems, who will be able to get a free shard. And Chad cleans it up neatly. So it is going to be a free shard for the Troll. It's a good shard with the Fervor procs, where you can just throw a random range attack on enemies.
Yes, I mean, it's a nice addition there for the Troll Warlord. Now Sven also finished the Satanic, but you know, Shed, the Troll Warlord, already has his Satanic up as well. Now Stoikov probably gonna have almost enough money to buy his Lincolns, still like 100 gold away from it. And yeah, I mean, the Lincoln's gonna protect the puck from the Nightfall initiation, maybe a glimpse. But overall, if you get a need like Static Storm, the puck should be dead.
Shad.
Especially Disruptor has Aghanim Scepter, man. Like,
Yeah, Shad's got to be careful. There's a Dream Coil catch onto the Disruptor. Can they kill him off? They need to quickly kill him off. Disruptor gets the Static Storm kinetic field off. Shad pops the ulti, tracing in after Nightfall. Nightfall has a BKB, has the Satanic as well. Shad, is he going to go for the ulti? Yes, he is going to fight up against Shad Nightfall, but Nightfall's dropping low. Nightfall can heal up. Yes, he does get the Satanic hit in, but still dies. 3 dead, chasing in after Toronto. Tokyo Gem is dropped. 4 kills. Roche is up in 5 seconds. And they get a huge team fight, plus the gem back in their hands. Yeah, that's very well done. Stoikov with the perfect catch. Catching out that Disruptor before he could get the Static Storm kinetic field cast off. Or get a good one on the troll was everything.
great execution by OG. Now Roche is up, but they don't need to focus Roche right now because they need to force out the buybacks. They know that the Mars Arena was used, the God Strength as well, so they're gonna force the Glyph out and try to find these buybacks, as I mentioned. But yeah, I mean, what can Aurora Gaming do after a play like this? They're going in.
Yeah, they take quite a lot of damage. Roche is still available, but there is no Sven, there is no Mars for a possible fight here. Static Storm is up in 5 seconds. Dream Coil catch from Stoikov on the backline, going for the supports. They break it on Panther. Dawn ulti comes in on top. The supports are dead once more. Jason after Kiyotaka still has the BKB and Hurricane Pike. And they're gonna go for the racks instead. OG are feeling it right now. This is their chance to take this to a game number 3. And Mars TP's in as he blinks immediately to the farm some creep camps in the jungle. With the Shrine of Wisdom, level 20 gained. I guess the extra spears of Mars stun is gonna be pretty big, but that is 2 sets of racks. Stoikov is going to try and finish it off quickly. Yeah, the melee racks still want to get that one in the bag as they will fade away. Still tier 2 tower top, so they have megas still secured.
Yeah, I mean, just a huge momentum for OJ. They can go for Roche right now. So much money coming in after getting those kills. We saw a little bit of a deja vu situation right there, like the puck getting the coil onto the 2 supports. And I feel like, I mean, we didn't get to see Disruptor's Aghanim Scepter usage right here. I mean, they had the chance to do it on the high ground, trying to chase up the Troll Warlord, but the team fight was just too like disjointed. And now, I mean, Aurora Gaming going for the Hail Mary, I guess, with the smoke. They need to find something through, man.
They're looking to get a good catch here. Daze gets glimpsed back. He does have himself a Ghost Scepter trying to stay alive, has a Yule Scepter as well. Dodges the snipe. Force Staff, God Strength is going to get used. Dream Coil used on the back line, but Stoikov walks out. Dawn ulti flies in, and Dawn actually is in a little bit of a pickle. Can't get the BKB popped. He's going to get blown up in 3 hits. And Shad, they gotta be careful now because Shad is in a tough spot. No Dawn ulti for the remainder of this fight. Shad is gonna get Jump Troll ulti onto Nightfall. Can he get the root in? Sunray as well, the burn, the nasty burn. Nightfall's trying to heal up with the Satanic heal. Is it gonna be enough to keep him alive? It is doing quite a good amount of work here. Nightfall is taking a heap of damage, but they take down Stoikov. That's the big one. He almost cleaves them all down on the back line. But Shad now on the run, speared to the side. No Troll ulti, no BKB. And the glimpse back, Lelis on that Phoenix. That is 3, that is 4, that is probably 5 in favor of Aurora, and you should never count them out.
What just happened, man? I don't get it. What's happening in this game? I mean, the Troll Warlord against Sven, both at 200 kilometers per hour. Who's gonna be the best one? And apparently it was Sven. I mean, barely getting out alive of that situation. And we get to see here the replay. A nice haste usage by the puck. He actually got caught by the Static Storm, but he managed to like run out the kinetic field. But yeah, man, still everything that seemed to be going in favor of OG, it simply did not work out. Maybe because the Solar Guardian was used so early on the team fight and they actually didn't connect enough damage to kill anyone. But now, yeah, super creeps being achieved here in the top lane. And yeah, they can also go for Roche area if the skills are out of CD. So yeah, being super creeps being made on the middle lane as well, if possible. The troll is gonna respawn in 25 seconds. So this is definitely like our game's advantage right now. The table just turned.
So they kind of have to be a little bit careful here on the Aurora side of things, but they should be able to get into the Roche pit and get that banner plus Aegis for free. Yeah, that, you know, we talked about it, right? The Dawn, if he pops his ulti, Static Storm, Kinetic Field, he's dead. That just happened. Static Storm, Kinetic Field, he died. He really needs to pop BKB before he uses his ulti, because he's in the, like, it's a 1.5 second use of the BKB, unfortunately. But it does mean that you do not immediately get destroyed by that Disruptor's Aghanim Scepter. And also, the Dawn ulti didn't do much, because they already got the puck was out of the Static Storm. They whiffed it complete. They whiffed the arena, they whiffed the Static Storm Kinetic Field, but Mixa, I mean, he decided I'm gonna take them for a spin and drop right in.
Yeah, you're completely correct about this. I mean, having to pop BKB before the OT is, it's hard to do it, but he has to do it. And now spokes from both sides, they are trying to contest this Roche. The game is pretty much even regarding net worth, also on the macro objectives. I mean, at least Aurora Gaming's try to secure one super creep side. So regarding that possibility, OG is a little bit better because they got 2 sets of hexes. But yeah, the creep wave is very pushed on the bottom lane, so OG probably knows that Aurora is very like outside the base trying to find someone. So they need to be careful. Both teams here, it could be game for both ways if, I don't know, if they lose the team fights here.
Yeah, Dire base is being pushed in. They know they're next to the Roche pit, trying to find an opening. Smoke breaks. Mars gets spotted, going up the high ground. Stoikov is going to quickly disengage from that area. Are they going to just God Strength into the pit? Because their tier 4s are being taken down in the meantime. Dive forward to get vision. Lelis, got to be careful. Toronto Tokyo is nearby, has that blink dagger. Lelis missed. Spear, that felt like it went right through him. And one of the tier 4s is dead on the Dire side in a second, because there's a catapult there as well. Yeah, that's the one down. Toronto Tokyo jumping in. And this popped on Lelis, is going to get Spear stunned, silenced up as well. Lelis is fallen. And, I mean, Shad is next. He has a Lincoln Sphere, so Glimpse is not too problematic at the moment, but they're throwing out the kisses in the meantime. Dreamcola on the back line trying to go for Nightfall, and for Mira, Hoodwink dropping low is dead. DK jump onto Daze. Daze is gonna try and extend it for as much as possible. Shad's going for the man fight up against the Mars, but the Mars can just bulwark the front damage. Nightfall's chasing in after Mixa. He's trying to get the hits in. Mixa's dropping low. Mixa is dead, as they will buy back on that Phoenix. Shad is dropping very low, gets the ulti off, is going in for the man fight, but again, Toronto Tokyo hasn't fallen just yet. Nightfall with the catch. They lose Shad, no buyback. They lose Daze, has a buyback, but what a completely spread out fight that really did not favor OG.
Yeah, we get to see here more net worth swing going towards Aurora Gaming, 3.5k plus. A lot of XP as well. This is going to be very hurtful against OG team. Now we also see Nightfall finishing that Swift Dagger as well. Going to bring up more attack speed for him and maybe more chance to like walk up and kill heroes. But yeah, I mean, disjointed fights at this point of the game, it's not ideal at all, man. Like, you cannot afford to lose fights like this. I mean, Shad was completely alone here on the bottom side of the map. So yeah, they just get the chance to like cleanly kill him. And now they go for the Roche, and that's it. Like this third Aegis refresher charge could go for who? Maybe Mars? Who's carrying the refresher?
I mean, during that entire fight, he was hitting Toronto Tokyo for like a solid minute, and Toronto took no damage.
Wait, just the first stages, right? Still. they didn't go for Roche, so it's the first stage. I thought
Second
it was
Aegis.
the second or maybe
It's the
third
second.
one. The second one? Okay, I'm a little bit confused here, but it's fine.
The banner is still in the Roche bit, that's why.
Oh, they didn't get it. Yeah, but I still like miscounted the Roches on this game. But yeah, it's fine, I guess. They're gonna fetch it right now, probably. I don't know. Maybe not. Just a freebie.
Maybe they
Whoever
realized
gets it.
they killed Roche before in this game. Whoops. In the meantime, Disruptor also has that Aeon-Disc at the ready in case he gets jumped by the puck once more. And yeah, 8k net worth lead for Aurora, but it feels like a lot more than just that. The fight from Shad, he is struggling to get right through that. Sven, the Satanic Heal is a bit much. He might, like, he's got the Blink Dagger to get the backline jump, possibly, but they need healing reduction and maybe a fat Sunray on top of it, because Lelis was the first one dead in that fight, and they need the Phoenix there for the Sunray heal and Sunray damage. Oh, they spot out Nightfall, I think. Did they? Well, they're not going to go for Nightfall. He has the Aegis for another 3 minutes, so that's a little bit suicidal.
Yeah, it would be suicidal indeed. Nightfall working for a refresher, so he can get like 2 BKB usages, maybe 2 God Strengths, Satanic as well. This Van is gonna hurt a lot if he finds anyone. Lelis has Aeon-Disc to protect himself. I don't know, man. This game, I wouldn't say it's open for both sides, but considering it's a late game scenario, whoever's like misses the most here, it's gonna lose the game. It's still open in sort of ways.
Yeah, they can definitely make this fight happen. Mixa is going for the refresher. That's going to be a big item for him. On the other hand, Toronto not building it just yet. Anyone on the die even building a refresher? No, they are not. Phoenix is closing in on towards his Ags so that he can have that dive. Phoenix Egg safe for anyone that gets caught inside the arena. Static Storm Wamukamo, bottom lane. They spot out Toronto Tokyo, trying to kill him off. He doesn't actually have a BKB on Toronto Tokyo, so is very viable to getting taken down, but it takes so long to kill off the Mars that the rotations are there, and Dawn is dead. Snapfire is next. We'll get the blink away and the TP to safety, but he doesn't have a BKB, and they just can't kill him. Bulwark is nasty. He's got 40-something armor, 73% physical damage reduction on the Mars. Yeah, that's not ideal.
Not ideal indeed. He also just used a bunch of Lotuses right there, so he's basically full right now. And okay, there's no arena, but I mean, they can still try to find a place here, especially because Panto has this Aghanim Scepter on this Disruptor. So yeah, I mean, very hard to kill Toronto Tokyo at this point. And now he's level 25 as well, which guarantees him nice HP regen on the arena when he casts it. So, I mean, the game is getting hard for OG. Very hard.
Oh, Panto, Disruptor gets a catch onto the puck. Is there anyone to back up the damage onto puck? Panto is just going to try and run away, and he will be able... Oh, Nightfall jumps in. God Strength is still on cooldown. But he just was looking if he could get a free kill onto Stoikov there. No buyback force out onto Mixa. That is 1+ for the OG side of things, but this game, I mean, it's one mistake on either side and it's over. It's a bit harder for the Radiant side because you really are missing like damage on Shad, as we've seen a couple of times in those fights.
Yeah, I mean, the problem, like, extended team fights against Aurora Gaming at this point of the game feels like Troll won't be able to deliver like enough damage. That's the thing. So you might need the damage out from Puck at this point of the game. He actually has the Aghanim Scepter at least. Maybe he needs to buy like more DPS for this Puck, and he's actually aiming for a Mioni. So I think that's the correct idea here. He really needs to build up damage for his team, Stoikov.
I think the Phoenix Sunray, especially once he has his level 20 talent, should be more than enough damage. It's just he hasn't been able to get the cast off anytime soon. Shad jumps in, pops his ulti immediately. Dawn ulti comes through as well. They're going to go for Toronto Tokyo. They're looking for Nightfall. They're looking for everyone, but Shad, he's got nothing. Dawn ulti number 2 comes through. Mixa's trying to get anything done, but this was an absolutely horrible fight. This was a... Okay, Sunray, heal comes in. They try to harass them. There is no more Mixa because he did use Refresh. Stoikov gets caught on the back end as well. Puck has a buyback. That one I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what's happening here because the game is on a very tense moment. It should probably be the last team fights available. And also mega creeps for Aurora if they get these ranged hexes, which they should get, right? Buck has no coil, so she cannot really play aggressively. And mega creeps now in favor of Aurora Gaming, and I feel like Troll Warlord, he overestimated his damage. So yeah, Truman, this might be game here. What damage you say?
Yeah.
There was no damage. Yeah, I agree with you, man, but what can you do?
Jump in on Chad. Static Storm, he's going to get caught, and there's no response.
Damn.
He gets saved for a second with the Cyclone. Can he get out of the pit? No, he cannot, and he is dead. Stoikov in the tree is going to get spotted as well. The Phoenix, he was so close to the Agnum Scepter on the Phoenix the entire time, but no one gave him any farm either for any save potential, and that is GG. Thrown out. OG get eliminated by Aurora, and it was a... I mean, this game was in their hands completely.
It was. I agree with you. A little bit of like disjointed plays, and that top team fight that just happened with Dawnbreaker OT getting caught on the Static Storm was definitely the turning point there for Aurora Gaming. So, I mean, they persevered, they went in, and good job by them, because that last smoke there, if they lost that fight, it would probably be GG for OG. So yeah, a clean 2-0, I would say. Very nicely executed by Aurora Gaming.
I wouldn't say clean 2-0 because they did have a really poor mid game there on the side of Aurora, but they did get the 2-0, and that is all that matters. Nonetheless, that does conclude the first series of the day. We still have 3 more left for today as well, as Aurora Gaming will go on towards the lower bracket semifinals. Currently, we will be going towards a short little break. Alcalmi Chata versus Runa team is going to be the next game on the menu, and then it's Navi versus Yellow Submarine, the upper bracket finals. Of course, 2 teams of the RES Unchained qualifier will be going towards the Blast tournament. Upper bracket gets 1, and the lower bracket gets 1 as well. So there are still 2 more chances to work with for a lot of these teams. Nonetheless, that was it for us for now. We'll be right back after the break for the second series of the day.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting ourselves ready for the second series of the day on RES Unchained. My name is DK Truman, joined by the wonderful Arjarath. Looking forward towards another series here. Of course, we had just the previous one that we witnessed that was great. It did end in a 2-0 fashion. I was expecting a 2-1 or 1-2, however you want to see it, or at least a 3-map series, but it did not give us that, unfortunately. However, we do have another great matchup coming your way. Call Me Chata versus Runa team. Two teams that have been facing up against each other a couple of times in the past. Recently, it was Runa taking a 2-0 against Call Me Chata. But Call Me Chata has some very, we saw them yesterday, has some very solid players as well. Woe does play weird heroes. Ethereal's looking very good. At least yesterday it looked really good. And looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table. Anku, we saw him on the Sand King yesterday as well. Remarkable performance coming out of him. But the big name that I keep my eyes on is how is Woe going to play? Because dude plays the wildest heroes with like the Void Spirit safe lane. But has quite a lot of win rate on it as well.
Yeah, you mentioned this yesterday. I've yet to see the Wolves Void Spirit. But yeah, I want to see Call Me Chata Bounty Hunter too, because they used it yesterday against OG. And it was like one of the games that they won actually by like a comeback. It was the Medusa's game, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I'm eager to see here Call Me Chata's performance for today. But regarding the other team, like Runa team, I honestly don't know much about them. So I'm also eager to see their performance. And if you can maybe like tell me something about them. So
I can tell you plenty about them. Obviously, Nesphere has been in the scene for a very long time. Super good safe laner for that team. Plays more hard carry kind of heroes instead of like more active ones. But Nicky Cool is a really... So his signature hero, I would say, is the Coddle mid, which almost no one plays at the moment anymore. And he has a really high win rate on the Coddle mid as well. So something to keep your eyes open for if they manage to secure it. Very scary on it. His Timbersaw mid is also phenomenal to witness. And Alberca is more of a stable offlaner. Mars... the Mars Axe, Beastmaster, those kind of heroes are more in his ballpark. But yeah, Runa team is a very solid team. They have had some pretty decent wins. They in their last 9 games, a series they played, they lost only one series, and that was against Aurora in the Blast Slam close qualifier. That was yesterday. So 9 series played, 1 loss, and that was that one.
Okay, interesting to hear, especially the Keeper of the Light mid. I mean, as you mentioned, it's not very meta-oriented, this choice here. But, I mean, if they get to actually bring this hero, I would love to see it. And, yeah, I mean, I feel like Keeper, when it's, like, very well executed in the middle lane, you disrupt the game so much. This hero is so annoying to play against. So, yeah. I really want to see Runa team's performance, so I get to know them better.
Yeah, they're a scary team, but you know, that's one of the beauties the Eastern European scene has. So many great tier 2 teams to watch, and of course to enjoy their drafts. I've always been a fan of Nicky Cool. He kind of had a similar Like he also played Wyvern mid back when that was a thing, which not every mid laner goes for. Plays Timber. Also had a little bit of like he was a mix in terms of his hero pool between Maureen, because he loved the Pangolier and the Timbersaw, and Primal Beast as well, and the Nine. So yeah, the Wyvern and the Coddle mid. Still has the Coddle mid, where very rarely or almost no one plays it anymore. He still is rocking it with like a 68% win rate or something. Speaking of, by the way, that bounty hunter that you were talking about gets banned out because I just looked up the statistics. They played it 15 times with a 89% win rate. So then you ban bounty.
It's a good hero to give out information. It's not really, again, a hero that's meta-oriented, but a well-played bounty hunter is also very annoying. So that's like a respect ban there from Runa team. Yesterday we saw like Avalus. I think it Avalus. No, wait. Just checking the schedule here. It was... Who was... Yeah, Yellow Submarine, sorry. Yellow Submarine, they also respected the Bounty Hunter as well. So yeah, I feel like it's a decent ban here. And they also banned out the Chen, the Naga, and Earthshaker, and Keeper of the Light was respected, as you already mentioned about this pick, against like Runa team. And yeah, we also see like Lycan and Gyro being banned. So yeah, I mean, Jakiro is the first choice for Kalmichata, while Runa team, they get the Beastmaster.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Runa does manage to secure the Beastmaster here. Did mention Alberca, it's one of the heroes he plays. Nicky Cool also plays it mid, so does have that flex. I don't think Nesfear would play it in the safe lane, but on the other side, Jakiro, good against Beastmaster, because you just Ice Bath, Macropire, catch all the creeps, and him, obviously, and then try and turn it in your favor. Plus the burn in the laning stage, very nasty AoE, attack speed slow, and that is a good way to keep yourself alive, or your safe laner, whoever it is going to be. And Runa team ban out the Void Spirit, so you're not going to get to see the WoW safe lane Void.
Yeah, at least not on this game, maybe on the next one. I don't know if like a Void Spirit's good against Beastmaster in the lane. I mean, with Jakiro, you can actually bring out a good setup, not stun, but other remnant possibilities, considering that Jakiro can bring an Ice Path or just a slow from the dual breath as well. So yeah, I feel like this is possibly a nice like aggressive lane that they can build with Jakiro. But like one thing about Void Spirit that kinds of bugs me when we talk about like a Void Spirit playing like a lane, like a side lane, is the fact that Void Spirit, to scale his damage, he needs so much levels, right? So I mean, yeah, I'm eager to see this possibility of playing like a core Void Spirit and whatnot. And now Runa team, they just like rule out the downbreak. They don't want to see this pick on this game here on the game one. And yeah, now not Runa team. I mean, Kalmichata has one ban available as well. But yeah, I mean, let's see how the pick goes here. Also, the Timber that you mentioned from Nicky Cool also kind of respected, and they go for a tiny Truman.
Oh yeah, obviously get rid of the signature picks for Nicky Cool. Again, as said, Beastmaster can easily go mid or off lane on the Runa team lineup. They add in the Tiny. I'm interested in the fact that Disruptor is still not even touched on either side, while Kalmichata very likely have their support duo already locked in. Runa team still has plenty of opportunities, and it's, yeah, there we go, Disruptor. It is a really good pick to try and save. Snapfire, anyone that gets Avad, you just throw the cookie at them, try to keep them alive that way. Disruptor Glimpse, Static Storm into Snapfire, Mortimer's Kisses is great. Beastmaster Aurora into Kisses is great. Like, Runa has already really good combinations with their lineup.
Yes.
And we saw it last game as well, like Disruptor, Aghanim Scepter, first item. It works. You get the catch on an enemy and they're just dead.
Yeah. We get to see more of Snapfires. Presence on this qualifier. I feel like this pick is being like something that I don't know. I don't usually see that much of snaps, but it's very common here in this qualifier. And now they go for Slardar and Shadowfiend for Kalmichata. And I mean, I have to guess this is a Slardar offlane and Tiny support 4. I would say, unless they want to go for a Tiny HC. So they get like maybe a last pick support 4. I mean, Shadowfiend could go hard carry as well in this game. But yeah, and as a response, Runa team, they go for Terrorblade, which I feel like should be a nice option here. The reflection to be used here on Shadowfiend faces could be a problem. I don't know, the Sunder as well could be clutch for this TB. So it's a decent pick, man. It's like a very regular pick to also combo the TB with Beastmaster, I'd say.
Yeah, it's a solid one. Obviously, Terrorblade is good in lane against Slardar because Slardar has good armor reduction at one point, but you don't really care. As Terrorblade, you have so much armor that you can survive against the Slardar Shadowfiend, because Shadowfiend also has armor reduction on the Kalmichata side. The only thing that is a bit worrisome, of course, is the magic damage output from Requiem of Souls, so you're going to need to have Runa team play their A game. But even at any point in the game, like Shadowfiend wants to go blink a Requiem play, if this is a mid Shadowfiend, which I'm assuming it is for Ethereal, then you have the Beastmaster Aurora to counter it. So they have that tool to make sure that the Requiem doesn't get cast, but does mean that Olberka needs to be on point and very likely also is going to need to get a Blink Dagger to start making plays this game, because it does... Like, you could go for the full Aura build game, but they have a Slardar, they have a Tiny, and a Shadowfiend. They're going to have 3 Blink Daggers on Kalmichata, and you don't want to be in a situation where you can't make a single play on your team.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be on that spot for sure. And Medusa banned by Runa team. Kalmichata, they have like 2 more bans available. Medusa is another hard carry that's being respected all across the board in this qualifier, also on the last TI, we could say. So, yeah, I mean, since they revealed their HC, I mean, since they revealed the TB, you naturally want to ban out the Medusa, because Medusa can also kind of like outreach TB's right clicks and whatnot. And they now ban the Queen of Pain for Runa team. Yeah, they are lacking a mid lane unless they go for the Beastmaster mid. So, yeah, let's see how that goes. 10 seconds remaining here.
5 seconds.
Well, they, yeah, Dusa is obviously obnoxious to kill at any stage of the game. Terrorblade is okay against the Dusa, but Stonegaze kind of circumvents that wholeheartedly. Primal Beast getting removed, okay, that makes sense, because they could technically they have last pick on Kalmichata, so they could technically also like put Primal mid on the side of Runa team, but you also have to be careful because the Slardar could swap lanes. It isn't unheard of to put Slardar in the mid lane, Shadowfiend safe lane, possibly. In case they feel that that's a better pick and they go for an offlaner that would destroy the Terrorblade. So they have a decent flex on Kalmichata. Runa team has no flex. That is guaranteed. The Storm Spirit mid lane, Beastmaster off lane. So they're Snapfire 4, Disruptor 5. That should all be all knocked down. Pretty okay Storm Spirit game. They have... Oh, they don't have the greatest lockdown. They have Avatos. They have the Slardar, but the Jakiro Ice Path is also not like the easiest to hit. For instance, Shadowfiend doesn't have any good control spells unless you count his Requiem, which most of the time you'll miss on the Storm Spirit. So it does feel like a pretty decent Storm game.
It feels like, aside maybe a little bit from the laning phase, if he faces a Shadowfiend mid, it could be like some sort of like matchup disadvantage for Storm. Because, I mean, if you get hazed a bunch of times, you can die. So he just needs to watch that out. But, like, regarding his movement over when he gets level 6, I think you're right about it. It's not so easy to catch that Storm Spirit. So, yeah, let's see the Kalmichata response here. We can also remember that this could be SFHC, but no, they go for the Sven. So now we have some sort of extra control for the Storm Spirit. We have the enough burst damage to deal against TB probably. I mean, Sven is the sort of hero that can definitely try to rule out this TB and dominate him over his attack damage and whatnot. You have the stacks of armor reduction as well that gonna help the Sven to build up that momentum that we need to see. So yeah, I mean, both drafts very balanced. Nice last picks from both teams. You have any preferences here, Truman? I have to ask you.
Yeah, I like Runa team's draft more. I think their team fight's great. Their supports are very strong in getting early catches with the Storm Spirit, because they have that heavy dive now with the Storm Spirit, and the lockdown from Call Me Chata isn't fantastic, especially once he gets BKB. You can send the Beastmaster in to just go for full auras, and then the damage output, like if he gets a pipe, Crimson Guard, the whole shebang, drums thrown in the mix there, the damage output from Call Me Chata is going to fall off a cliff because Slardo doesn't build it. You're probably even going to have a mech on the Snapfire during this game, so they're going to have auras to defend themselves on Runa. Call Me Chata won't. They're just going to be reliant on that quick burst damage to kill someone, but if you don't, then the fight is really rough against this Runa team.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, I guess. I mean, Runa team, they might have a little bit of draft advantage on this game. I really love the synergy between TB and Beastmaster. And we've seen like a lot of disruptors being successful on the past few games that we've seen this hero. So yeah, I'd give a little bit of the advantage to Runa team, but it all comes to execution, right? We need to see the teams playing to actually, see who's gonna win.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes here and there will be very deadly. Of course, the odds over at 1xBet do show that Runa team is the more favored team. Unsurprisingly, they did just recently beat Call Me Chata 2-0. And they, as I mentioned previously, in the last 9 matches they played, they've only lost 1, and that was against Team Aurora, a TI attending team that just took down OG 2-0 as well.
Yeah, I mean, late smokes being popped, that's the new meta for the captain's mode. Teams are gonna gather that information with the smoke here, and apparently they are gonna avoid each other completely unless Runa team goes towards the top side of the map, but we can perceive that Sven is completely on the opposite direction here, and Storm needs to watch out because he's going high ground right now, so he can get caught.
Smoke breaks, and he has the Observer Ward, so he knows that they're where they are all at. Spots out Shadow Fiend and the Slardar. Observer Ward placed by the Jakiro, but he's not under ward vision, so the Dire doesn't actually know that there's a ward placed by the Radiant. That's kind of interesting to see, but it should be a 2-for-2 bounty to trade. No kills coming in just yet, and everyone walks to lane safely.
Yeah, I mean, how do you pronounce the Jakiro's nickname? Can you like? I think it's Russian, right? I don't really know.
It is Rainy,
but yeah.
Like
anyway,
that's the player that they have marked on the schedule. He just has a weird nickname, okay. But Rainy, I wouldn't.
Rainy.
It looks like it says Meta, so Meta, but that's because I don't read the Russian alphabet, so I have no idea what it says.
I understand it just a little bit. I was trying to study Russian, but it's somewhat hard, and like trying to be very familiar with the alphabet takes quite some time. But yeah, I don't know why he placed that deep ward right there in top lane. Do we get to see a first damage? I don't think so. It's not gonna work out.
And they do have quite a lot of control with those two heroes.
That deep ward that Jakiro placed there, I mean, I feel like it was more oriented for a first blood situation because we don't even get the couriers passing through that ops that he placed on the beginning of the match.
It is at one point, the Storm Spirit, when he hits about level 5, before he hits level 6, Storm Spirits always go to those same camps to farm. And then they get hit by creeps, so they get lower in HP, and you can go for a gank play then.
Yeah, it's gonna be up for 5 minutes. I mean, I think the
It'll
ward's
be 6
gonna...
by then.
That's true. Yeah, when Storm wants to do that type of like farm rotation. Oh, top lane, Rare Gods.
And the glimpse back. There's the Metamorphosis. Rare Gods is first blooded. And the power of TB in the early game is strong. Nicky Cool in mid also doing a good job so far. 14-4 compared to the 9 for Ethereal. And I mean, all 3 lanes in general are going well for Runa so far.
Yeah, nice first blood. We already see some of the hardships of this lane here against Shadow Fiend. I mean, Storm, he cannot really tank up so much like Hazes, otherwise he's just dead. And now, I mean, he took up the long and medium range Hazes, so probably Ethereal won't be able to fetch the kill. So yeah, just Nicky Cool handling the matchup properly. We see Alberca here farming decently with his Beastmaster. And it's the same, it's going the same towards the Zlarda as well, same count of less hits and denies mostly. Just a balanced game along the board here.
And on the timings, I'm actually kind of curious on what the timings are for both these teams. So do you think one of these 2 teams is looking for more of an early game or a late game?
I feel like Runa team, they can establish like team aggressions towards the early mid game, because you just need to stack up some heroes to take up some towers, like maybe 4 heroes, or even like the TB joining as well could be a nice addition with Metamorphosis. But yeah, I feel like Runa team, they have this possibility of getting some aggressions and towers on the mid game, while Kalmichata maybe aiming for a late game scenario. I don't know. I feel like Kamichata, they need more items to do things, you know? Regarding Runa team, they don't need that much. That's my guess. What about you?
Yeah, Shadow Fiend does need quite a lot of items. Needs the Kaya Yasha, needs the Blink Dagger, probably even the VKB at that point. So it is not easy for the SF. And yeah, the Storm Spirit, normally just Kaya is enough to already start making plays.
Yeah, Kaya and Soul Ring and maybe a Threads and you're good to go. They also have the benefit of Glimpse, which we should see here in the top lane.
Attempting to kill off Anku, but he's very fast with that Guardian Sprint. And Tiny, with very little armor, will take a heap of damage as well. But that is Metamorphosis number 2 now on cooldown for Nesphere, as he'll immediately turn his attention towards some jungle creeps to make sure he gets his value out of it. Yeah, Nicky Cool is already farming, was close to that Observer Ward, as they will see him very low in HP and mana. And this is the reason why he placed that Observer Ward, knowing what the plan is for the Storm Spirit. Though there is no rotation really possible to go for the kill, especially because he has an Observer Ward of his own.
Yeah.
Oh, new Observer Ward placed. That might have actually been spotted, though.
Which one?
There's a new Observer placed by the Storm, while in the meantime Jakiro does get taken down in the bottom lane by Queasy, who is now trying to suicide by the neutral creeps, but fails at that attempt.
Yeah, it was a decent attempt, considering that the camp there was stacked, so it's like huge damage if he gets the aggro properly. So that's the obs you're saying? I don't know. You just saw it there?
Yeah, he just replaced the new Observer Ward.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay.
Jungle.
Or
There's a regen rune guarded by Tiny, and Nicky Cool can't reach it, but it does get denied in the meantime from behind, so Ethereal won't be able to get the bottle refill. And they're looking to fight here. Nicky Cool's level 6 now on the Storm. TP's coming in with the Snapfire joining as well. There is a glimpse for the Disruptor if he wants to, but he needs to be careful because Rare Gods is on his heels. And Tiny, can he reach? Obviously, Glimpse is going to be used the moment he tries to throw out the Avalanche, and yeah, no, he's just going to be able to walk it off while Ethereal farms some jungle camps of his own.
Yeah, just Nice studied play here by both sides, I guess. Trying to play on the limit there, essentially. And we get to see Woe right now farming. He has like 2 points in Stormhammer, 2 points in his like cleave skill ability as well. And he's aiming for that Mask of Madness that certainly can help the Sven to farm. And I feel like there's also that gimmick thingy where you dismount or dismantle the Mask of Madness to actually go for the Echo Saber as well
Big
on the
fight
top side.
Anku gets caught by a glimpse into kinetic field and another meta used.
Yeah. Do you know the gimmick? Like you dismantle Mask of Madness and then you have Echo Saber and you go like using the broadsword between those two items.
Yes.
Yeah, it's so like I don't know. I don't agree with that. I feel like it should be somewhat nerfed.
I mean, the same with
though, like-
Echo Saber, they break it open every single time to get the BKB faster with Ogre Axe. Jump in, coming in on towards Ethereal, gets glimpse in the process, stun is there. Ice Path thrown out, they do manage to kill off Ethereal, didn't get it cast off. Nicky Cole with the zip to the Haste Rune. And we'll be able to get the haste going, heal up, go back in on towards the Jakiro. That's the plan of attack here as Jakiro is dead so. And a double kill coming up for the Storm Spirit, Nicky Cool in mid.
Great execution by Nicky Cool. We can see how he dominates this hero quite a lot. And the fact that the supports just participated on like a double kill, it's gonna make them closer to level 6, which is not a reality for Call Me Chata supports right now. Both of them are level 4, if I'm not mistaken. But the thing is, like, you're gonna get an early Static Storm. We already see it available for Disruptor. And like the Snaps ulti as well, it applies a lot of damage. So you can like easily set up some kills with Beastmaster right now. Yeah, and now like Queasy just fetching the XP middle lane as well, due to the fact that Storm went to the jungle. I mean, it's just everything working around for Runa team.
Yeah, they are 3k ahead at the 9-minute mark, which is pretty decent. Anku on the Slardar is struggling a little bit of farm. Slardar isn't a fast farming hero compared to Alberca, who actually, interestingly enough, is not going for the Helm of the Dominator or the Helm of the Overlord. It is an Aghanim Scepter offlane Beastmaster, which you don't see too often. But he does have some stacks to clear up, and it will be a decent timing by the looks of it. And if he goes for a Blink Dagger fast, drums fast, then he usually goes for a Blink Dagger fast, and then you're going to look to constantly keep aggressing over the map. As there's a zip in topside onto the Slardar. Anku is going to get killed off again. This time underneath the tier 1 tower, and the tier 1 tower gets taken as an extra here for Runa.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Exactly, one more clean pick-off, and they are trying to go for Beastmaster.
He's on the run. Mortimuscus has come in. It's a 5-man rotation, and they find Alberca to delay that item coming through. Nasfir takes a lot of damage from the Shadow Rays, but he still had the meta going, so he wants to take a fight, and he has a point to spend into the Sunder. If he can find a target, whoa, gets the stun in, on towards him. Can he get the Sunder cast? Rare Gods, he gets the Sunder, he gets a double kill. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, as they say. Ankuno trying to run away, but the kinetic field holds him in place, and that is going to be 5 dead. Nicky Cool with a double, Terrorblade with a double. Easy money for Runa, and that is so disastrous of a fight. That's horrible.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, they just punished the Beastmaster and everyone died for it. We can see the replay here. The nice, neat play by Snapfire on giving like vision on the high ground. Terrorblade just withstanding the aggression here of the Avalanche plus Stormhammer and the right picks from Sven. DD for Nicky Cool. I mean, everything going in favor for Runa team right now. And that build-up of net worth is just too much to handle. I mean, 6k by 11 minutes, it's too much, Truman. I don't know. I mean, especially because we mentioned that Call Me Chata, they need that build up for kind of a mid-late game scenario, especially because Shadowfiend needs items. And I mean, we talked a bit about this, and it's not good, man. It's definitely not good.
Yeah, it's not looking too shiny here for the side of Kalmichata as Runa is on a tear. Nesphere top net with Nicky Cool second and Alberca third. He is 1,000 gold away from the Agnum Scepter done on the Beastmaster, even after being ganked there. Whereas Anku on that Slardar is, yeah, he's miles off the mark. Even the two support Disruptor is decently farmed at this stage comparative to the Radiant supports. Double the net worth of the Jakiro on the Disruptor is very scary considering Disruptor has a horrible farming kit.
I agree with you, especially because he depends on the facet you choose. The facet that Disruptor is using right now at least gives him some possibility to farm up a little bit better. Because like we've seen the past like few Disruptors picking the third facet, but this one actually picked the first one, which actually enhances his possibility of getting farm. But it's not the best like toolkit to farm. I completely agree with you. So yeah, man, let's see how that scale goals for Disruptor in this game. And Nesphere, he's just gonna, get casually the tier 1 tower here in the middle lane, while Kalmichata feels shy to do anything after the last play.
Another catch coming in bottom lane onto Rare Gods. More Merskisses in combination with anyone that holds some person in place is going to be a kill. And Alberca's Ags is very close to being done. Look at how aggressively they're running Glimpse back onto the Jakiro. And with the Metamorphosis TB, there is no running out of there.
So outside, Ethereal, they're just everywhere. They're getting pickups everywhere, simply.
Ethereal gets caught by Nicky Cool, had that Arcane Rune as well. And it is, 8k net worth lead in 13 minutes. They're gonna grab probably the Experience Shrine as well, steal that one away. The Radiant supports, they do have level 6 on Jakiro at least, but yeah, they're gonna fall further and further behind in every aspect.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Most likely, yes. Fetching XP as well. I mean, everything going in favor again for Runa team. And that's a little pause here by Uncle. Yeah. He's going for his dagger. He maybe should have went for Dominator this game. Like, past Dominator meta, we usually saw Slardar going for dagger and then Midas, which could also be the case for this game if he wants to overextend the match. And if he feels like the high ground is a possibility for his team, he can build a dagger and then go Midas. But, this feels like it's not the best scenario nowadays. The game just, I don't know, it's kind of doesn't work like this anymore.
I would definitely not go Hannah Midas if you're the Radiant side, because, yeah, Dire can push high ground very early this game. They have a TB, they have a Beastmaster. It's going to take a long time before Tiny has his blink, and that's the only thing that really would keep you off pushing high ground.
Yeah, I mean, so that's the point, like how Slardar's gonna scale his hero. He's gonna be very dependent on getting a lot of kills, and considering that Runa team is 9k net worth ahead, it's probably not a possible reality for this Slardar. Oh, high ground.
In, but it gets baited out. There is a rotation for more, maybe? No, there's no Disruptor, so they can't get a glimpse catch back. But it is 15 minutes in, 9k net with lead. Nesphere is almost done with his Manta style after the Dragon Dance. Storm has that Kaya Sanj. Zips in onto the Slardar, drag back, Cookie stun as well. Nicky is out of mana though, does need to be a bit careful, but fairly tanky thanks to the Sanj. And with the kisses coming in, it is the Tiny. Finished off with a glob of death.
It feels like Kalmichata still wants to chase a little bit more, but I mean, if Runa team is playing accordingly, they will just go back and nobody will die here in this play. Yeah, I felt like on this last play here, Nicky Cool, he was out of mana because he already had used the Soul Ring to possibly fetch the Tiny when he was on the high ground, but then he kind of overextended a lot, and then the effect from Soul Ring just went off, so he kind of like was lacking mana there. But you know, everything went good still, and now he's gonna fetch the power rune here. It's an illusion here rune, can maybe dispel something on his head. For instance, the dual breath, maybe the mark from Slardar as well, the ultimate. So yeah. And they are seeing rare gods and also ethereal.
Oh, toss back. Ethereal not going to be able to get his ulti off, but a lot of damage still dealt regardless. Jakiro's going to get glimpse back. Control is there. Jakiro going for the TP, but there is no TP out from the Death Squad, as they will find the kill to clear it all up in their favor here. On the side of Runa, heading towards the Roche Pit, they have the drums of Slam. They have a TB. They have that Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, just playing by the book here, going for Roche, which will guarantee this extra life when they go to the Torment, or if Kalmichata tries to contest, they have an extra life. So why not, right? And giving the early Aegis for Storm Spirit is the best option out there, because like from the first Aegis, you usually don't get much objectives aside from maybe some tier 2 towers. Like you usually don't go high ground like T3 with the first Aegis. So it's the best addition to Storm. He can zip zap in and get some nice kills. So yeah, man, it's working flawlessly, the gameplay for Runa team. I really want to see what Kamchata is gonna do, like in what can they do, Truman. It feels so like constrained right now, the gameplay for their team.
Yeah, they're very much stuck in a tough spot. Like maybe a tossback play from the Tiny once he gets his blink, but he's still 800 gold off the mark. They spot the Disruptor and they will find him, but there's going to be a charge in, roar onto the Shadow Fiend, look for the second target immediately afterwards as Nesphere finishes off Rare Gods on the Tiny. They get a Disruptor, they lose 3, and the tier 2 tower bottom lane.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, 3, 4, 1. Disruptor, curiously enough, he actually stepped back into the ice path. He didn't connect on the first moment there, so he had like a brief chance of just like standing still, looking forward, and he would have the option to use the Static Storm and try to like protect himself a little bit. But still, like just trading a support 5 for 3 heroes, especially a middle laner there, it's just too great for Runa team once again. And yeah, Slardar just trying to like scale his hero here while he farms the jungle, but you know, he wants that Agony Shard. It's a nice addition for the hero, but it feels like it won't be too much for this game.
Yeah, it seems it's not going to be too problematic, as they are still doing. They're keeping alive. Woe is got his blink daggers, going for the BKB. Sven is keeping up in farm. Ethereal needs a blink, and Tiny needs a blink, and maybe they could make a high ground defense play, toss back in onto the Shadow Fiend, or toss back in onto the Sven, and then the Shadow Fiend goes for the backline catch, but that is all going to be null and void once BKBs come in for the dire side, as Sanku dies solo to Alberca bottom lane with that roar usage once more. The odds over at 1xBet show that it's very much one-sided at the moment.
Yeah, I mean,
Radiant
it's
are
expectable. I mean,
scaling.
what can you
Radiant's
say?
top tower is under
The difference in net worth, XP, they're gonna fight Sven top lane right now. He doesn't have BKB. Glimpse?
Yeah.
Okay, the
No
easy
BKB
kill.
for the Sven, so no way out.
No way out. Well, Tiny finally finishes his dagger, so maybe he has the chance to set up a Reckon of Souls combo. Still not so easy, considering how much items Runa team has ahead of Komichata. And now also dagger for Shadow Fiend.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, the Shadow Fiend Blink Dagger might be it before they get the BKBs, but Storm, of course, is close to his BKB, plus still has the Aegis available. And they use it on an illusion. Okay, that's the reveal right there. I mean, that after that, you just like rip, right? You get baited by an illusion. Toss back on the Storm. He does have the Aegis still, so actually doesn't mind if he loses life, but the Aurora is going to get thrown out onto Slider. God Strength onto 2. They find a kill. Nesphere with the nice little Sunder play there. Whoa, uphill miss, not going to happen. Nesphere gets that kill, chasing by Nicky Cool for more. Anku is going to get glimpsed back. And there's no reason for the Storm Spirit to stop here. Metamorphosis is about to end, but only supports are left standing, and Nicky Cool knows it. He's going to go for a little bit of a scouting tool with the usage of Demon Zeal that can also break that high ground pretty fast.
Pretty fast. It's enough damage for TB to like scrape this tower down. He also gets like Disruptor by his side, right-clicking the tower as well. But he can get the combo out. Like Tiny can jump onto the Disruptor, so he needs to watch out. Now that SF is up, they will probably, you know, come back just a little bit, like retreat. And there's a DD rune for Nicky Cool. 20k advantage at 21 minutes. That's just huge. The Runa team, they could probably walk towards the XP post on the top side of the map here, but they are a little bit late to fetch the 21-minute XP. And yeah, I mean, that would be great for them, but it's like, it's okay if they don't get it. It's just fine.
Yeah, it's mighty fine here. 19k net worth lead. There's just nothing really that can harm them this game. I mean, Storm is BKB is done. BKB is done on Beastmaster as well. Terrorblade's almost done with Butterfly. Anku's gonna get spotted out. BKB quickly used by the Storm Spirit. Anku, can he run away? Nope, there's a glimpse. There's no BKB on the Radiant side. Anku dropping low. Anku dropping dead. Static Storm Kinetic Field onto the Jakiro. Blink out from the Tiny. Gets the Avatos on the Disruptor. Glimpse from the Disruptor. Keeps himself alive against Ethereal. Double kill for the Storm Spirit with that Amplify damage rune. And yeah, I've rarely seen a game go this horribly wrong for one team.
Very one-sided indeed. I mean, it happens. Like, it's Dota. Everything can work like as a domino effect sort of thing. You know, like the play that they try to perform there on the enemy's triangle, trying to like overextend and get the TB was enough. 5k net worth lead in that. Let's see.
Can they do anything? Nope, Woe's already dead. Ethereal roared up at the moment he wants to start casting Requiem of Souls. He's going to lose his life. The kisses come flying out as well. Anku falls and GG is called. Runa get an absolutely heavy stomp in their favor as Kalmichata gets annihilated in game number 1.
Yeah.
I mean, is there anything to analyze here? They just got destroyed.
I don't think so. I mean, it's just like poor execution from one side and then just great execution from the other side. I really appreciate the presentation that Runa team just gave me, considering that I wasn't very familiar with the team. But so yeah, I mean, Runa team, way to go, man. Let's go.
It was a very solid performance on their part. Of course, new round, new chances for Kalmichata. You had Anku endings 0-7, Tiny 0-7, Ethereal 0-7, and those aren't the scores you would want to see on that team. Kalmichata will have to take a quick breather, otherwise it's going to be over before they even blink. Runa team are on fire. We'll be back for game number 2 after the break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ourselves ready for game number 2 here between Kalmichata and Runa team. Game number 1 went completely one direction, Arjurath. In your eyes, was the draft thing? Was it a just performance thing? What went wrong?
Sorry, I'd say it was clearly a performance issue right there. I mean, the execution was not on point for Kalmichata. They had to wait out the items to arrive, and then they just start to move as 5 heroes, overextending plays, trying to get kills, and that just doesn't work out for that draft the way they intended to play their heroes. So yeah, let's see how the game 2 goes. I don't know, Runa team, if they keep up with that level of execution, they are probably going to dominate the second game as well.
Okay. Yeah, they did look pretty solid in their approach there on Runa. They're going to go for the Disruptor once again. This time it's a first pick hero because the Beastmaster has been banned out by Kalmichata. I think that especially is a very solid choice to make sure that there is no more off-lane Alberca, fast Ags Beastmaster in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent ban when you already suffered 1 game loss against Beastmaster. You should probably ban this hero out. It's so strong in the laning stage, especially. It's so much stats advantage for Beastmaster. And, well, they keep respecting the Bounty Hunter from Kalmichata and also the Void Spirit that you mentioned that WoW actually likes to perform. But now we see Disruptor on Runa team, one favorite support for this meta, and then Kalmichata, they kind of answer with Warlock. So yeah, Warlock kind of helps a lot the HC to farm. You can also sometimes get some kills depending on the HC you have alongside your lane, considering the Fatal Bonds damage. Let's see what they bring here as their heroes. And again, Keeper of the Light being banned too. So a lot of respect bans here, Truman.
Yeah, quite a solid amount of respect bans thrown in the mix of things. Make sure that both teams don't get what they prefer. So we still won't get that Void Spirit that you were looking forward to, and I don't get to see the Coddle mid that I was looking forward to. Or maybe we get to see some new heroes joining the mix, and that would also definitely increase my enjoyment of the upcoming game.
Yeah. I mean, enjoying the games, it's one thing you should definitely have while watching Dota.
It is a very enjoyable game. Most of the time it does have its drawbacks every once in a while when it's either a very one-sided affair just like game 1 or nothing happens with I saw just some other games where it's just 60 minutes of everyone's farming, no one's even getting close to each other, and they're content, which is the other end of the stick.
Most likely, yes. I agree with you. So Kalmichata, they are thinking a lot about their second pick here. I mean, I don't see any huge synergies between Warlock and any other hero. They just went for Slardar again. I mean, yeah, you can establish great team fights with the Rock, with Upheaval as well, the slow that Warlocks can apply. So yeah, I mean, it's decent. So Slardar and Warlock, just a decent pick, I guess.
Yeah, it is solid for team fights. Slardar had a really bad game though on Anku last time, and got a pretty late blink dagger, and then wasn't even able to join really any of the engagements. So you hopefully have a game plan to try and fix that. One tool, Snapfire is already banned. I was thinking, the Snapfire could be a nice one to combo with the Slardar. Another one that springs to mind would be Hoodwink. Has been very solid in the games that we have watched it play, and for obvious reasons, it is a good combination with the Slardar with all that minus armor coming in. Centaur, and they steal the Hoodwink on the side of Runa. That's also a good lane. Centaur Hoodwink. It's just stun into stun, and Centaur is hard to kill for almost any safe laner.
Yeah, and the fact that you now have the Stampede to actually run, if you need to run from Slardar, is a great addition to the draft composition as well. But yeah, like stealing Hoodwink here, it's most likely the best option for Runa team, because you also get the synergy for Centaur in the lane, and also like on the context of the entire game as well. So yeah, I mean, what Kalmichata can pick now? Because I mean, Hoodwink was the best option, clearly. They go for Spectre. We saw this Spectre yesterday, right? And they go for the Ringmaster, which is a good pick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spectre is I think it might be his most picked hero in this batch. He plays it a lot. And the Ringmaster is just nice always to, if someone gets caught in the static storm, you throw a little block on him, try and keep him alive that way. I do like the Timbersaw pick coming in for the Runa team. It's great in lane against the Spectre. It's pure damage as well, so Ringmaster's defensive spell doesn't do anything against Timbersaw, as he just rinses right through with all that pure damage. So, yeah, I'm liking the Timbersaw pick. Team fight-wise, it's scary, the Kalmichata lineup, because you always have that Spectre that can join in the fight. But on the other hand, Spectre tries to jump on someone with the Shadow Step, and then you can just like center stampede that person away. So they do have a counter to the counter already.
Yeah, I mean, this Timber is like Nikiku's Timbersaw that you mentioned, that is one of his signature heroes, right? Something like that? And center offlane? Is that correct, in your opinion?
It could be. I mean, Timbersaw, I would put on Olberka. On Nikki Cool, sorry. In this case, because there is no other option unless you're going to make Centaur be a mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, center off and Timber mid, right? Is that it?
Yeah. It's Centaur off, Timber mid.
Okay.
But the question is, how are they going to finish up the draft? Plus, you know what the mid laner for Runa team is going to be, so you can always counter it. And Timber has some weaknesses against that. Templar Assassin, last pick for Nesphere. Some added minus armor, tanky in the lane, can survive against the Slardar.
Another option just being brought here, because you can actually swap the Templar Assassin to the middle lane and then let Timber play the safe lane. It's a very high effective hero against Slardar. Slardar cannot withstand the combo, especially that you have Glimpse on the team to help the chase and the damage and whatnot. So, I mean, the Timbersaw pick was great all across the board entirely. Like, even if you play him on the middle lane or the safe lane, I mean, it's just a great pick here. But the Bad Rider answer, it's very good too. Like you need to like be careful against Bad Rider, because I mean, when you anticipated the Timbersaw pick for the middle lane possibility here, you should expect some counters, and like this is some sort of counter that Timber cannot really handle very well. And also the Firefly against TA is very good to like burn the refraction charges and like chase the hero down, get a good lasso. If you get a lasso, it doesn't matter if the Stampede comes out. So I feel like that's a nice last pick for Kalmichata. But hey, they have to execute this properly, because otherwise this Timber is going to be, just going in like crazy on a frenzy mode and trying to like cut everyone down. So yeah, I like both drafts, but I'd say I like Runa team a little bit more, especially due to the Timbersaw. It's so good against like Spectre, Slardar, and like Ringmaster protection is not enough for this Timbersaw, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I wholeheartedly concur. This Batrider is pretty nasty. It can get out of hand as well because Batrider has a lot of damage that he can pump out with the Arsonist Facet. You've got Spectre that actually does very solid amounts of pure damage if he catches someone off guard. And then at one point you have, Batrider lassoing someone, Spectre jumping on that person. That person is dead, almost guaranteed. I'm liking the Radiant draft. I do think that if they manage to not get completely crushed on, for instance, that Timbersaw in lane, the Timbersaw, for the most part, if he gets a couple of like defensive items, can run over this entire Radiant lineup.
I'm sorry, I was talking here, but yeah, the early pipe from Centaur can add so much presence to the Timbersaw. I don't know, man. I feel like this game is gonna be very good for Runa team. I have this guess. Let's see how it goes.
Well, obviously Centaur is always great. Also has a TA on his side, so you can go for the Hitch a Ride build later down the line, which is we've seen plenty of times be super successful. And they have quick, aggressive dive. So like TA goes for a blink, Centaur goes for a blink. Timbersaw very likely also goes for a blink. So you have in your face here heroes. They have a bit of counterplay potential. Ringmaster, of course, with the Wheel of Wonder. Spectre with the ulti. And Batrider is everything in my eyes. If they want to win this on the side of Kalmichata, is going to ride on Ethereal. He needs to go big on the Batrider.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to go big. He needs to create space for his team and like try to seize the advantage of the last pick that they just gave him. Yeah, he's already aiming for a bottle here. This Batrider, bottle and boots. So it's just like a nice core set for Batrider to work his game. And already upgraded the Sticky Napalm here. We already get to see Nikiku already using the first skill, which is Wheeling Death. So yeah, just a matchup that Nikiku has to watch out just a little bit.
Yeah, the biggest danger against Batrider is when you use Timber Chain. He can boop you back with Flame Break in the middle of chain, and that will kill you if you are the Timbersaw. That's especially the biggest. Like obviously all this dotting is very nasty and hard to deal with, but that is the one thing that will really guarantee a kill in the mid lane if you make a mistake. Or Nikiku just getting bullied back right now, cannot really even get close to the creep wave. Luckily enough, they're going underneath the tower, and that's where he can chop up some creeps, as he'll be able to also get fat magic wand charges because of how the Batrider works, but the magic damage eventually will outweigh the wand heal.
Yes. Down there we see Wall with Spectre. The lane is being retreated by this pool here that they drawn back by this pool that they executed. That's one thing about Warlock. He usually kind of pushes out the lane with Fatal Bonds if you're using the skill, and then you want to really contest the easy side pool here to retreat your lane and whatnot. So it's just like so far just trading farm and hits for both sides here. Yeah. So the Ringmaster, he went for the first facet, which is the Carney Classics. Like
no one goes for the other one. The other one's terrible.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say here. Like nobody plays that facet, man. Like I don't see it being used at all.
Yeah, it's because it's a terrible facet. The other one, it just does nothing. Like the only thing that is useful of it maybe is the fact that you can have an extra scan, essentially.
Yes.
It's a better scan than the normal scan, which is kind of cool. But the other ones are just horrible to use. And yeah, I mean, currently he is losing mid, I guess, a little bit on Nikiku, but he's still doing a really good job at getting enough net worth, getting experience as well. Batrider only has 3 denies. So far, so good.
So far, so good, indeed. Yeah. Okay, Spectre going for a Dominator. I think that's something to be expected
So
here.
so is the Centaur.
So is the Centaur. Yeah. I mean, just the current meta right now, this item needs to be nerfed, I guess.
Radiant structures are
I
fortified.
mean, Spectre built it before the whole thing. Who was it that built that one? Was it? God, Eternal Envy or something.
Really?
I think he
mean, the-
brought that one, the Spectre with their Helm of the
Dominator?
Dominator build. Because they used to always go for the Blade Mill so that you could farm ancient stacks.
Yes.
But they think they changed it to the... Well, he came in with the Helm of the Dominator as kind of like a counterplay to it.
I mean, Eternal Envy doesn't play Dota for quite a while, right? I mean,
Yeah, no, it was a while ago. It was like years ago when
Oh, I
he
see.
brought the Helm of the Dominator Spectre build in. But
Okay.
obviously, now everyone is building Helm of the Dominator, so then you can play Spectre that way as well.
Yeah, why not? It's just a cost-effective item, considering how much armor you get, and it's good for Spectre to deal against like the physical damage that he's gonna need to withstand. So yeah, some aggression there on the top side, but no kills opportunities, just like regular farming, one glimpse. I mean, yeah, just trade harassing here. Disruptor being very effective in that matter. But oh, rotation?
And that is going to be first blood secured. Nicky Cool gets a quick chop down. And Timbersaw, who struggled a bit in the lane, will be catching up nicely thanks to that Timber, the nice little kill there.
Yeah, the first blood, it's gonna improve his net worth just a little bit, which could be enough for Timber to bring maybe the early stage of the Kaya and now the chase onto Warlock.
Warlock dropping low. Rare Gods tries to help out. In response, Alberca might get taken down though here with the whip coming in. He is very tanky with that Helm of Iron Will. And the Bushwhack comes through. It looks like Sento's just going to walk this one off. And yeah, that's the HP regen. He has 11.9 HP regen passively. And because, of course, they sent the Ringmaster bottom, they had a solo Slardar top, and he gets jumped. Ooh.
He's probably dead.
Yeah, taken down by Ethereal. Nice kill.
Yeah, I mean,
Bat Rider used the lasso there.
It was on the correct timing as well, so good job there. I mean, it's just one kill. If he dies twice, it's gonna be a problem, but nonetheless, you can definitely see... Oh, I mean, there's still some plays happening here, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, the Bat Rider with the haste rune gets an easy kill. It gets scary once Bat Rider hits level 9, because then he has level 5 sticky napalm. And then the auto attacks also add in sticky napalm stacks, and it ramps up really quickly in terms of damage, especially if you go for like a Witchblade, which still could be a possibility but hasn't queued it up yet.
Yeah. I mean, great execution here for Komichata. We were actually needing this sort of answer considering the first game that we saw. So good job. But like, I feel like Bat Rider can still, not Bat Rider, but Timbersaw, he can still be a nuisance if he plays this correctly.
There's the Bat Rider needs to be careful because there is a glimpse. Send him back. Nicky Cool, a lot of damage on the Bat. Chopped down. Nicky Cool gets that kill. And they're immediately looking for more Queasy walking in as well. The Warlock, can they catch up? He is going to get slowed. And good whip usage there, but the Warlock is dead to rights. Nicky Cool is... No, actually, it's going to be Queasy that picks up that kill.
Yeah, Queasy fetching the kill. Now they also get an Obs ward here in the middle lane. It goes towards the Nicky Cool net worth pouch there. So yeah, a little bit more money. He's gonna also refill his bottle. No, he doesn't have a bottle. Just the regular.
Lasso
quantity
gets
touch.
broken thanks to the glimpse there, so Ethereal's Lasso's on cooldown for quite some time. A heavy fight in the river early in towards the game. Ethereal's going to be the target center Stampede. They're going to try and run him down, but Nicky Cool needs to be careful as he gets bashed up by Anku. Dropping low, the fatal bonds onto 4 targets is the thing that hurts the most. Glimpse thrown out onto the Spectre to make sure that he doesn't get the kill onto the Disruptor there. And the fight will be ended in Radiant favor.
Feels like Runa team tried to bite more than what they could chew, and like I feel like Templar Assassin, she could have landed the second meld over Bat Rider there, but the problem was the stick in a palm slowing her down. So yeah, Templar is a hero that gets very affected for attack speed, so she really needs those stats to be brought here to the game. That's why she's going for a Dragonlance, which won't be enough. It won't suffice the attack speed problem against like Bad Rider. But yeah, they definitely went in more than they could have chewed there. And
Woodwink in trouble. Does get away. They lose Woe in the meantime, bottom lane, to a Nicky Cool rotation. Oh, in the end, he does get taken down on the Hoodwink. But yeah, Spectre dying, that's a more painful loss. Ethereal is a half a level away from that sticky napalm, level 5. And then the Bat Rider's right clicks will start to really ramp up.
Yes, exactly. I don't know. The trade was good, at least for Runa team right now. Like killing a support and getting an HC, right? An HC, it's very good for them.
And there is the Arcane Runes picked up by Nicky Cool. He doesn't actually have a bottle, interestingly enough. It is, Timbersaw does have, of course, the innate ability where if he destroys a tree, he gains mana, so he doesn't really need a bottle anymore, like back in the good old days.
Yeah, he's going for a Kaya. And Kaya finished 10 minutes. It's a nice timing for the item. And Bat Rider currently dominating the net worth here list. But you see, Centaur is doing great. Centaur has Stampede. If they try to establish some play here in the top lane, can be used defensively.
I can use it defensively, can use it offensively, as it definitely is also a kill threat to possibly use on their part, but they are keeping this one currently still very much controlled. No aggression coming out, there's no Blink Dagger yet for Anku. Woe does of course have that Shadow Step to join in, has the Helm of the Dominator, so he's got his farming tool ready to use and to get bigger with in the game. And they're gonna smoke up, look for maybe a player lurking about. They're actually looking to take the gateway to the other side. Maybe if they find the Spectre, well, gets the tower denied with the Centaur Conqueror. But Runa team not getting as easy of a game as they did last time. This time they are up against a solid performing Kalmichata.
Yeah, much more balanced match. 6-5 on the score. Just 1k net worth lead for Runa team. Queasy and till the end, that's the nickname we see here. They are roaming around trying to find some kills with the smoke, but the same thing goes for the Kalmichata team, and they can actually find the TA. Will they find her?
Careful.
Yes.
Well, no, Nesphere is gone. They tried to catch Nesphere, but Nesphere is all the way on the other side, as he'll be able to disengage and just continue to farm. Didn't even know that there was a kill coming in, and just having a good farming spree. Alberca might be a good kill though. He's top net worth of the Dire side. Instead, they spotted Alberca, but he gets spotted the counter spot comes through as well. Centaur, glimpse was used on Ethereal, no lasso, no nothing. Golem dropped and he just walks it off. And while all of that was going on till the end, on that disruptor was right behind his enemies. And he's still right next to the ring master. Wants to use the static storm.
A little bit too late.
Yeah, doesn't get the glimpse catch there, but the Warlock is going to be the target here. Centaur Stampede on towards the Warlock, glimpsed up thanks to the vision gained by Sharpshooter, and that will be another one for Runa.
Yeah, I mean, Stampede used, the Rock was used as well on these plays here. We get to see Slardar finishing up his dagger, so maybe now Kamichata will be less shy to make plays. Slardar can try to follow up Batrider and, I mean, establish some momentum for the team fights to happen. And they also take the top tower, the tier 1 tower. But the net worth lead still goes in favor of Runa team. Like 2k net worth, it's not so much. And Sanjikai also finished by the Batrider. I don't know. I mean, the game is just rolling. The teams are farming, gathering their items. It's all good, Truman. All fine.
Yeah, now it's also more of the question, how will they continue on? Because the Spectre is still quite a lot, decent amount of farm needed before he is in a comfortable position. But there is a slight lead here for the Dire side, and it does feel like that lead is ever so slightly growing in their favor.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, scan by the Dire side. They know that they're top, looking for, again, Nesfir, but Nesfir's just going to walk back and stay safe.
Yeah. Woe trying to build up Blade Mail right here. Blade Mail against Templar Assassin, I don't think it's like the best item that you can get. But considering that the protection that Blade Mail will give Spectre, and I mean the other heroes could actually suffer from the Blade Mail's damage, it's quite decent, I guess. Oh, Spectre.
Till the end, Disruptor gets away. And Woe still in the area. They won't go for a counterplay. Centaur is nearby, has a Blink Dagger available, and his own Blade Mill. So they could go for a possible catch if an opportunity opens up for them. But it seems that's not going to happen just yet.
Exactly. We get a glimpse. No range, no vision. Now he passes through the trap there, but I mean, it's not going to be enough to actually reach and get the glimpse. Just, you know, trading farm, trying to find kills over the map. Just the 101 of Dota happening. We see a nice dominance. Oh, pick off, that's one. That's big.
That's a very nice one. Ethereal is a huge kill to secure. Alberca gets that one and is top net worth. Last game on the Beast. Oh, top lane. Nesfir, Templar Assassin. Doesn't get taunted just yet, but now is on the run. Can he get out of range? Spectre's chasing, Center Stomp in onto Woe. And Woe is the one in a bit of a trouble. Or is he? They turned it onto Nesfir. The rest of the TPs aren't there. Dire team has no more TPs. Golem drop onto Alberca. They find themselves at 2. And the Centaur will finally get right-clicked down by the Warlock. Make that 3 with a backline chase from Anku. And in the flash of an eye, it's completely turned on its head here.
Exactly. On the flash of an eye, they get this advantage for their team. 3 heroes dead. I mean, that's what they need to do, especially because they already bought some items that can actually work in that sense for them. So very good job by Kamichata. And now a little pause here, but they are already saying go, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, it's just something very quick. You know, someone calls you and you're like, okay, wait, 1 sec. And
Exactly.
Or you have a lag spike, you pause, wait for the lag to be gone. Okay. Your ping, for instance, in the top right, it's back to normal. You can go back in. But it is a pretty painful one there for Runa team. They managed to get a good kill onto the Batrider, and then immediately afterwards they lose 3, and 2 of them very important heroes. Nicky Cool, of course, didn't die, has a blink, has the Kaya Sanj available now on the Timbersaw, but he didn't have a TP ready to join his team in that fight.
So smoke available right now. The last team fight, the Timber didn't have the TP, and we were lacking his damage on the last play. I mean, the answer by Centaur, the Alberca, it was actually great, but the fact that the Timber didn't have the TP, it was very costly for the team. And now Rare Gods trying to get an EU Scepter. Anko, I don't think he finished any other items so far, maybe except the Aghanim Shard. We are expecting the teams to move around the Tormentor area in 2 minutes as well. But so far, yeah, the smoke is being brought top lane, but it's way too early to contest the Tormentor. So
yes, they'll need about 2 more minutes before Tormentor's up.
Exactly, Truman. So he has a bunch of lotuses on his inventory to use.
Oh, they're close. Anku, right next to Nicky Cool. And they're going for Nesphir here, but Nicky Cool is right next to them as well. He spots him out, goes in for the blink aggressively. They dodge each other kind of perfectly. Disruptor is in trouble. Static Storm, Kinetic Field does get dropped. They get a 1-for-1 trade, but Anku is the one that's dead. That's a big loss here for the Radiant side, with the Initiator essentially being dropped down. Spectre also used the Shadow Step, so that's on cooldown, so they have to bail out of the engagement.
No, exactly. Just 1-for-1 pickoffs here. Nice trade for Runa team. Desolator from Nesphir didn't get a damage charge there, but you know, the dagger is being built as well.
Find the Warlock, and that is a nice kill there for Nicky Cool, who on the Timbersaw is feeling very confident this game.
Yes. I mean, once he reached that state, it's gonna make him comfortable for sure. And well, we see more movement. This is good because it's towards the Tormentor soon.
Jump in. They're trying to save the Batrider, but it doesn't matter against pure damage, as previously mentioned. That's why the Timbersaw is so good against the Ringmaster. In the trees, Woe will go for Queasy. They will take him down, but Woe is going to get stunned up in the meantime. Center Stomp on top as well. Stampede out of there, and the disengage isn't going to work out. There's a blink on the Slarda. Will get the jump onto Alberca. Will take down Alberca. Can he get out though on the Slarda is the big question. Nice little whip action coming in, but the glimpse catch. Nicky Cool, can he finish him off? He's trying to. Nice sidestep there. Disruptor does get taunted. Nesphir joins the fray, and Anku is in the dirt. Nicky Cool chasing in 4 more, but it's a 3 cores dead on the Radiant side.
Exactly. The fight recap here, we can see the net worth advantage plus the XP naturally, because the 3 cores just died in favor of Runa team. And now the Tormentor is gonna be made, which is the Aghanim Shard for Centaur. I mean, the double edge that increases Centaur's strength, it's very good. Now we can see the replay on the screen. I mean, they were playing on the limit here, especially Alberca. They were waiting for the stun to reach the Spectre there. So yeah, and also the micro there of the center, a little bit off by Alberca, but it actually, you know, they fetch the kill anyway onto Slarda. Maybe the center stun, if it had landed before, Alberca would have lived this play. But you know, now it's Roche time. You don't really need like anything else, because you know Templar just applies so much damage onto the Roche, considering the meld. So yeah, it's a Roche and Torm for them, plus the last team fight is just a great scenario for Runa team.
Yeah, they get themselves the first Roshan of the game, and there is significant damage to deal to the dire side, and that's because the Centaur is not, he doesn't have the auras, he doesn't have the pipe and the Guardian Greaves. He went for the Lodesorb instead. I hope he is going to go back in for the auras, as they're just dropping to Fatal Bonds. Fatal Bonds alone from the Warlock is doing so much damage in these team fights. because they tend to not fight near creeps, and it is a problem for them. So they need defensive tools to try and fix that issue.
Radiant's middle
Yes,
tower has
Pipe
fallen.
on Centaur could be like very decent. He actually went for a Lotus, which is, you know, enough to dispel the Fatal Bonds. So that's one
On
thing.
one person, but the rest is still dead.
Yes, one person. Now we get to see Timber Eggs as well, which confer him any sort of dispels or no. I don't actually recall if he actually dispels anything, but he gets very tanky anyway. So I don't think it dispels anything, but he's very tanky right now with the Aghanim Scepter on Timber, and they will find Spectre.
Beat, whoa, glimpsed back, held in place, quick kill. Nicky Cool gets that one, dominating streak, 7k net with lead now for Runa team, and it feels like they started this game slow, but they're going out with a big bang.
Yeah, and we see the hardship for Spectre to deal against the pure damage from Timbersaw and the stats reduction as well from the Whirling Death. It's very hard for Spectre to be alive in this sort of play. And now a clean T2 tower is going to be found here by Nesphere, BKB being brought by Batrider, but you know, it might not be enough to contest the damage from Nikiku, which he's already chopping down a lot of heroes here, Truman.
He's got the Aghanim Scepter now as well, and then it's boom goes the Dynamite. Do they have? They have no Yules, and no one is. Oh, they do have a Yules on the Ringmaster, so that is at least a way that they can purge it off. Spectre's a hero that does build into Nullifier, but currently his 3 items so far are essentially farming items: Helm of the Dominator, Blade Mill, and Radiance. So he actually needs still to get like normal items before he can really start playing the game.
Yes, he's not that tanky at all. It's hard to withstand the Timbersaw's damage, as we mentioned. And like since TA can easily right-click towers, it's going to be a problem. So I feel like Runa team is going to be aiming for trying to finish the game on these first ages. Naturally, it's not going to be so easy. But let's see if they can do it. Oh my god.
Batrider does have a BKB available, is trying to run away. Glimpse, not going to work thanks to the BKB, but those hits. Oh, nice save there from Rare God with the escape back. They will catch out the Warlock, so that is not going to be a golem in an upcoming possible high ground push unless he buys back. Are they going to go? They still have a minute 45 on it, and the tier 2 tower mid also has creeps against it, so they'll probably clear that one up. And then maybe knock on the high ground a little bit. Alberca is going for the Ags, so they're getting ready for the save to keep TA alive in the fights.
Yeah. And
like Anku has a BKB. Stomp.
Wow.
Can't even pop the BKB there. Pure 100-0 lockdown coming in to knock him out the game.
Exactly. Tier 2 mid is going down right now. 1 minute left to the ages to expire. Batrider doesn't actually have the BKB up to maybe contest the high ground siege damage if they try to go the high ground, but apparently Rune team will actually respect Kaumichata high ground for the moment. Let's see if they swift the aggression.
Or they just kill off Ethereal on the Batrider again.
Exactly. And he used the lasso as well. Like, the lasso being used, it's not good at all for Kaumichata because, you know, it's a buyback plus no lasso. So now I'd say...
It's the only thing that TA fears on the high ground is being lassoed out of position. And now there is no... I mean, Woe died bottom lane to Nicky Cool in the meantime as well. So they don't have a Spectre, they don't have a Bat, they don't have a lasso. Yeah, they can just break the high ground here, as they are currently doing. Timbersaw also has the Aghanim Scepter now, so you can't even get rid of his... the BKB, so you can't even get rid of his reactive armor shield that blows up with the Yules anymore, because he can just pop the BKB and then reactive armor and should be just fine to get the boom. $18k net with lead, and Runa team, they continue where they left off last game.
Yeah, I mean, Great execution so far by Runa team. They had their struggles on the laning phase because, you know, Kalmichata draft has strong heroes to, you know, get some advantage and whatnot. They're gonna find the Warlock again. Or maybe not. What?
Oh.
He missed the Bushwhack.
Ethereal trying to get a lasso target. Really anyone. Woe jumps in onto the Disruptor as well. Woe dropping low. Golem does get dropped. Center Stampede. They get everyone out of there. It's going to be a safe attempt. But the Timber saw Nicky Cool. He's looking for pretty much everyone on the back line. His BKB is about to end though. On the Timber Saw. Golem has been used. They did not use the lasso yet, but he doesn't have a blink to really get in a position where he can get a good lasso. So they will go for the melee racks in the top lane. Nesphria in the front in case they want to jump him. There is that center stomp to counteract it. Batrider doesn't have a BKB. Oh, gotta be careful. Spectre has Shadow Step in 10 seconds, and the Disruptor is very squishy.
Very squishy and low right now. Anything to protect himself? Does he have a Glimmer or something? He does not, except for the Solar Crest, so...
Yeah, but it's pure damage from that Dispersion.
Yes.
Sorry, Desolate. That is really the threat from Spectre. So there's nothing that keeps you alive once Spectre gets on top of you, but they're gonna back off.
Hurtful.
Not even getting the melee racks. I guess they're waiting for the next Roche to be safe on the high ground push.
Yeah, I mean, Shiva's guard almost up for Nicky Cool as well. He's already having a blast here because no one can stop this Timber Saw for the present being. So he's just gonna be chopping down with more confidence right now. Yeah, the game is quite hard for Kalmichata. It's looking like a 2-0 situation.
And Nesphria on the TA. He's going for the BKB next. Does he? He has a Demon Edge. Is that for for MKB? Does he have a full MKB flying out or something? Or does he just have it passively? Oh, Woe does die in the meantime on the Radiant High Ground while all of that's going on, and I'm trying to figure out the TA's items.
They were trying to smoke and find someone, but I mean, they were just there nearby their base, ready to chop down the Spectre once again. And like this more net worth advantage, they can just wait out the Roshan if they want to play this safe. But now that Spectre is dead, maybe they want to force out the buyback while they siege the T3 tower. I mean, it's a very hard game for Kalmichata. I mean, TA could get lassoed, but they're expecting this, right?
Yeah, there's also the Lotus usage on the TA. You can blink out. Centaur has hitch a ride, so whatever happens, they can just save TA. But they know Roche is up in 10 seconds because of the TA innate ability, the third eye. So they can just walk towards the pit and get that second Aegis, which gives you the banner. And it is the safer route to clear out this game in their favor.
Exactly. So the Roche is being executed right here. They know about the Roshan due to the Roar. But it's not gonna be enough time for them to contest, I guess. They are trying to... The BKB was used by Uncle. Oh, true, man. Oh. This is looking so disastrous.
Yeah, Nicky Cool going in. They do take down Rare Gods. He does still have his reactive armor available. They buy back onto Rare Gods. 2 already dead. That's going to be the Aegis picked up. The banner as well going in for more lasso drag onto the TA. But there's Hitch a Ride, baby. Hitch a freaking ride. Ethereal on the Batrider trying to keep you away, but the right clicks are there. Chasing in after the slaughter held in place. GG is called, and Runa take game number 2 as well. Very dominant performance coming out from Runa in this showdown. Both, I mean, game 2 was a little bit closer laning stage wise, but all around Kalmichata didn't really have a shot in this series.
They didn't. It's a fact. I mean, Runa team, they just got like very smart draft decisions. I really love the Timber, as we already mentioned on this game. There was like no heroes that could actually punish this Timber Saw if he gets like the momentum he desires. Like I felt like when they saw, especially the Ringmaster, the Warlock, the second pick was larger as well. It was just the smart opportunity for the Timbersaw alongside the Spectre pick as well. So yeah, I mean, great job by Runa team, execution, draft reads, everything was there.
Yep, and with that, of course, that concludes our run here for RES Unchained. Quickly, let's look at the current bracket to see what the matchups are going to look like going forward. The next game of the day is Na'Vi versus Yellow Submarine. That will be, I mean, I don't know exactly when they might pull it a bit sooner, if it's possible, I would assume. But it will be on time. Okay, so that match will be in almost 2 hours. That's how fast we are today. But we see also in the lower bracket, the lower bracket semifinal will be played later today. Runa Team versus Aurora Gaming, and that could be a very interesting one. Aurora Gaming did beat Runa Team previously 2-0 as well, but the Runa Team looks like a very scary team going forward. And yeah, that concludes our stint here for RES Unchained. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. Any last words for the viewers at home, Arjarath?
Well, thanks for having me, everyone. Thank you, Relog Media, for the great job helping us here to broadcast those matches. And thank you also for the company, Truman. It's always a pleasure to be here. I had a blast, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for joining us. And don't forget, there is more RES Unchained to watch on this channel today. And also tomorrow, there will be the lower bracket finals. So don't forget to keep an eye on the feed. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome in, everybody. We're going to get started here. We've got upper bracket games to see who is going to qualify and who, unfortunately, has to go down to the lower bracket. I'm going to be Rob Roll, joined by Kips. Once again, Kips, how are you doing today?
Pretty darn good. Just took a nice walk. It's crisp autumn weather here already, so can't be walking around with your jacket on anymore. But otherwise, just touching some grass before we go inside and get ready for the really important stuff of the day.
Yeah, it's still shorts and t-shirt weather here. We're still, getting about 15, 16 degrees. So, it's still quite nice over here. And what else is quite nice? In the bracket where we can see how it's gone over the past day or so and seeing who's gone ahead and who has been knocked out. We see at the top of the bracket the Na'Vi coming up against Yellow Submarine. One team will qualify right here, right now. Well, not right now, but in couple of hours, by the time we get through this full best of three. And then the other team drops down into the lower bracket final to play up against the winner of Runa versus Aurora, which will also be coming up today as our final series to see who, again, will go through into that lower bracket final and who, unfortunately, gets knocked out. Two teams to qualify. Who are you looking at as favorites here between the four teams that are left?
Between the four teams that are, it's hard for me to not say Na'Vi and Aurora, but at the same time, Yellow Submarine has been looking really good because they did already take out in the upper bracket. Trying to immediately slip my mind again. But our who's Saberlight on right now? Avulus. There we go. Yeah. There we go. So in this matchup, anybody who knows me knows that I have a Na'Vi bias. I think some of that definitely. I feel pretty vindicated by their result over Aurora, which is still a super team with the big names, but Na'Vi, the homegrown talent plus Sayats, just looking strategically stronger in that match. And while Yellow Submarine also has had, with that Avulus win, a pretty significant notch on their belt, I do think that Kalmichata has been a way easier matchup for them. I think Yellow Submarine come in this matchup a little less tested than Na'Vi for sure.
Yeah. And looking at, like you say, the path coming through, Na'Vi starting off with the Aim Possible match was, quick 2-0 for them. We see the Na'Vi team on the screen here. It's going to be the full lineup. Like I said, got the Juice, Niku, PMA, Zayats, as well as Riddies coming through here. And they did look really good yesterday. That second game, we saw them playing up against Aurora. That second game, maybe just let things slip a little bit in terms of quality-wise. So they need to work on that consistency, maybe. I know you're putting it down to the Invoker. Squirrely yes. On the Invoker, not any of the players, just that particular hero. But we'll see how they're going to try and draft around today. And again, coming into this match, probably going to be the favorites. We do have Yellow Submarine. They do have a stand-in. Bottega isn't going to be playing today. It's going to be Dark Lord for them, as well as Morel, Infernal, Sayush, as well as Hakoda. So looking at this, if you are coming in as the favorites, not to say there's a bit of an ego behind them, but do you think they might try and make that Invoker work again today, or is that something you think Na'Vi might just leave by the wayside now and go for different mid laners?
I definitely think that you toss that in the trash, especially also because the way that they've been getting success here is by playing a really aggro Dota. They're going balls to the wall. Nico is going to be in your face the entire game, and that just really doesn't synchronize well with the way that this Invoker needs time, needs to be drafted around, and then on top of that clearly loses a lot of matchups right now. I don't think we're going to see them reach for that particular hero again.
Okay. On the other side, Yellow Submarine, they have only played the one series because the Avulus was actually a forfeit because Avulus were in another event at the time, so they had to forfeit the match, which is why they got knocked down into the lower bracket. So coming up against Kamichata yesterday, it was a 2-1 in Yellow Submarine's favor. That match that they did lose was a 47 minutes, so it felt it looks like they're holding on even if they weren't ahead. I'm seeing a bit of Broodmother. seen a bit of Templar Assassin coming through here as well for Yellow Submarine. So again, do you think they're going to be coming through with a similar game plan to Na'Vi of kind of hit the ground running and don't stop? See who's going to be coming out ahead that way?
Yeah, I especially like that the Broodmother is going to be a contested pick in this match, because that is a weapon that I think you should definitely not just leave in Navi's hands. So should either not be appearing at all, or you should be able to make use of that as well. And they have been playing that on the safe lane as well. Now, my question is, I'm going to briefly look this up, if it was Bottega who played that.
Yeah, that's a good question, because if it was, like you say, that's potential standing. If Dark Lord doesn't play it, maybe it is going to be a hero that isn't too contested. Yellow Submarine might just ban that one out, like you say.
And the player that played the Broodmother there is currently labeled as Vigos/Arthas. It's definitely not Vigos. Gonna have to dig a little deeper here. So I don't have an answer for that question right now. I'm going to make sure to know that before we are too deep in the draft here.
Yeah, it looks like it was going off the actual roll. It was, the safe lane core roll. So yeah, looking at that one, it looks like it was being played. Interestingly, the overall though, it only 4-1 and 12. So I'm not sure how that match broke down. It'd be, maybe have to go back, look at the replay, see how it was actually played out, because it feels like the Juice Spyline that we've seen, the Juice Broodmother's a lot more aggressive though. You're going a lot more for kills, looking for hero pickups as well. So hero damage wise, 12.5k though, so still a decent amount of damage, but compare that to the middle of that puck that was nearly 31k damage there. So that looked like Yellow Submarine, trying to play the carry from the mid lane effectively.
Yeah, or, listen, if it's a long match and if you look at that game that was versus a Medusa as well, that's going to be the puck working around the Medusa.
Yeah.
And being that eventual, late game difference maker with the Parasma, I can see how you end up with vastly more hero damage there.
Yeah, well, we should be able to get ourselves into the draft in just a couple of minutes just to see how this one is going to break down. The first game between Yellow Submarine and Na'Vi. Again, the winner of this does go through. It's a full qualifier. There's no need to do any more matches, nothing like that. You're not looking for a consolation match. You are just qualified if you win this series. So both teams going to be giving it their all here coming into this series, wanting to be going on ahead. Again, the tomorrow off, because I know there's more qualifiers coming up. There's more close, more opens that these teams have to play in. So, any day that you get a rest or just time off, it really will help. So we see as we get ourselves into the draft already that it is going to be the Beastmaster, the Nature's Prophet, as well as that Nagasaran being banned out from Na'Vi. On the other side, the Monkey King and the Marcy. Now the Marcy, again, great flex hero. You've seen it in between the support and that core role. You talked about it yesterday. The Helmet Dominator really does help this hero, spring to life earlier on. So do you think we see the Marcy at all, in the series, or is this just a prime ban in this first phase?
I think it's a prime first phase ban. I mean, listen, if the enemy team doesn't play it, you do need somebody who is actively familiar with the hero, who enjoys playing it. It's not something that you can just pick up. But I do expect that if you know that they play it, that it should be a first phase ban, yes. Okay. Surprisingly enough, though, that does mean that, for example, the Dawnbreaker is going to be making it through. We've got a Snapfire as a possible pickup here in the first phase already, also wide open.
Yeah.
I maintain she's going to be most picked throughout all of these qualifiers that have been played this week.
Yeah, I don't think we saw any Dawnbreaker yesterday, and it wasn't even in a lot of the bans. That was a bit surprising to me that it wasn't getting through, because it does really feel like a great hero in that off-lane role. The split push that comes up can join the fights. So maybe teams have an idea of how they want to try and play around that one. But going to be the Undying coming out for Na'Vi, so can play in that off-lane role. I have seen that. The Aura builds coming through, or run it as the 4. With another with another hero in that offlane. So not a bad pickup here for Na'Vi. Again, that hero is pretty popular on the bans. We'll be getting through this time. On the other side of the Mars, though, so it might look to limit then the heroes that Na'Vi can pick up, because obviously if you're picking up a ranged carry, that arena goes up. You're not going to be able to do a lot of damage inside the arena. Not going to be able to get aggressive there. What do you want to see put with the Mars? Is there anything specific? The Dark Willow. We don't see a lot of Rubik anymore. That was used to be the prime pairing with the Mars.
Used to be it, and you were already going into the Dark Willow there. Also used to be a very, very classic pairing. Not a lot of, I'm not sure, I don't even want to call them like reactive against more defensive supports, that neither of them feels to be dealing enough damage right now. Maybe too fragile in the sense of Rubik. Maybe not enough big spells to steal, because that Earthshaker is just always banned, you know. So what's the point of a Rubik here?
Navi's turn to ban.
We could be thinking about the Tusk here. Disruptor, yeah, just got banned out.
Yeah, and I mean, they could still go for, I guess, something like the
Bane.
Shadow Demon. Yeah, Bane, Shadow Demon, thinking that, with the Nightmare, with the Disruption, if you can time those spears right. The ET gets banned out, like you said, the Disruptor's going to get banned out with the Ursa Burr there as well. So we're not going to be seeing them, at least in this first match. Yeah, on the other side, though, Medusa, okay, Navi. Yeah, we were just talking about it pre-draft. They don't want to be seeing that 50-minute Medusa match, holding on for it as long as possible. They are going to be going in for that Snapfire. So keeping things a little bit flexed on that Undying for now, not having to reveal too much. We'll see what the response is going to be here for Yellow Submarine, because they already have one core up, so they could go for the 2 supports themselves if they really wanted to here.
Yeah, pretty likely. And I think the thing that just stood out to me when we were talking about the previous Mars combos versus the Bane and the Shadow Demon that we mentioned after, and the Snapfire perhaps here as well, is that the reliability of the disable, right? I think you want a proper save, a proper disable out of your support these days. That might just be why the other are falling off.
Yeah.
And then the Snapfire is a good block pick. If you think about the Tombstone and the little Shredder, make sure that one is not over on the other team. Yep, there we have the Bane.
Yeah, so nice catch. Fiend's Grip, again, Nightmare. It's really nice for the lockdown. Nightmare in the lane as well. Into that Spear, God's Rebuke to come through as well. So decent amount of burst damage onto the Mars with that Bane control. Do you think they look for something like the Phoenix as the second support here for Yellow Submarine? Just to try, because they've got a lot with the Arena, Nightmare, and the Fiend's Grip here. There is a lot of control here to try, and I suppose the Snapfire is there, which is nice up against the Phoenix Supernova. But going to be the Hoodwink. Okay, going to be the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I mean, really good synergy between the 2 supports here as well, right? Bane with the setup for the Hoodwink damage to come in, and the follow-up. Alternatively, of course, your Bane is going to often be a little over-positioned, but tanky. Your Hoodwink can follow up with those bushwhacks to counter-initiate. This as a trio, you can already make so many plays around the map with this, and you don't even really need farm. Anywhere these 3 heroes show up, you can be assured that you've got at least the damage for a kill, at least a disable to significantly disrupt any fights.
Now, we did see the Hoodwink being used yesterday on the break mechanic specifically. It was really well played. Obviously, nothing here that Navi are picking up that can be broken just yet, but maybe a bit of a deterrent, depending on what Navi want to draft out here. Because I know, again, they like heroes like that Bristleback, which would be at a very big risk once that game goes a little bit later. So, yeah, we'll see how they want to try and draft around this one. But, yeah, the Bane Hoodwink, like I say, it's a really nice combo, especially if you're going to make those early rotations into the mid lane and look for those pickoffs. So, Navi, we'll see what their response is going to be. Maybe, again...
Will they Chen?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Would feel a little less sure about the Ensure. I do also think that Zayats in general prefers Chen. If you look at what he used to play back when he was the dedicated plus 4. But no, we are going to go secure. Got the Juice a signature carry of his.
Yeah.
Very curious to see if we indeed get to see the Dominator build here, or if we go good old Maelstrom, Masked Madness. Who knows?
Yeah, I think a lot of the top teams, the last couple of days of TI, that Helm of the Dominator build for the carries did drop off. It was a nice kind of, I can't even call it surprise because everyone was doing it from day one, but it was something that they played out, and teams kind of figured it out. So we'll see as well, Navi, if that was something that they kind of figured to play around as well, or if they think they can still pull it off up against teams like Yellow Submarine. So, yeah, we'll see what he wants to do. But I think I would just prefer, as they go for the Dazzle as well, I don't mind this. And again, keeps that Undying Dazzle flexed out. Which one is going to be the support? Which one's now going to be that core hero?
Yes, and I was actually going to say the Faceless Void disappointed me a little bit, because I was in the back of my mind, I was like, man, I would love to see Navi with the heavy tempo that they've been doing try to pull off a carry Undying. It would really screw with the Mars's lane as well. It would be a big problem.
Yeah.
But he might still be core, just not on that Mars lane, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it might be the Undying... I'm looking Undying Dazzle in the off lane. Just which way around they're going to be, I'm not. But I think if you're picking up these heroes, you probably do go for that Undying Core, right? So you can build up the big tanky boy, you know, the 6,000 health mega tank that nobody can actually kill. Because there's no real sustained damage coming through on Yellow Submarine just yet. Obviously, they've still got the carry 2 pick, which would be the hero that's going to deal with that core Undying. But yeah, for me, this Undying, it's pretty much, it is looking Undying so far against this Yellow Submarine draft if it is that core role.
Agreed. Yellow Submarine right now really counting on being able to isolate a hero at the start of the fight or two, bursting down with the hoodwink, with the puck, and then taking fights from man advantage here. And most of the sustained damage after that is just going to be the puck. We know the puck's going to be mid-late game monster eventually with the right clicks as well. Yeah. But yeah, up until that point, I agree. This Undying on a core position could be monstrous. Then again, you could say the same for the Dazzle. We've seen that heal engine go to work in our series yesterday. We've seen what a monster he is in the lane as well.
Yeah,
absolutely destroyed the Morphling.
Just look at, well, of course, yeah, it depends. Could be because Navi have that last pick, they can flex that. Well, it's looking like a mid laner they want to pick up here for Navi, but they can still mess around with between that Undying and Dazzle. What are you looking at for Yellow Submarine in terms of carry? Well, what do you see that you can say, yeah, you're fairly confident they could lock this in and have a good game for Yellow Submarine?
Honestly, I was going to say the TB, but especially for Space's Void, right? You have semi-save in the Bane, but nothing else. You'd want something that could, if you survive that chrono, you need to survive that chrono to turn back around. So an ability like a Sunder, very helpful. As well as that you want to be able to match up with the Void in these long sustained fights, because that is where the Void ultimately is the very best at.
Yeah.
He is not burst damage heavy whatsoever, and so you're going to need to match him on that capability. And that said as well, the Chronosphere feels a little limited for Navi in these early fights, mostly reliant on the combination with the Snapfire Kisses, and not that much other damage to toss in as well. So for Navi, I'd expect some more burst damage to come out. For Yellow Submarine, that feels like you want to go even more defensive if that is it's possible here. So please don't put in a Medusa.
Oh yeah, the Medusa's already ban out by Navi there a little bit early on. But
glad.
Yeah, I was just about to say I was actually going to say that the Doom for Yellow Submarine here. You get the Doom off on the Faceless Void. Okay, you can live a little bit through the Shallow Grave, but really, what does a hero do if he's silenced up in this fight? But yeah, Yellow Submarine actually going to go for the Troll Warlord. So okay, I don't mind this pick. It's a good fighter, but again, it's going to be the case of, can he get the kills off? He's going to have that lifesteal with the Battle Trance, but with a Shallow Grave here, is he going to be able to get through his targets before they get saved? And obviously with the Battle Trance, you do just get stuck to the one. So if he's Shallow Graved up, is it really going to be the best play for Yellow Submarine?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, hard to say, right, with the Troll. That always really depends on the minutiae of how those fights go, which is remarkable. And one of the reasons why we don't really see Troll unless he's like actually good is because you have that sort of RNG factor to deal with, because you don't know if you're actually going to be locked in on the right targets, if your opponents are going to be able to manipulate where you walk to, that sort of thing. On the other hand, the Troll is a turnaround carry that is hard to kill, that can regen back up after you've gotten out of that chrono, you press that ult, good miss chance versus all of the melee here as well. So I think it's one of the better picks that they could have gone for, personally.
Okay. It's going to be the core Undying here, playing in the off lane. Riddy's going to be on the support Dazzle. Niku on the Dragonite in the mid lane up against Morale here on the puck. So, yeah, the Dragonite, one of the better heroes, if not one of the best matchups to go against that puck in the mid lane. So, expecting Niku to have a really good time here. You're not really gets harassed out. Not really going to be put under pressure by Morale. We'll see how Morale's going to be able to respond to that as the puck, because I have seen pucks fairly heavily lose this lane up against the Dragonite. How do you need to play this as the puck not to kind of get put so far behind here up against the Dragonite?
I mean, it's hard, right? Because you don't really win the trading battle, which as a puck is very uncomfortable, because normally that's exactly where you excel. The fact that you get to dodge attacks, the fact that you get to to trade better as a range hero with the dodging ability. Milk your Puckish for all it's worth to try and get a little extra regen out of it. Bite some of those tower shots, perhaps. But ultimately, I don't think that there is particularly a win to be had for you in the lane here. And you might need to rely on supports coming in with rotations. You might want to put a little extra emphasis on grabbing the runes, which is something that, unfortunately, again, the DK with the amount of regen that he has naturally is not as susceptible to.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see how he's going to play out, how the entire teams are going to play as well. We've got a quick pause as we get into the match. Hopefully, nothing that's going to keep us waiting around for too long. You'll get us straight into this one because I'm looking forward to see how this is going to break down between the two teams. I think, you look at this, Yellow Submarine coming in with that point to prove, especially with that standing, and Na'Vi wanting to continue on the run of dominance really here. Yeah, Dark Lord's going to be able to get the reconnect back in, so we're not going to be too far away from getting the game and going ahead with it. Overall, if you're looking at these two teams, I think even with the Undying in the offlane, it's not quite meta just yet. It is kind of in and around that. I think Na'Vi, I do prefer the draft, but it is a little bit greedy with this Dragonite in the mid now as well, because Blink Dagger BKB, it can be either the Orchids come out into the Bloodthorn, or maybe you go into the Daedalus for the damage here for Nico as well. But, are Yellow Submarine going to be able to take advantage of that downtime between the Dragon form here for the Dragonite, do you think?
I mean, they definitely have the tools for it, right? Their draft's looking way more active. If you look at all 4 heroes to the right of the Troll Warlord, every single one of them is comfortable with rotating, comfortable with moving in and out of fights, disabling, setting up, seeing what you can find. Na'Vi, a lot less in the way of direct stuns, very limited, indeed very reliant on that Dragonite to first get a Blink Dagger before they get moving. And even after that, it's mostly the Snapfire who's going to enable the Void to do anything, enable the DK to do anything. So a little worried for their ability to, at the very least, walk at heroes here. Of course, if your DK does have a good lane, being able to walk at towers, get the 3 tier 1s down, and then get the Blink Dagger off of that seems to be a pretty big staple of Navi's play here. That might just be what we're going to see instead.
Okay, well, let's see how it is going to break down here between the two teams. We have Dark Lord, again, standing in, so let's see how he's going to be able to play as well. And maybe, it's a little bit easier for the team to adapt around that standing as well. With it being the carry, he's mostly going to be in that farming role. He's not going to be the one that has to kind of organize those early rotations, those ganks as well. He can just play his own game. And Yellow Submarine, again, I don't think it's easy when you have a standing for any role, but I think it's easiest to adapt when you do have it, the carry, maybe the mid laner that you've got to try and play around.
No, I was thinking the same thing. Unless you want to play, or if you're used to playing with a very active carry, like think Skeeter about 1.5 to 2 years ago, for example, then you're actually going to have a very big gap in your gameplay because of having a stand-in on that support role.
Yeah.
Or role, excuse me.
A scatter blast to the face there. Don't forget, everybody, the odds were just on the screen. If you want to get involved, you can head yourself over to the 1xBet app or that 1xBet website. Use that promo code RESD2. Get yourself a bonus deposit on your first deposit there, up to 100%. So, as we get into this one, Yellow Submarine coming through a little bit longer odds for them as well, as Na'Vi looking to, again, continue that kind of strength that they've shown coming through over the past couple of months, as Koda and Zayat's going to be trading off in the lane here. Koda is going to have that brain sap coming up against Zayat's, but again, Zayat's, once he gets the little shredder out, once he starts to get a couple of levels under his belt, going to be a little bit harder here for Koda. So, do you try and play around that Nightmare defensively? Do you need to keep that to keep yourself alive, or is that purely going to be to stop Zayat's from really being able to get on top of you, do you think, with this damage?
I'd honestly like to think the first one that you need to use it for trading, because the problem in playing with versus an Undying lane is that you don't lose it through burst. You don't lose it through like, oh, they're running at me right now, they're going to try to kill me right now. No, it is just the unending decay spam. Yeah. It is you getting traded out and losing that way. So use your tools in order to try and make it possible to stay somewhat in the lane for the trading. Hope that the Undying spends all of his mana without kicking you out, and then maybe you can hope to start recovering. But there's not going to be one moment where you gotta really save the Nightmare for.
Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on Hugo to see how he tries to play around that. Speaking of the offlane Undying, what are you looking at in terms of builds? Because yesterday we saw a couple of pipes coming out. There was Crimson Guards going around. Are you looking, because there is that spam to come through, do you expect him to go mana boots? Are we expecting a mechanism here at all?
Really depends. If we're going to go see like a battling core Undying later on, so you could perhaps think about the phase boots, the blade mail going into the Aghanim Scepter, then you would see a Soul Ring, I think. Otherwise, there's definitely other builds. The Helm of the Dominator shows up from time to time. Let's hope not, though. But of course, the other way to go is the pipe, and I do think that this could be a pretty amazing pipe game. Because most of the mid-game damage is going to come out from Yellow Submarine. For all those moving parts that they've got is going to be magical.
Okay. Let's see.
But it'll limit you, right? Because you already have limited engagement potential. You're already relying a lot on that DK. If the Undying can't just walk forward with the Blade Mail on, if you're not going towards the Aghanims immediately, then he is less of a threat, and there's more pressure on the DK again.
Okay. Well, again, we'll see how it goes once we get a little bit further into the game. In the mid lane here, Niku coming up against Morel, and Niku, you can already see having a fantastic time on this Dragonite in the mid lane. 18 last hits to the 13 of the puck, even getting a couple of denies there each, but you see that Niku is the one that's kind of coming up ahead, and even with the damage coming through from Morel, Niku, especially underneath the tower here, going to be able to get some regen coming through. So, are you expecting Morel to kind of have to, once those sixes start to come out, is Morel going to be the one that rotates around here, looks for the bottom lane? We might say it's going to be the TP away here. It's not enough damage to get a kill onto the Bane. He is away. I can't quite say safe, but he is going to be able to get himself away. But does the puck have to match the rotations of the Dragonite, or is it just a case of roam to the side lanes, find those kills, and if the Dragonite takes the tower, that's just kind of what you have to give up to get back in it as the puck?
Yes, it depends on the availability of the core of the supports to come off the sidelines and go to mid. Because ideally, what you do is, especially at the first level 6, is kill the DK himself. Bring both of your supports in. You've got really good ones for that rotation.
Yeah.
And try to pressure him out that way. Make sure that you don't lose the tower there. If your supports can't shift off that mid lane, though, you're going to have to choose as.
the
from
long
downtown?
range. Yeah, it was the Scatterblast at full ball range that got the kill there onto the Troll. And the Troll just playing around, just got a little bit too cocky there. He didn't have a lot of health left. And the Scatterblast, around 100 or so health. And the Scatterblast, I don't think he was expecting it at that distance.
No, I mean, he's been weaving and dodging that Scatterblast all laning stage already, because Zayas has been using it to secure range creeps with, Undying not really too great at doing that. So he's sidestepped a couple already. I don't want to say that it was bound to happen, but well, once is going to be the first time.
Yeah, Tombstone's going to go down.
A lot of pressure.
Is he going to be able to get himself away? Yeah, it's actually going to be coming onto the sidelines here, so Infernal might actually try and go into Reddy's here. The pushback comes out onto the Dazzle, and it looks like the Dazzle is going to be speared back as well. Got a little bit of heal coming through, but Reddy's, is he going to be able to get the kill first? No, Infernal will be able to trade that one up. It looks like got the juice. He wants to get his revenge almost immediately here. Going to take a couple of tower shots from that, change the aggro on the tower, and he will be able to even that one up in the top lane here for him. But yeah, just a really nice combo with the bushwhack into that spear to set the kill up for the Dazzle. Oh, back in the bottom lane. It's going to be another Scatterblast here. Dark Lord this time. He does have that heal coming out with the wand, but he got down to, it was about 20 health there. Scatterblast this time just could not quite get enough damage to get the kill. And that Troll, though, he is living on the edge in this lane so far.
Now, if you're a Bane with guts, that is something that you could use a Nightmare for, not to stop Zayas with, but to dodge, dodge the Scatterblast.
Yeah.
You could, of course, also kill your teammate.
That is true, yeah. You drag him right back into range for the Undying to decay him. You'll get the kill that way. So, again, Dark Lord having to commit a lot of regen to be able to sustain in this lane. But at the minute, I mean, last hit-wise, he is up there, 30 last hits. Not Well, think about this Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight up to 40 last hits nearly. He's got the support of Riddies, Sayush, and Morel. Can he get the pushback? The Dragon Knight does have the catapult in the lane as well, so it's going to be a decent amount of tower damage as Ayats rotates around as well. The bushwhack comes out. It's going to be onto Riddies. Riddies, though, if he really needs it, he's got those heal bombs to come through. So the DK on Niku just continues to whittle down with the catapult onto this tier 1 tower. And I think, yeah, Morel, he just has to back himself away. Not even 7 minutes into this game. This might just be a tier 1 tower going down. Did he try and go for the deny, though? Catapult one more right click. Sayush, he is going to be able to get the deny, but it is now a tower and a lot of map control being given to Na'Vi.
Yep, and here you can see the anticipation of Na'Vi. They're like, if I was my enemy, I would try to kill this DK on level 6. Therefore, we just anticipate. We bring both of the supports in already. Our side lanes are going to be fine. They're quite independent. And that means that the DK gets to hit alongside the catapult and immediately take that tower down. It's not just a possible pain point averted, but also just the first win on the map taken.
Yeah, and you look at already where they've got these wards down as well for the side of Na'Vi. I think Zayat's put it in as he rotated around just above the high ground here. Yeah, right there on the high ground to see, you know, if anybody, I say anybody, if Morale starts to move through that Radiant jungle, it does give Na'Vi that little bit of information, you know, to try and go for a rotate, maybe go for a gank here onto Morale, who is now level 7, so has that Dream Call out if he wants to try and set up, but doesn't look like his teammates are going to be here in time to get aggressive onto Niku.
No, and in general, if you want to pick Niku off, I think you're going to need the Hoodwink. I think you're going to need the Sharpshooter to be online.
Yeah, we'll see what they're going to try and do, because there is going to be the 2 heroes rotated in from both sides here. These supports, there is going to be the pushback out onto Niku now too. Niku, it's actually going to be Hakoda, gets himself the Arcane Rune here. Morale just went the wrong direction. You know, 50-50 chance. Couldn't quite get it on there. Infernal could be in trouble again on the top lane though. Do you have enough damage? No, and it is going to be the Helm of the Dominator build coming out for Juice as Riddies rotates back in. Infernal, is he going to be in trouble here? Looks like Riddies, he doesn't want to get aggressive yet underneath this tier 1 tower.
No, and you've locked this Mars into this lane pretty seriously now. That Faceless Void is going to put an incredible amount of pressure on the tower with that extra creep. Here we go, rotation coming in.
Yeah, Chronosphere, there's going to be... The Dragon Knight walks into the Chronosphere, though. I mean, look at this one. Infernal, they still have the damage. There was no arena to come out. The stunlock here, 3 heroes caught in that bushwhack, but still got the Juice dumps himself forward and wants to try and look for the farm behind that tier 1 tower, while the Dragon Knight will slowly but surely whittle that one away once again. No catapult this time, but there is a Wild Wing Ripper to try and fill that role, as well as Riddies with the heals as well to keep his heroes, as well as these creeps, at a decent amount of health. So we'll see has got the Juice using that Wild Wing Ripper to take the aggro from this tier 1.
I love this team. They play so fast. Like 8-minute rotation for a 9-minute tower kill.
And
but another deny.
Nice. Yeah. So Infernal just showing that he has the timings completely right there to be able to, like I say, just get a little bit of something out for his team and deny it away for the side of Na'Vi here. Chronosphere has already been used. Bottom lane we'll see as Dark Lord, the apparent David Beckham fan, going to be looking to go straight onto that Battle Fury here. Net worth wise, going to be a little bit ahead of the Faceless Void. So if you're looking at this here, are you just happy that, yeah, again, Dark Lord getting that PV, getting all that farm up, just be able to, in fact, they might be able to go into the Undying because Morel's going to be here now as well. So drive back in, Blood Drain's going to be out now as well. They get the Sands out onto the Undying. And Morel, he gets the credit for the kill, but Dark Lord is involved.
Yeah, really important rotation, I think, here, especially because you've seen how eager Na'Vi is to pressure out all of these towers, and they've got level 6 on the Snapfire now as well. And the bot one is going to be next. Look at Niku already making his way over with the AD rune. You can dodge this, sure, but the tower is going to go down, and Na'Vi is going to, around 11 to 12 minutes, once again, and we've seen this time and again, take down all 3 tier 1 towers.
Radiant's bottom tower is
well,
under attack.
we'll see how it is going to play. And don't forget, everybody, if you want to get involved, you can head yourself over to that 1xBet app or the 1xBet website. Use the promo code that's on the screen right there, RESD2, for up to 100% bonus on your first deposit, available both on the app and the website. It is in the pinned message there too. But yeah, Niku, not even 11 minutes with the AD rune and the dragon form, takes down the tower in the bottom lane. And now, Yellow Submarine giving up a whole load of map control vision, as well as safe farming potential here too. So we'll see how Yellow Submarine going to try and respond to this speed that Na'Vi has shown in the first game.
Yep. And one of the things that you need to get if you take down these towers early is the waves are going to be pushed more into the enemy side of the map. It means that if you are the attacking team, if you want to actually get farm advantage out of it, you're going to have to move further along on that map as well. You're going to have to actually threaten them when they move out of the cover of those towers. And this is why I love the Dragon Knight, because the Dragon Knight will take towers with just levels. You don't, like a Beastmaster, need to, for example, invest in a helmet to dominate or anything first. You get towers through levels. With the tower gold, you're going to get your Blink Dagger. With your Blink Dagger, you're going to punish your enemy for the fact that it didn't hold on to the towers that you took. It's the perfect gameplay loop, man.
Yeah, and we'll see what Niku's going to build into now. He's got that Blink Dagger up already. So, yeah, 11 minutes, 12 minutes in, he's already got that one up, and we'll see what the next big item is. Are you looking more physical damage of that Daedalus out, or do you want... I expect the next one to be BKB, but how does Niku try and build from this platform that he's given himself so early?
Early BKB for sure. Then afterwards, I mean, I do think that you actually want to be higher level before you actually invest into the Daedalus, so maybe a farming item instead, or something for the DPS increase like an armlet.
Anything to stop this TP out here? It looks like Hakoda could be able to get himself away. There was no Dragon Tail. There was no Cookie coming through from the Snapfire. And now with the arena's up and Infernal, like, do you really want to be trapped in here with a living, breathing dragon? He runs himself away. And it's not the dragon that the fire's coming from. It's actually going to be those Mortimer Kisses now. Infernal trying to get himself away. The Breathe Fire comes out as well. God the Juice going to look for that Time Warp Cord. Blood Grenade comes out. Going to be stunned out by the Flash. Spear comes through now as well. Infernal going to be losing that whole load of heft. And the Cookie, it will connect. The Nightmare
Nice dodge.
trying to keep Infernal alive. There's even going to be the Deny. Can he get the damage over to get the kill? It looks like not. Maybe Infernal. Nope, Time Warp comes in. Chronosphere going to be committed. Got the Juice will get the kill. Might even be able to go into Hakoda now as well. Hakoda not going to be able to get himself away from this one. Just waiting here, but he's going to walk himself into the waiting arms of the Satyr 2. And Got the Juice will be able to get that Time Warp forward. Gets another kill, a double kill on the board here for Na'Vi.
So as far as I'm concerned, Hakoda is the moral winner of that exchange, because there it was, the Scatterblast dodge. But I gotta ask, during this entire exchange, where is the puck?
That's a good question.
Where is Morel? Because yeah, you're finishing off that Witchblade right now, but this is the kind of lengthy engagement. You can see him. He's close by on the map, decides against it, and then moves further away into the jungle. Has already decided that this is going to be nothing anymore. But you could definitely save several lives here if you wanted to just nip in, drop a coil, and then go out again. Because if this was a pub, your teammates would definitely be pinging you. Let me put it that way. So now with the Witchblade, he can prove me wrong. He could just say like, hey, by the way, I didn't want to risk even a tiny little bit of this timing here. 30 seconds would have cost me this juicy Got the Juice skill here. 6 on the Bane as well. They've got him.
Yeah, if his group comes out here, it looks like it's going to be a lot of damage with the spear now as well.
Oh.
There is going to be the Shard Grave coming out though. Can he get that Time Warp away? There's going to be the heals. No, they're not even going to be able to kill out into the Faceless. Arena will be here. Zayat's going to be trapped inside, but look at this one. Infernal, Narelle, they've spent so much. They even threw out the Fiend's Grip for that now as well. They're going to get nothing from this one. Sharpshooter comes out from Saish, but Gotland's just going to be back pretty much at full health now, and they're going to be able to burst down this little squirrel thing here. Saish, no way to scurry himself away from this one. The Time Dilation comes out as well. Saish will fall. They get Hakoda with Niku, and this just goes from bad to worse on Yellow Submarine. They could not get anything, throwing 4 ultimates at that, and they get nothing from that fight.
Pain and suffering. That would... So, two kills lost in getting the Witchblade up at that timing, and then another 2 kills lost, and nothing gained on his attempt at a kill. I Got the Juice, and they didn't get to leave any aggressive vision either. They're starting to go... Well, not quite blind just yet. There's 1 outer ward left on that bottom lane, but starting to get in real trouble keeping pace.
Yeah, and just look at this. They throw everything in the kitchen sink, but they don't expect the rotation coming in from the Dazzle, and Got the Juice just has just enough health there to survive through it. Zayat's inside the arena. He even just kites it out because you look at the damage that's being focused elsewhere because of the threats outside that arena. And Zayat just walks around in, I think, like 2 or 3 big circles there and just lives throughout all of that one. And then Saush, no way to get himself away. He's already used that scurry. He was on cooldown, and Got the Juice in real time gets another kill on Infernal.
And that is the Mars with even more delays for his Blink Dagger right now. Has not been able to get any defensive TP rotation because the towers fell too early. You can't even TP Arena in if they're taking your towers before 10 minutes. It's...
Yeah,
Who does that, man? Who does that? I just sat down.
Quick look at this one. So Infernal, yeah, gets caught out. The scatter blast.
Everybody's here.
They throw everything, yeah, and just rip him a new one here. Infernal had no way out of that. And like you say, he's as close to the puck as he is to the Snapfire here in terms of net worth. So that's just showing how the game is going here for that Mars.
Having a rough time of it, and that means that pick-off engine, and we've seen a demonstration of how it could work, right? With the Bane getting the grip, with the AoE control of that Mars, of that puck coming in over the top. But the further they get behind in levels here especially, the more that damage is going to lack. And Na'Vi is very well set up for the longer fights.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
that burst potential, they need to keep the levels coming in, and they need to keep feeling confident. They need to group up and take that risk instead of farming more and trying to see if they can itemize their way out of it if they want to have a mid game at all, because right now this is starting to look pretty dire for them.
Pun intended, as we see the three-man smoke coming through for Yellow Submarine. They might be able to get on top of PMA.
Here's the blink reveal.
Infernal. Yeah, the arena comes out now as well, but what can he do? Because again, the Dazzle's going to be able to get himself in with a Nothel projector here, keeping PM alive for a little bit long. He drops that Tombstone, going to be able to heal himself up with the help of the Dazzle too. Back to about half health here. Now Dark Lord can be run down.
Over.
The Dragonite Chronosphere comes out onto the two. It's going to be the Mars as well as the Hoodwink now. Do they have the damage to get the kill onto both of them? Side's going to get low. Infernal low now too. Nightmare comes out to keep Infernal alive. And look at this one. Dark Lord wants to get into the middle of the fight. Get on top of that Dazzle here. Dazzle going to be losing a lot of life, going to be losing his entire life here. The takedown got the juice too. The first time the Troll Warlord gets involved here, Niku going to be slowed down by the Whirling Axes now too. It looks like with that BKB, is he going to be able to get himself away from this when the buyback comes through from Riddies. The Spear now as well, pushing onto PMA, but maybe the Troll Warlord gone a little bit too far here. The takedown Dark Lord, Infernal will go down next, and the buyback from Riddies, he might just be what they need here. Look at it, it's got the juice. Even if he's dead, he's still involved, chasing down with that Satyr, and he's going to be able to get a blink in the vision to help out. Niku gets the kill out to Hakoda. And this has gone from an okay fight to sticking around a little bit too long there. The overextension comes out, and they trade off, what, 2 and a buyback for 3 heroes, including their carry.
I was so sure that when the Undying survives there, that's when the DK stacks are starting to come in. That's where you've really spent most of your damage. But really good positioning for the Troll, really good moment for him to come in. Honestly, Na'Vi may be underestimating him a little bit. I certainly thought so. It's like, okay, Undying lives. Pack him up, boys. Ship him away. But unfortunately, then the problem comes in that you haven't taken down the outer tower. You have no way to buy back anybody back into this fight, but Na'Vi still has a tier 3 on the bot lane. This feels bad.
Yeah.
This feels so bad. You've got everybody coming in from the flanks.
You see here, it's a nice Chronosphere, but again, Hakoda being able to, outside with the saves out, maybe the hero that you need to focus down on, something like that, or get the kill on first before you look for the Chronosphere.
The supports are so far forward.
Yeah, and once Dark Lord gets in there, it's just a bit of a mosh pit coming out. I even thought he was going to be able to get the kill onto Niku here. I thought the slows were going to be enough, but yeah, just being able to turn this one around, with the BKB as well, Niku was able to get himself away. PMA speared back. I think they were looking for, the Dragonite had that BKB still there, so they weren't able to get that spear back, and all of a sudden, Na'Vi, they have it in them to just clean up.
Yeah, good patience from Yellow Submarine, knowing that they still have that puck coil in the pocket, seeing if they can get Na'Vi to overchase, and they did.
Middle tower is under attack.
We're looking at the neutral itemization here.
Oh, jump comes in the top lane. They're going to be able to get a quick Tormentor for the side of Na'Vi, and yeah, it's going to be a free one for Reese. So again, Na'Vi, they just found another objective around the map that they want, and they go and take it. No contest for Yellow Submarine. We do see, the Northern Protection, or projection, excuse me. You do get the amp on that. And let's see how they try and play around this, because you can use it while that Dazzle's disabled now. He did buy back in the last fight, so he might just try and play at max distance with this projection.
He might. And to be fair, Yellow Submarine does have 2 layers of initiation with the puck as well as the Mars, you should normally be able to find the Dazzle, but killing him is something else entirely. And right now, simply, sleeping him at a crucial moment, silencing him is not going to be enough because you will still be able to cast a Shallow Grave.
Yeah.
And that is what you're struggling with right now.
Yeah, it does really feel like that. I mean, on both sides, right? You've got Riddies that it feels like Yellow Submarine needs to jump, and these Nightmares have been on point. It feels like coming out from Hakoda, who, I mean, looking at this one, maybe not going to be able to get a save out. Sayush going to be able to scare himself away, though. Multi-Kiss is going to rain down, connects out into Sayush. Sayush, one more. It's going to be on the mark. Hits the target here, Zayats, and gets the kill. And now with this Dragon form up, they might look for a tier 2 tower, and it looks like Yellow Submarine not really in a position to try and defend this.
Well, at least you got that catapult down with Man. Orchid in the works from the Dragon Knight now. Once that one comes in, your puck is going to have such a hard time playing this game. You're already scared of the Dragon Tail, but now it's going to be even worse, and he is absolutely not thinking about itemizing defensively currently. He's just working on the Octarine, just working on split pushing most likely, and trying to weather this Navi storm. As here, this is a good call.
Yeah, so
You knew exactly where they were.
I mean, yeah, they have the space, they have the, like you say, they have that information, so it's going to take Dark Lord a little bit to get Roshan, but it should go their way pretty much. Well, I can't say for free because he lost a tier 2 tower for this, but yeah, they're going to be able to get a good trade off that. The tier 2 for Orochio, giving Dark Lord the Aegis here, which... Do you use this to look for a fight now, or is this just a safety blanket? You're taking it away from Na'Vi and giving Dark Lord a bit of a safety blanket?
No, I mean, the best thing you're going to get out of it is, I was going to say the opportunity to run at any tier 1 towers that remain, but Na'Vi has lost all of those now as well.
Yeah.
So it remains a very fraught situation, because now it's going to be hard to get Na'Vi to actually commit to a fight against your Troll Warlord at all. And you don't want to be running after these fights on a Troll when you're barely ahead of the competition. You would rather take this time, this Aegis, to get a Satanic up and be geared up for the fights that Na'Vi is going to bring again immediately afterwards.
Okay, well, let's see here. The Dragon Knight straight through the Twin Gate here, and Dark Lord.
Simultaneous.
Yeah, it's the perfect timing there. The ships in the night between the two heroes. So Dark Lord up to the top lane. The Faceless Void is close. Mars might actually be looking to hunt, but he's not going to be able to get the kill, especially solo on this Faceless Void. So Infernal going to be careful about how far forward he comes, because I'm not sure if he had the vision and... Well, I don't think that's who he was looking to use and got the juice. He just gets away with absolute murder as the Yule Scepter comes out onto one of the neutrals.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well,
Unfortunate.
Dire's structures
yeah, it's one of those things, right? When it rains, it pours. You know,
bottom tower
maybe
is
just
under
one of those days for Infernal.
Well, maybe I am wrong. This sure looks like Navi's going to walk a long way if they want to dodge this fight.
Arena comes out here. They're going to be able to get trapped right inside. PMA's going to be one of them. He drops that Tombstone now as well. And it looks like the Shallow Grave actually comes out to Riddies himself here. What can Dark Lord do? He's going to be able to get the right-click damage out onto the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight will die, and Riddies might go down next. Riddies, yeah, going to fall in the river. While that's going on, though, Hakoda and Infernal going to go down too. Multi-Kisses are out. Dark Lord going to be slowed down by that Scatter Blast. And it looks like PMA maybe wants to go man mode. And again, the Chronosphere, though, it's going to be not on the perk. It catches nobody but the little zombie. And this is looking rough. The Aegis has popped, though. Can they carry on fighting onto this one? Dark Lord, he's already used his ultimate now. They might be able to get the passes out to Morel. Can he get himself away from this one? It's going to be the Lotus coming out here from the Undying out onto Got the Juice. So it looks like Dark Lord just has to run himself away. They do lose Morel. And again, started off what looked like a good fight for Yellow Submarine, but they couldn't close it out quick enough. And they will lose and end up losing 4 compared to the 2 on the side of Na'Vi.
They need to invest so much into getting rid of that Dazzle, and it still doesn't work. He still saves himself. You get to have that sustained throughout the fight while Yellow Submarine's burst runs low. They spend all of their damage on getting Yuku. Now, to be fair, that means that the puck is free in the fight afterwards, right? So
Yeah.
Orchid is down, but you've shot all of your ammo. This was it.
And Zayas just able to get these free multi-kisses to slow down into the zombie pile there as well. There's a little bit of rough there for Got the Juice. Couldn't get the catch out onto the puck inside that chronosphere, so puck was able to get away. But again, it's one of those things that you aren't going to get everything 100% right in the fight. You take what you can get, and Na'Vi taking more than they gave there in that last fight.
Yeah, just a little bit. And that was a really good attempt from Yellow Submarine as well. You got to hand it to them.
Yeah.
Not afraid to actually leverage that Aegis. And it looks really good for all, but perfect 3-man catch. It's just that darn Dazzle. He would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for that meddling kid.
Yeah, and maybe it's actually going to be, so I suppose he's going to be in the Northal realm. So with the shard, the extra heals coming out for something like the mechanism. And, the GG boot's going to be nice here for that Dazzle to kind of bolster, once again, the heals coming through, right? So we'll see how it gets played here for the side of Yellow Submarine up against that Dazzle, whether you try and target him down first, because I think that's the second fight in a row where the Dazzle's kind of been the MVP, saving his teammates and making those fights go longer than they need to for the side of Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, and the real deal is they already went for him there, and it still didn't work out.
Yeah.
It was a really beautiful split jump.
Actually, the puck is going to go for the Lincolns here, changing his mind.
He needs to.
Yeah. Because I was going to say, would you look for an Orchid on anyone on the side of Yellow Submarine? I guess puck would have been the best option, but yeah, look for that defensive one up against the Orchid.
And then afterwards, the puck has damage to do.
Yeah.
They need to have DPS in these long fights, and the Troll is a pretty darn nice source, but you really need the puck to come in over the top. So after this Lincolns, it is going to be Parasma. We're not going to see more utility out of the puck, who's also probably going to want Aghanims after that, etc.
Okay. Speaking of the Aghanims, Dragonite not too far off his. Needs about another 600-ish gold, 620 gold or so here for the Dragonite to be able to pick that one up. So a couple of more camps for the DK, and we will see the Acceptor coming out. So the increased Elder Dragon form here for the DK going to be very nice in these fights, just being able to get the pathing out there as well. So because a couple of times he's been caught on those cliffs with no way out. So this time with the DK form, we'll just be able to sail away from, or glide away, I guess, from that Troll Warlord.
Yeah, perhaps that's one of the reasons, because we don't see the Aghanims on the DK all that much anymore. It's not nearly what it used to be. Especially, I think most of the extra magic resist that you got out of it is no longer on the ticket. Used to be the really big selling point. But what you're saying about the pathing?
See, as DK... Again, it does have the gold now to pick it up. We'll be able to buy that one out. So going to be able to get it in the next... It's coming out on the courier about 5 seconds away. So we'll see if you want to try and fight around this one now with this next big item. I think there's a couple of big items here. In fact, the fight might be forced on them. PMA here to be able to get that flesh golem out. It's going to be the BKB now as well. But there is going to be the grip coming out. Chronosphere, though, they get the catch out onto Hakoda. So he's going to be cancelled out on that grip. Can he get the kill? It's going to be Shellgrave out onto PMA. PMA going to live for a little bit longer now as well. Does he have... He does have the Cecil Scourge as well.
Still alive!
So can come right back into that fight. Dark Lord trying to do what he can with the Battle Trance now as well. They take down Riddy's force. Stuff comes forward again. The Tombstone is still down, and that's going to be Niku with the BKB. Lotus up on top. He's taking a lot of damage now as well. The Cookie, it might not save his life here. Do they have enough to get the Dragonite out of danger? It looks like maybe. No, the Dragon Tail, it might just be enough. It is. And PMA there as well with the Soul Rip. He keeps Niku alive. Backlines Morel trying to do what he can. The Dragon Form is down now. Morel not going to be able to get away. There's going to be the slowdown coming through from Got the Juice with that time dilation. Morel, the bash. Second hit bash. And they take down 4. And again, the Hoodwink just has to leave that fight.
And the Undying alive through the entirety of the fight.
Yeah.
Yellow Submarine throws everything at him. Truly everything they have.
Got the Juice was very surprised to get the catch out onto Hakoda there with it. That's why he changed his targets, because he thought the Fiend Spirit was just going to carry on. But yeah, he just catches him on the very edge of that Chronosphere, so changes from the Troll. And even this, the Troll trying to man mode in with the Battle Trance gets Niku low, but I think the Dragon Tail came out at just the right time. Meanwhile, in the live, we might see another kill come through. Another Cookie to get Got the Juice out there. But yeah, just at the very edge of his health pool, and that Dragon Tail comes up for Niku to save his life.
Absolutely illegal. And it's a damage curve, man.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if, somebody had bought a Dagon in this game? You don't see that very often. But of course, how can you know? Because technically you have all the tools. You had that Undying dead to rights. You caught him right at the start of the fight, which is exactly when he doesn't have the stacks built up yet. You can chop right through him, take away that front line. And instead, he keeps on living, even at your second, your third attempt.
We'll see what they want to try. Infernal could be in trouble here. Niku, does he have that blink dagger to try and close that gap? Zayt's is close as well. The Scats Blast, it will connect. So Infernal now going to be able to get the blink of his own now as well. Niku with the BKB going to be able to come through the arena wall. Chase down onto Infernal here. Niku, does he actually get in range to get that Dragon Tail off? He sees Infernal.
Oh, yeah.
The blink comes in. Yeah, there's going to be the silence as well, just to make doubly sure. And PMA will get the credit for the kill. Chronosphere on the other side now as well. Only on the Hoodwink will be able to get that kill. He was aiming for the Puck there too. But again, Puck able to get himself out with all the mobility built into that kit. But it's not really doing him too much of a favor here because Puck can get away, but not really getting too much out of these fights. And like 2, 2, and 3 on that mid lane Puck compared to the Dragon Knight, which 3, 1, and 10.
He's had such a hard time deciding between whether or not he should be farming or whether or not he should be contributing. As DK has entered his final phase right now.
Yeah. We get the slightly purple dragon coming out here for the Dragon Knight, so it's going to be a big ask to fight into him. And 3 very tanky cores coming out for the side of Na'Vi with that sustain from the Dazzle here. I mean, even the Soul Rip as well for the Undying, doing a lot of work here to keep his teammates alive. So Yellow Submarine, okay, we are going to get a pause here, PMA. It might just be a quick disconnect. What's the game plan for Yellow Submarine? How did they get themselves back into this?
It's going to be through the Puck, right? You've got the Parasma in the works right now. That is going to be a significant increase to your capabilities, and it's going to most likely force Got the Juice to try and actually get the Chronosphere on the Puck, because so far they've kind of been ignoring him. They've kind of been going for either just really big catches in general or make sure that you take some of the supports down, especially that Bane, a very important find. But it's going to force more attention to the Puck, which will give the troll more time to go to work. Or alternatively, if the Puck does not get attention, you will actually start killing the supports. And so far, Na'Vi has had the luxury of letting the supports sit sort of in like that half circle around those 3 cores in the middle and have them be there unbothered, especially in that last fight. But once you've got the extra damage on the Puck, you can no longer justify that.
Okay.
They're going to get hunted down.
Let's see if they're going to be able to play it that way here on the side of Yellow Submarine. And looking through, like, build-wise, item-wise, is there anything that we're waiting for? Still Dazzle trying to go towards the Guardian's Greaves. He's about 500 gold away there. BKB's up. The Undying had that for a little bit. Going towards the Ghost Scepter, I don't mind this as well for the Undying, because he knows if the troll's going to run at him, that's going to be his best defense. And once you take the Puck out of it, the magic damage, okay, the Bane's going to be able to throw out a little bit of magic damage too. But I think overall it's a net win to be able to get that Ghost Scepter off here for the Undying.
He already came in very handy in the last fight. Because, again, the troll has been the main damage threat.
Yeah.
That's why it's so crucial to get that Puck online.
And we'll see. I mean,
There's a Hex in the work on the Mars as well, but that's going to take a long time to get there.
Yeah, again, look at the net worth here. Closer to that Snapfire now to the next core, which is the Undying. The Undying's about 4,000 away. Snapfire only about, 400 gold, 300 gold now behind that Mars. So it is looking really rough for Infernal here, at least in this first game. He's not having a great time, and we'll see if he is going to be able to kind of, not just recover, but, kind of maybe get himself into a more comfortable position here going forward in the rest of the game.
I mean, he's had a lot of weight on his shoulders because this was supposed to be a game where the supports could play both with him or with the Puck, but the Puck hasn't really been active, so it's just been all on the Mars making the moves. And if that doesn't go well, then you pay the price. Paying the price looks roughly like this.
Yeah, Infernal gonna try and get himself away. I mean, if he can, he's got that blink. Yeah, he's going to be able to blink himself away. Zayt's is chasing. The ward goes down here, but Zayt's, it's going to be playing Ring Around the Rosie because both teams have water on that cliff. And Infernal knows which way to juke out, so Zayat's not going to be able to get the cookie on top. Infernal has that TP scroll as well, just looking for somewhere safe. Niku did actually get the blink as Infernal was throwing the spear out to clear off the creep wave. If he was a second earlier, maybe gets that dragon tail off, and Infernal isn't walking around trying to split the wave here.
And he's still around, surprisingly enough. Like, he must know that his that death approaches.
He hides himself in the trees. He's trying to play around this one.
Another wave. One more wave. One more wave. You can do it.
Is it greedy, though? Because you're going to see the smoke coming out here. Yeah, Infernal going to try and go in with the spear. Cutting that wave, immediate blink into the TP, and the Dragonite that is snapped by have already gone down to the other side of the map. They're going to Twingate here. This is brave. Okay, the smokers got the juice as well. So got the juice. If they're looking for this one, they might be able to find Infernal. Yeah, on the Faceless Void here. He's not going to have enough damage. He's not going to be able to find out Infernal anyway. But it looks like, they're maybe setting up to try and take control of this top part of the map. I mean, they have the Aegis still on Na'Vi for, what's that, like another 3 minutes or so. So I would expect them at least to try and pressure the high ground.
Absolutely. Like, you'd kind of want the AC on the DK before fully committing, but he's not that big yet. This is a good pick off, though.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the catch out here. Hoodwink will fall, and again, that's some really nice high ground defense. Just be able to stop creeps and heroes in the track as well with that pushback. The Acorn shot coming through as well, and Niku, as well as Riddy's going to be able to control that one. Just guiding the wave in as well, making sure this one won't be cut out. So they're going to have at least one wave against these tier 3 towers, this tier 3 tower in the mid lane.
But great job being done by Yellow Submarine to mess with these waves.
Yeah.
Infernal taking another one here, and PMA is all the way back in the bot lane because the Bane was here as well, clearing up waves. So Na'Vi really almost lucky that they've gotten one wave into base here.
Yeah.
Yellow Submarine is doing their darndest to make sure that doesn't happen ever again.
So the Roshan banner, fortification was used. The Roshan banner is down as well from the side of Na'Vi, so they are going to be able to get a full lane out of this one. TP coming back, he might be able to try and make a move onto Infernal here. Got the juice Infernal. Did he wait around just a little bit too long here? There is going to be a Yule Scepter out here, but got the juice. Was that time walk? 1 second away. Does he get himself inside the arena as well? The time dilation comes out. Mars not going to go for the TP just yet. Gets caught out. And now the Chronosphere, but everybody's trapped out. They need to wait for those walls to drop. Oh, I mean, I guess Zayats has to wait for the Chronosphere to go down. The 2 PMA will get the credit for the kill, but they do get the catch out. At least the Mars, if needed, does have that buyback Numon on the top lane. They're going to have to go, yeah, Puck comes through. Puck just straight up disappears. And Undying has a full Deathblade coming out now for him as well, so doesn't need to pop it on himself, can throw it out onto that Troll Warlord when the Troll's looking, especially inside that Battle Trance.
Yeah, or pop a Lincoln's on the Puck if that's necessary.
Nightmare to be shifted around, but yeah, you are right. Yeah, it's just another way to get through that Lincoln Sphere here. Niku going to be enfeebled, which doesn't matter because nobody knows what that spell does. So Niku just continues to hit out onto that tier 3 tower.
The cast range reduction is what I think is really weird too, and especially for us casters, really hard to cast.
Yeah.
How do you explain that he's walking closer now than he used to normally, but only like 30%?
Yeah, you say enfeebled and everyone goes, huh? I think a lot of players don't even know what that spell does because, well, maybe now that your Bane's getting more popular, but the cast range reduction is a weird one. It's him. Does Tinker still have cast range reduction? It's just him and Tinker now, I think, right?
I think so as well. Yeah, I mean it's a very odd mechanic in general, and the reason you don't see that very often is because it's anti-fun, right?
Yeah. Well, that's just Tinker in a nutshell.
Yes, absolutely. But it feels unfair.
Here we go. The replay on the catch out here. So Infernal, he thinks he's safe. He's in between the two walls, or in between the wall of that arena, but still the Chronosphere, it is wide enough to reach out here And we might see some live action coming through. 4-man smoke for the side of Na'Vi. Might be able to get the catch onto Morel. He's already got that phase shift out. PMA is going to be going towards the other side. Link Sphere gets broken out. Dragon Tail comes through. And Perk will be going down. That's a gem on the deck there too. So it looks like Zayat's going to be able to pick that one up. Dark Lord, can he get himself away from this one? It looks like there's a Lotus Soul on top of him now as well. He's going to try and banish himself for a couple of seconds, but it looks like the damage coming through. The arena is out now as well, but the face is void. Trying to trade this one off.
Grab ally.
Down to Dark Lord. Dark Lord's doing a lot of damage here. Shallow Grave comes out, got the juice, and that's going to be the battle trans over with. And now they go back onto Morel. Morel brought back onto this one. If he goes down, the dieback comes out. 2 cores dead on the side of Yellow Submarine. And I think, yep, there's the GG. We will see it 39 minutes into this game. Celebratory Chronosphere comes out here from Na'Vi as they pick up game number 1.
In dominating fashion. But at the end there, where Troll Warlord finally gets a shot at actually taking down the Faceless Void, and it just gets put in the outhouse by the Undying. Gets to wait out the entirety of that Troll ult and then triumphantly pop back out after. That's... it hurts, man. Nothing went Yellow Submarine's way this game. Absolutely nothing worked out for them.
No, not at all. If we take a look at the actual scoreboard here, you can see, again, the difference between the 2 carries coming out. Only 4 kills for Dark Lord, but again, he was looking at the farm very early on. 12 kills for God.
He did a great job.
Yeah. It's... I mean, net worth-wise, he wasn't too far behind. It was just that Got the Juice was picking up so many kills. You can see the graph coming out, as it's going to be pointed out as well here. It just always went in favor of the side of Na'Vi. You know, there was no real threat, it felt like, from Yellow Submarine here in this first match.
No, and when you're getting run at like this, especially when everything seems to only just about go the enemy's ways, it is really hard to make the decisions on the cores that are supposed to be doing things at that moment. Like, okay, clearly, if I farm a little bit more, maybe I'm a little bit more ahead of them the next time they come, and we can win that fight instead. We can turn it around. But on the other hand, if I farm, I'm going to leave the initiative in the enemy's hands, and that means that Na'Vi would still get to pick every single fight. And usually teams default to, we're going to turn it next time, especially when the margins are this thin. Like, this is not an illogical decision at all. This is not just them being cowards. This is like, well, clearly all we have to do the next time is, I don't know, we just find the Dazzle. And then they just find the Dazzle the next time, and the Dazzle doesn't go down and you lose it again. Okay, fine, we learn from this. We take the next fight. But every single time, something wasn't quite enough, and you're left wondering, maybe we should have actually tried to take over the tempo and lost harder if we failed to do that. Maybe we should have. And that is a hard question to answer.
Yeah, we'll see Yellow Submarine. I mean, I think next game we don't see the Dazzle at all. I think that's going to be a first phase ban coming through from Yellow Submarine. But we'll see if they are going to try and take that lead a little bit faster, a little bit more serious here for Yellow Submarine, or if Na'Vi can close it out in 2. Because this match, if they win it, Na'Vi will qualify. And again, they get tomorrow off. Well, at least here in the Blast qualifiers, there's going to be more to come for them, I'm pretty sure. But every little helps here for Na'Vi. We'll see if they are going to be able to do it in a spectacular 2-0, or if Yellow Submarine are going to be able to pull it back to a 1-1. We'll find out after this break.
new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back in, everybody, here to the RES Unchained Blast Slam qualifiers. We might be potentially one game away from seeing who is the first team to go through here. Na'Vi looking so good in that first match up against Yellow Submarines. And Yellow Submarines, they've got a little bit of work to do here to get themselves back in it. So, Kips, what's the game plan, do you think, coming into this draft? Is it, again, are we looking to see the ban out on that Dazzle? Are we taking away the Dragon Knight? You know, who do you think they're going to be targeting here to not get through in the second game?
In theory, you should be able to handle the Dragon Knight, right? You've got yourself a Troll Warlord, you've got the break coming out from that Hoodwink. Like, ideally, you have the tools. The thing that was lacking in that game definitely is on the tempo side. And you can go one of three ways with it. You can say, okay, we're going to go faster than Na'Vi. You can say, we're going to go, fine, you're going to come with us, we're going to go slower than them. Or the third option is, nah, we got this, we just got to play better. And perhaps if the Dazzle was indeed the only problem here, and if you look at that replay, perhaps it's right. If you don't have the Dazzle to save there, then perhaps you can out-execute in these fights, and you will actually come out on top. But for sure, if you want to go that way, then the Dazzle at the very least needs to go.
Yeah. We'll see, actually, because it is going to be Yellow Submarine that have that first pick, so we'll see if Na'Vi ban out the Dazzle here themselves, or if they're going to let it through. They do actually ban out the Marcy here, so maybe Yellow Submarine make a play for that Dazzle themselves here to maybe try and get that advantage in this match. Yellow Submarine with one ban left in this first phase, so we're going to see the Naga Siren, as well as that Beastmaster, the Nature's Prophet, and the Marcy taken out here by Na'Vi. On the other side, it's going to be the Queen of Pain, as well as the Undyne and the Monkey King. They go in for the Earthshaker. Again, a hero that we've not seen a whole lot of over the past couple of days, but I think might actually be the first time me and you cast him, because I think he was banned out all yesterday.
Yeah, I've seen him at the start of this week in some different qualifiers where I was really, getting on my preaching chair, being like, yeah, and you're always getting a minute 11 blink dagger on the shaker. That's why it's so good right now. And then we got offlanes that were messed with, jungle camps contested, ancients awarded. Best trick you can do there is to wait until they've got like 2 stacks in there or something, and then drop the sentry in the middle so that the creeps block the D-ward as well. That's hard to find. All kinds of shenanigans, including enchantresses, emptying the camps and everything. And the 2 shakers actually had a pretty rough time. So let's see if Na'Vi is indeed, an oiled machine ready to take down the economy behind the shaker, or if the shaker is going to get a game and we're going to get a demonstration of why this massive team fighter has been first phase banned every single time.
Yeah, I do like the Disruptor as an immediate pickup here for Na'Vi as well, because, just being able to drop down the Static Storm, if you can get the catch out as well with the Glimpse. I mean, it doesn't stop the blink into the Echo Slam. You do need to be very proactive to get that catch out, but just being able to limit, maybe if you get that jump onto the Earthshaker, limit where you can go with the Kinetic Field, you get the Thunder Strike out there as well to stop the blinks in. And again, the Static Storm, if you're the ones getting the jump out, stops the Echo Slam in those fights. So it does feel like Na'Vi, again, it's a hero that they say, we can play this one, and we can still get ourselves ahead. Because I think Disruptor, famously, one of the hardest heroes to try and play from behind, to be that reactive kind of save hero. But if you are playing from ahead, if you're the ones making the moves, absolutely fantastic hero here. As we see, once again, the Invoker going to be banned out. And maybe Yellow Submarine weren't watching that series Navi's yesterday, banning that one, as well as the Mars. And then on the other side, we'll see what Na'Vi want to be taking away. They do have the next pick. So again, if they wanted to go in for that position 4 Dazzle once again, that is something they could try here, because it hasn't been banned out from either team.
They could. I mean, it's a lot harder to get passive backlaners, like really reactive backlaners through backliners, I should say, through the game when there's an Earthshaker in, right? The amount of reach that man has, as soon as you get information, you can slam down a fissure, throw down the Echo Slam. There's really not much you can do against the overwhelming amount of disable and damage. You'd much rather, I think, have a support that can actually defend themselves here as well. Though, then again, Grave versus all that burst should be tempting. The biggest argument against Dazzle for Na'Vi here is that they've already gone in for the Disruptor, and you get such a passive support combination if you take both of those. So you'd have to put that Dazzle on a core position. Instead, we get a Pangolier. Niku's specialty, I think PMA plays it as well.
Yeah. And can be flex, like you said, between the offlane and the mid lane. So we'll see. They're going to keep that open now. And looking at this pickup here for the Pangolier, is this just a Na'Vi comfort pick, or does that play up against the Earthshaker quite well if it is going to be potential mid lane up against mid lane?
It is solidly up versus the Shaker on the mid lane, and it is one of the best heroes by far at contesting those jungle stacks, right? You're good at taking them yourselves. You're very confident at rolling in, even if they're, and that's the biggest problem with contesting the stacks, is if there's 4 ancient stacks, five on the camp, then the Echo Slam is going to annihilate you if you try to contest those. It is absolutely brutal. It looks like a meat explosion. But Pangolier is not afraid of that because he's got the immunity during his roll. So good way to get vision, good way to contest, even in situations where other heroes are already let him have his stacks.
Okay. We see the Shadow Demon coming out here as well. Again, good save to come out. Nice hero. We've seen some really nice disruptions coming through. It can stop the glimpses back as well from the Disruptor. So it is a hero that, quite nice to pick up here. In conjunction with the Snapfire now too, can be a little bit more offensive, can be on that front line, even as a support. You're getting in the Scatterblast coming through the cookies as well to set up. So I do like the balance that Yellow Submarine have gone for these two supports.
Yeah, they work together really well as setup and follow-up. You've got yourself a save, you got yourself some mobility out from that Snapfire cookie, and of course into the Pangolier. I mean, we said it before, Snapfire feels so good because she's very much like a mixed damage support, and the little Shredder definitely helps with taking down the Pango. And Na'Vi still going for the Dazzle here. I mean, not surprised after how successful it was, and there's...
Okay. So we got the big man, the big blue, looking around, going to be doing a lot of physical damage here. So, looking to rip through as well, just being able to get some farm up. And maybe this is Na'Vi saying, we know that Yellow Submarine, weren't able to match us in the last game, so we can take a little bit more time. We can find that farm, go for a little bit of a harder carry here with that one. But the Ursa is going to be the reply here for Yellow Submarine. And do you now... Looking at this lineup, would you, if you're Na'Vi, be tempted to put that Pango up against the Ursa in the offlane, or is this, you think, securely in the mid lane now for Na'Vi?
I mean, you could still do it in the offlane as well. The problem is, of course, with your levels. You want to hit that level 6 early so that you can contest the stacks, that you're fully ready to contest the stacks when the Earthshaker hits his 6. So you might be playing with fire if you do that. On the other hand... idea of either a Pangolier Dazzle or a Pangolier Disruptor lane up versus that Ursa plus probably the SD feels pretty good.
Okay. And what are we looking at then for... Okay, so Na'Vi, you've got bans left. Looking at maybe spreading it around, as we see Yellow Submarine banning out the Huskar again. I think they did it in the last match there too, just making sure that hero doesn't get through at all. Not want to see that one being picked up by Na'Vi, it seems like. So we'll see what Na'Vi, what they've got on the mind, what the plan is going to be. But it is going to be the final pick once again. So Yellow Submarine, Na'Vi will have that reply to whatever Yellow Submarine pick up last year. Banning out the Slardar too. So looking for, another good fight here that Ursa benefits from having on that sidelines here for Yellow Submarine. So Na'Vi taking that one away.
Yeah, looking to take away a minus armor hero into the Sven as well, making sure that the efficacy of that war cry is undisturbed.
Yeah. What else?
I want, because this ban is going to give something away about whether or not this Pango is going to go on the mid or on the offlane, right? I still believe that it's going to be a mid Pangolier. This Dazzle could still flex to the offlane still as well. Laning versus the Ursa seems pretty good to me. He has a little bit of a gap close, but the Poison Touch is definitely going to do work on him.
Do you want something, or that's going to add a little bit more kite to against the Ursa, because there is going to be the Glimpse, there's going to be the Stormhammer as well for the Sven, but is that enough here coming through for Na'Vi to be able to deal with that Ursa?
Kite magic damage. I like the suggestion. How would you feel about a puck?
I know that. I think that'd be if that's an Earthshaker mid though. I think the Earthshaker have a good time against the puck mid.
He does have a regular old time, at least.
What else?
But then you put the Pango on the side. It's rough. Could be because if you're
Lesh,
looking,
maybe?
Lesh.
Lesh still there, right? Not been banned
Absolutely available. Because there seems to be that hole with the magic damage. Pangolier, very physical based. Sven, very physical based. Dazzle, very physical based. If that's your 3 cores, then from your support, you'd like to get some form of magic burst, like could even be as simple as a lion. All right, they've had enough of this Dazzle. They are done with letting the Shallow Grave ruin their time. But that's a triple melee core lineup now. That could definitely be abused as well. I'm not surprised that they want to take out the SF and the Huskar here.
And they know, so you know exactly what you're going to be coming up against here. Na'Vi, who's going to be in the mid lane, going to be that Earthshaker. So we'll see what their response is going to be. Like you say, if they want to try and match that Pango up against him in the lane and hit that quick 6 to be able to contest out onto the stack. But I mean, even then, if it's going to be the Earthshaker stacks, because the Axe now, you want that quick blink dagger, you want that blade mail coming out as well. So that might be where they give some of the net worth over too. So we might see Na'Vi getting cheeky, getting those wards out in the enemy triangle too, just to make sure that they're aware of where those stacks are coming through. And only about 16 seconds left here for Na'Vi. So what else are we looking at here in Navi's lineup? What do they want to be going for to round it out? They go for the Storm. Okay, so I was going to say backline dive, but there's not really a backline to dive here on the side of Yellow Submarine. But it's still some good control. Again, Kite ability coming out with the Vortex drag back in. Doesn't really get locked down too much unless the Axe can get on top of him with the call, or maybe with a potential Fisher there. But yeah, I think, the disruption actually might be the biggest problem that Storm's going to face.
Yeah, disruption into a call. You can also still get echo slammed or fissured from the trees. Those are possibilities. Much like with the puck, this isn't a totally free game. Once you know where everybody is, you can really work around most of these abilities. But if you're behind in this game, you're split pushing, you're having to push out difficult waves on the map, then this one becomes quite scary, actually.
Okay. So ignoring what we saw in the last game, coming in blank slate here for both teams. Looking at the lineups that are on the board, who is going to be the stronger lineup, do you think? Who's going to be able to take this game at number 2?
Ooh, just lineup to lineup? I gotta say, I feel Navi's lanes are once again, they seem a little greedy. We know about the reason why Shaker does not feel greedy is because even if you don't have a good lane, we're going to see the stacks. That contest, we've been talking about it all draft, is going to be, if it happens, it's going to be one of the big turning points of the game. Navi scores all kind of want their items. I'd lightly favor the Yellow Submarine lineup here, but as far as emotionally goes, I'm saying Navi is going to out-execute for sure.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't asking that question, because I know
he knows me so well.
You're the biggest Navi fan, at least on the broadcast. So, that's why I was trying to take the lineups here. They take the emotion out of it. But we'll see. They do have that momentum at their backs now as well. Na'Vi, will see if Yellow Submarine going to be able to match the speed that Na'Vi want to play. Get aggressive here as well. Both teams going to be leaving the base. Na'Vi actually going to go for... You don't see that all that often now, but the early smoke coming out from Na'Vi, trying to make a move around. It looks like trying to go for the wraparound. Usually you do see the smoke coming out around that rune spawn time, but Na'Vi going to go for it from the very get-go.
Yep, and they're curving really far around. And you can see here as well that this triangle is already getting defended. What you're trying to get here as Na'Vi is a ward. Either a block or just vision so that you can keep stock of what happens in this triangle. They got the juice out deliberately, but it's still not enough
30 seconds.
to surprise Yellow Submarine here. And no
Yeah, the
good
smoke-
way to get that ward down.
Yeah, I actually think Yellow Submarine, yeah, the smoke broke on both the Axe and, yeah, like I say, the Sven there has got the juice, did come forward. So they did try and get a little bit aggressive, won't be paying off for them. So just back themselves away. Axe still coming through Infernal, even without that smoke up. And again, going to be a similar build that we saw on the Axe yesterday, that triple ring of protection coming through here. Infernal, we'll see if it's just going to be the straight up body blocks coming through. If it's actually going to try and get aggressive, but Riddies is here. Riddies, he still picks up that rune, but it is good with the Battle Hunger coming out onto Riddies. Riddies going to be taking a lot of damage from this one, but again, it is a dazzle. He's not skilled anything up just yet, so he doesn't really have to worry here, Riddies.
At the very least, chases Infernal away from grabbing that first creep wave if he wanted it to. But
And if he was going to try something like that on the Axe, would you just go Poison Touch level 1, or is that just, you know, do you still just want to get the Shadow Wave out for the heals out in the lane?
no, you definitely go for the Poison Touch then.
Yeah. Okay.
Immediately punish
Keep an
him,
eye
chase
out.
him all the way back to behind his own tier 1.
Yeah.
It works.
Okay. As we see once again the Battle Hunger coming through. Riddies, he's able to get off a couple of the knives so far here. Shadow Wave coming through there as well to try and deal with that Battle Hunger. So we'll see how that lane is going to go. Stormhammer coming out to South now as well. Going to be a decent amount of aggression out here. Disruption will be thrown out by South, who's got the juice, taking damage now as well. But looks like this is just going to be a little bit of harass on harass coming out here for both teams. Got the juice. Going to be a little bit careful though, because he's taking a lot of damage coming through. And again, he's already used that Stormhammer, so nothing left in the quiver to throw out here. Got the juice if he was in too much danger.
Yeah, honestly, the Stormhammer first does feel a little... You've already missed a lot of opportunities for Harass to come out with the cleave.
Yeah.
No Warcry armor either. You're really relying on Riddies to get you a good start in this lane, I swear. Going over towards mid.
Oh, Niku. Yeah, Morel doing a lot of work here up against the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit, I mean, he's got nothing left in the tank. I assume there's going to be a bottle coming in sooner rather than later. In fact, it might be on the courier. Is on the courier now. So, yeah, going to be able to get that one back, get some health back. But, yeah, it looks like... I mean, he is finding the last hits, though, on the Storm Spirit. So, you know, the health is a resource. Mana is a resource there as well that you are going to spend, you know, to try and lock yourself into this lane. And don't forget, everybody, you know, the odds coming up at the beginning of every match as well. If you want to head yourself over to the 1xBet website or app, you can use the promo code RESD2 to get yourself up to 100% bonus on your first deposit bill, both on the app and the website. As Niku, yeah, he's going to be able to get himself that water rune again, get some more life back, get some more mana back, even throw in the branches in the backpack to make sure he gets the full benefit out of that. You know, I'm putting the aggression on. You can see Yellow Submarine 14-1 are the odds here for them coming into the second match.
That is, well, on one hand, some of the longer odds we've seen, but on the other hand, yesterday we did see Impossible beat them.
True.
Surprisingly enough. I was watching this bottom lane here. You can very clearly see that Zayats has been staying just a little bit further back to try and allow PMA to get the majority of the EXP in this lane.
And if we're looking at this one, Dark Lord, is it a similar game to what you had in the last game? You know, you just look to the Battle Fury, you look to the farm, you don't look to get involved for the first 15 minutes or so? Or do you want him grouping up with this lineup, with the rest of the Yellow Submarine, and looking for those fast pickups?
I mean, Ursa's definitely a tool that you can leverage early, but I'd mostly be focused on the farm here. This is definitely...
Oh.
Yeah.
He was one right click away there, yeah, Dark Lord, from picking that one up, and I think it was Zayats coming through. He didn't use the EMR, you know, to get that pushback. It was just the glimpse being just perfect on the timing there to keep Zayats alive.
You gotta keep the image of where the game was 3 seconds ago perfectly in your head at all times.
As Hakoda going to be able to get some more harassment onto Zayats now as well. The rotation comes in from PMA and Hakoda. Well, the glimpse comes out from the Ursa, so he's not going to be able to help out his teammate just yet. That's going to be a long-range blood grenade, but it looks like, again, PMA doesn't want to continue. The spells are on cooldown. Maybe if he goes for the swashbuckle, nope. Doesn't want to try and get the damage out, and that might have potentially been enough to get the kill out onto... Actually, no, because it's only the 3 strikes. You're at 30 at level 1, so yeah, that wouldn't have been enough to get the kill onto Hakoda there.
No, he put the extra points into the shield crash,
Yeah.
going for the extra barrier. Much more important for his survivability in this lane, because Snapfire, Ursa are going to cross the distance, unfortunately. The range on the Swashbuckle is so low these days. If they want you, they're going to get you. You're much better suited with survivability. Back
I love
you go.
this from Zayat. Yeah, it's Lucy with the football all over again.
Yes.
You know, as soon as you think you're getting close towards it, you just get glimpsed right back into the middle of the lane.
Radiant are scanning.
I think in general, the best POS 4 players are built on annoying people. Like, oh, mid? This might be a problem for Nico.
Yeah, look,
Blocked
we're
in
losing
fully.
a lot of life here now as well. Great rotation coming in from Sayush here, and it's going to be Morale picking up that first blood in the mid lane. Even going to get the D-ward here, Sayush. So taking fully of control of this mid lane here. Morale losing a lot of life, but yeah, maybe there wasn't the call for the rotation. Axe on the top lane, though, could be in trouble. There's going to be a little bit of damage coming through. Riddies will get the kill, which clears off that Basil Hunger there too. So got the juice. Going to be able to come back into the lane with those creeps now as well. So it wasn't the first blood. That's still a good pickup though from Navi, but you still, it's really rough to lose that Storm Spirit like that in the mid lane.
It is, and it's partially just because Nico has been pushing himself really to the limit to make sure that he stays toe-to-toe with his Earthshaker as much as possible, and he is right now, despite the death.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, oh no, the Shadow Demon is missing from top lane. What he could have been doing? Could he have just stacked both the Ancients and the camp? I wonder.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he is getting those
He
up
was
as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see a ward coming up in that triangle for the Southern Navi soon. Or Pretty's Gerbil be in trouble here now as well. Yeah, the Fisher with a stun here. Morel, really nice pickup up against Radius, and Niku just really couldn't do anything to help out. I mean, level 6 is up, but didn't want to dive into that one. The Echo Slam available for Morel as well. So, yeah, Niku's got to be careful about how close he wants to get to this Earthshaker, especially, well, it's going to wear off now, but the Earthshaker did have that haste rune there too.
And I can't believe I'm going to say this, but this Shaker doesn't even really need... He's been doing so well in the lane that, yeah, he can go in and slam all of those creeps and get the Blink Dagger immediately, but he's already nearly there.
So, I mean, there's going to be another pull coming in for Sayush now as well, another stack going out for the Shadow Demon. Are you looking to give these over to the Axe then? You'll get that quicker Blink up, get the quicker Blade Mail up for the Axe to be able to have a quicker impact for...
We're getting our answer right now.
Yeah. Okay. Morel, does he go for the pull? Is this going to be the farm and Echo Slam here as well?
Oh, yeah.
Morel, going to get the pull
Absolutely.
over. Yeah. Pull the Ancients over right into the middle. There we go. Cleans up pretty much all of that stack. And he's going to lose a lot of health, though, to the Ancients. But, well, Sayush there to help him up. But he's not got too much left to farm up already. So, yeah, that is going to be the super quick Blink Dagger now coming out for Morel. You know, the amount of gold that he's building up here. And, yeah, not even 8 minutes into the game for Morel.
One of the better timings that I've seen. And, yeah, the levels also really make a difference there, right? I think that's one of the biggest reasons that you don't give it to the Axe, even though you could easily still get a sub 10 Blink Dagger, is you want to get those levels. Those are still, they all count for a lot more damage. More levels into the Aftershock and the Fissure at this point still.
And you did give a lot of experience over to Sayush too, that was there to soak some. He got that quick
Riddies.
level 6 coming through, Riddies. And that's going to be the Purge coming through, that level 6 for Sayush now as well. They have the damage, and there was no way for Riddies to try and play around that one. So Sayush, like I say, just being able to get the damage off with it. The Disseminate being
Rotation
thrown out
into
there
top.
as well, the Shadow Poisons coming through. And did he, I think he'll be able to get the kill onto Infernal now as well. Infernal, the Glimpse comes through, so no Disruption. It stops the Axe from being dragged back here. Infernal going to be able to get himself away to safety, and that was, it was a good try, got the juice. I think he actually threw out the God Strength to farm up a little bit there, not for the kill out onto the Axe, and he won't be able to take Infernal down.
Yeah, and now these Navi lanes are starting to look real greedy. Niku.
He's going to be at least be able to get these 2 bounty runes as well. You'll get a little bit of net worth under his belt, but he's still going to be behind this Earthshaker. Those stacks out for the Earthshaker picking up a lot of gold here for Morel. And Morel going to have that Echo Slam back up in the next 20 seconds or so. So we might see this tier 1 tower in the top lane. In fact, we might see the Sven being contested here too. Sven
Absolutely.
just in that jungle looking for the farm as the Dazzle. He's being left alone on the lane. Could be in trouble here, Riddies. How does he want to try and play this one? Does he just try and leave? Because Sayush going to see him now as well. So the Shadow Poison comes through. Riddies, Scatter Blast will connect now as well. Riddies, he's got no way out. Level 6 for Infernal. So the Shallow Grave wouldn't even matter.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Navi are now in a pickle because there's this. Once the Shaker has the blink, and you know that the Echo Slime is up, there's such a stifling effect on anything that you might want to do on the map. Anytime you group, anytime you slow, you're giving Morel a reason to use that.
Dire's top tower
And so, especially for a Storm Spirit, who's most likely already going to have to wait for whether or not his Pango feels good enough to get an ult off.
Yeah.
Knowing that any move you make, anytime you commit, you could get punished by getting sent into the stratosphere. You'd really rather start farming, and that puts Navi into basically the same position where Yellow Submarine was in the previous map.
And we see, yeah, the towers, they're going to start to fall. Yellow Submarine taking one. In fact, Dakota going to get cheeky, try and contest his stack as well. And don't forget, everybody, if you think Yellow Submarine can take this game, you saw the odds at the very beginning of the match. Head yourself over to the 1xBet app or the 1xBet website. Use that promo code that was just on the screen there, RESD2, available for all first deposits to get yourself 100% bonus on that first deposit. Again, don't forget terms and conditions as well as checking and making sure you gamble responsibly here. Saush, Morel, going to be able to get a little bit more farm. And Niku just being forced right back to base here. Yellow Submarine having, like you said, the mirror image of the last game here. So we'll see if they're going to use this momentum and really build up to punish Na'Vi.
Besides, he's already dying to,
Yeah. Yeah.
the reach on Shaker, man.
And it was just a drive-by Fisher as well. It doesn't even break the smoke.
I mean, it's even a little gratuitous. Like you don't need that. And Riddies found once again. Chop.
Yeah. Shalgrave, it means nothing. You get nothing. Good day, sir. It's
Good day,
just
sir.
rough. Oh, okay, jump coming in onto Hakoda here in the mid, but Niku, the glimpse comes back as well. Might be able to get this kill out at least. Nope, disruption. It's going to keep him alive. He doesn't want to spend his mana here to dive out on Hakoda. Oh,
There it
the Echo
is.
Slam onto 2 as well. Niku couldn't get himself away from that. Really well played, Morel. Your perfect timing on that disruption coming through. Top lane, they're going to try and go and got the juice. There's going to be TP coming in from Riddies now. Heals, poison touch out onto the Axe. That blade mail is wearing off. The heals coming through as well. Got the juice. Again, Shallow Grave. It doesn't mean you can do anything from this one. And Infernal's going to be able to get the TP away. It's not enough damage to get the kill. It's purely cosmetic once that Shallow Grave comes out against the Axe.
tower has fallen.
Oh, Navi. Like even a milk toast go on the mid. Disastrously punished.
Yeah. Now, Rolling Thunder comes out. Little shot is here for the Snapfire, but not going to be able to get the kill. PMA might be able to get the Scatter Blast. It won't connect there either. So PMA are going to be able to get that TP away. But yeah, it feels like every single lane going the way of Yellow Submarine here in the first 12 minutes of this game.
And it's really not something that you can... Like, Navi does not have a lineup that you can really play your way out of it with it. There's, especially since there's no good shenanigans to pull off with the Dazzle, because the Shallow Grave doesn't mean anything. You could get a good Rolling Thunder. It's possible to cause enough chaos. Maybe you get to cancel an Earthshaker blink somewhere. It's still really hard to roll into a well-placed fissure. But really what you're hoping for is that you're going to be able to leverage this Sven and get enough burst damage to delete somebody in a moment where the Shaker can't reach you yet. And most likely from this point on, you're always going to lose heroes, no matter what you do. We do know that Navi's no stranger to just taking those fights anyway, if they think they're going to come out on top nonetheless. But they're really going to have to lean into that now.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, and even if they don't think they can come out ahead as Axe gets another jump in, we're going to see Riddies disappearing. It's just a magic trick coming out from Infernal here. He's just showing off. I think, it is nice for him because of how kind of rough that last game was, that he is coming through into this one. He's now, carrying the team through here, 4-1-0. Even gets the blink. Damn, dude, he gets the blink out onto Niku. Niku, not a lot of mana left here, but it will be enough to get himself away to safety. More than I thought as well, with the help of the Soul Ring, if he definitely needs that one. So, going to be able to get the TP away on that Storm Spirit. Couldn't quite get the dunk out on that Axe. But yeah, Infernal had a really rough game in that last one. So now, making this one pay for double, it feels like. And Na'Vi, even if they don't think they can come out ahead, I think they need to start to look to take the fights. Echo Slam out, PMA, going to be cleaned up. Dark Lord gets the credit. Now Zayats could be in trouble too. Yeah, the Fisher, going to keep him locked down. Even the EMR, not going to be able to get Dark Lord away from that Disruptor, and got the Juice trying to run himself away. But again, the damage coming through. Dark Lord more than happy to stand up against it. And now we are in double figures for Yellow Submarine here in the second game.
Hey. Listen.
Oh.
I think the beating's gonna continue until morale improves.
Yeah, and I mean, Infernal again, looking to get the damage out. There is going to be the Storm Hammer out onto Dark Lord. Dark Lord, can he get himself away from this one? Niku's going to try and get the chase out now, so the TP away from that. It doesn't matter. The drag back comes out. PMA will get the credit for the kill. So no TP out there for the Shadow Demon, but still, it's a consolation kill coming out for Na'Vi with how far behind they really are in this match.
Yeah, I mean, Niku's now on a single galvanized stack. He's really on the struggle bus. And you picked this Storm last.
Radiant are scanning.
And yeah,
Another
it was... Okay.
No static Storm just yet.
Yeah, Grab's got the juice on. In fact, there might not be one to go around here. There's a lot of damage. Hellgrave comes out. The Cookie's going to be off the mark, though. Zayat's going to be pulling himself away from this one, taking a lot of damage here as well from that Battle Hunger, but it's not enough to get the kill. No Sunstrikes, no Thunder God's Wraths come in, so it looks like he might be able to get away safe. But again, this is just showing that Yellow Submarine ready to pop up anywhere on the map and really put Na'Vi under pressure.
Yeah, and you can see there how desperate with like Zayat's moving that far forward. That is how desperate they are to get a pick off. Just throw your Disruptor forward, hope that you get anybody in glimpse range, but Yellow Submarine already has too much reach for that. Blink Dagger up on that Axe. Shaker, of course, never being in the same picture. Snapfire doesn't need to be close for those kisses to take effect.
They might be able to get more out of this map now too. You'll just be able to move themselves around, look for the objectives here if they wanted to. I mean, Ursa, prime candidate to go into the Roche pit, and they've got the protection to do that now as well. PMA in the bottom lane. He's going to try and get the TP out with the Rolling Thunder. No way to stop this from the Yellow Submarine. So Morale gets a kill into Zayats as the TP away here for PMA. Top lane, do they want to try and carry on fighting around this one? Got the Juice, going to try and go Stormhammer into the God Strength onto Dark Lord, but Dark Lord again can carry on chasing down here. He's already used that Enrage though, so Dark Lord maybe wants to back himself away from this one. Storm Spirit backing himself up now to Infernal. Tried to go onto the back line, won't be able to get a kill from that. So at least Na'Vi, again, they give up the Disruptor, but will be able to walk themselves away alive.
And something, but another entire mana pool expended for the Storm Spirit, nothing to show for it. It's brutal. And Yellow Submarine really, they're so tanky. They have enough with a single save because there's only really a single jump available on Na'Vi right now. So anybody that the Storm Spirit goes on can just be saved by your Disruptor, or excuse me, your Shadow Demon who disrupts them.
Yeah.
Very disruptive. The puzzle pieces just don't fall into place for Na'Vi here. And for Yellow Submarine, that means you can really press the issue. Just keep on walking forward, even if they have towers. Who are they gonna TP in that's going to ruin your day, is my question.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing, right? The Yellow Submarine, like you say, it is the reverse of the last game. The Yellow Submarine just carry on walking themselves forward and say, okay, you want to fight us? We will outfight you, because farm-wise, the Sven is playing from behind. He's not ready to really get involved in these fights yet. He wants that BKB. He wants the Blink Dagger to make sure he's not kited out. He maybe wants a bit of damage coming through there as well. Turn the Echo Saber into the Harpoon.
Zayat's fishing.
Daedalus up. As, yeah, this is going to be the drag back in now. Okay, quick pickup out onto Hakoda. He's going to go down. Niku gets the credit for the kill. And maybe this is what you want. Just those little, like you say, the hit and runs, the guerrilla warfare coming out here for Na'Vi to get those pickoffs and get themselves out.
Yeah, it's the only option. That's the Kaya and Sanj coming into play for Niku there. Back up to 5 galvanized stacks. And the Static Storm presents their turnaround opportunities, right? As on top lane. Well,
Okay, PMA.
gets the lose.
Yeah, just barely, but he is going to be... oh, did they try and go on the bottom lane? Actually, they might be able to go for bigger fish here. As Niku, no, he's going to go for the triple ball line and get himself away to safety. And Yellow Submarine didn't have the lockdown there to keep the control of the Storm Spirit. But this is going to be the Storm Spirit after the Kaya and Sanj, having to go in. It looks like it's going to be Witchblade first, but he's got that BKB queued up. So we'll see what the... Oh, mid lane, Riddies. It's going to be the Shardgrave coming through. Where's that axe here? Storm Spirit going to be able to get the jump in now as well. Looks like Got the Juice wants to go. Morale Disruption. It's going to keep Got the Juice from being able to get the kill. It's going to pop his BKB now. There's going to be the cookie away. The Morale not going to be dragged up to the high ground. Got the Juice gets it with that extra little bit of range he's got on the right click. Stormhammer comes through. Can he get the kill onto the Shadow Demon? They do. So this is signs of life coming through from the side of Na'Vi.
A Yellow Submarine, a little bit of an unforced error there, I want to say. That was especially because the Static Storm wasn't up yet during that fight, I believe. The Shaker committing that hard for a kill that he was not guaranteed to get this time around. A little over-eager. And incredibly enough, Navi's has stopped the bleeding now.
Well, let's see what they can do. We're going to be getting the Tormentor up as well, so we might see another fight around this here as the Earthshaker is going to respawn. You can see that the Ursa's moving himself over Axe through the Twin Gate now as well. So yeah, we'll see as just getting the replay on the catch out here. The Shardgrave this time Infernal. Was he a little bit early on the Culling Blade? I think because it was on cooldown, so wasn't able to get that kill off. But yeah, let's see what they try and do to try and fight around this Tormentor. Both teams here sending a couple of heroes to posture around that area in the top part of the map.
A little hesitant. Yellow Submarine really wants to get information first if they're going to fight, so they can blow somebody up with that Shaker. Navi,
Yeah. Just getting the replay out here, and you can see that, it wasn't a good jump in it, and the Axe wasn't close to get the kill through the shallow grave there at all either.
And that means that we're now in a position where Navi, well, the Blink Dagger is up on PM8. That is really big. Getting the roll up on top of that is going to be a really big deal to save him from a lot of these counter initiators as well.
Yeah. Well, see, like I said, the Diff Blade Blink Dagger going to be nice here for Pango. And what do you look for after that? Is it just because, like you say, the shard is here? Do you just go straight Ag Scepter on PMA next?
Yeah, I'd like to see the Ags. I think the biggest deal in this game, honestly, is Ags on.
Actually, we'll see how it's going to go. Yeah, there's going to be the BKB up, though, for the Earthspear. Can they get the kill at least onto Disruption? Onto the Earthshaker. Earthshaker is going to live a little bit longer now as well. They do get the kill before he can get the Echo Slam off. Shellgrave BKB out for the Sven now as well. Glimpse back onto Dark Lord. Dark Lord, he's already used his saved tools, so he's not going to be able to live through this one. Multiple kisses from Hakoda, not going to be effective there either. Drag back in from Niku, and Niku looking for the kill onto Hakoda. A little bit more down. He might be able to, should be able to, one more right click. Picks up that kill up against Hakoda, and all of a sudden, Na'Vi, I mean, this might even be too... They don't go into the Roach Pit from this. I think they've spent too much. It would take them too long.
Yeah, you don't have God strength.
Yeah.
So Slam is up. Slam is up. He is respawning. You can't even take down this middle tower comfortably. They are not going to go for it. Not overdoing it.
Look at that swing, though. Nearly 3k gold, nearly 5,000 XP between the team. In fact, it's going to be an over a 3k gold swing because of the gold that Yellow Submarine lost.
Yep, and
oh, okay. PMA. Was this a bait here? Was he being dangled out? And they get the kill out. Niku gets the credit. And Infernal, just way too far forward. And this is the Axe in a nutshell, right? You get so far ahead, you're like, I'm unkillable now. There's nothing they can do. You try and get these pickoffs, and you start getting picked off 1v4. So, yeah, Axe, just, you're ahead. Let's cut him down just a touch. Let's bring it down about 20, 30% on this Axe.
I mean, this is especially hard if you've so far been running the game, right? Because they're constantly reacting to you, which means that you can move up really far into their areas because you know that they're either being pressured on the other side of the map or afraid that somebody is sitting behind you that's going to murder them. But that can't become automatic. You do still need to make the check that your team is actually applying the pressure, not just that you got used to them not punishing you.
Scanning.
So, yeah, and I mean, he was at the top of the net worth about 10, 15 minutes ago. He was kind of running the game, but now you are getting to the point where the heroes with a better farm priority are, you're top of that net worth. You are kind of dropped off in the kills that you get. You're the last couple of jumps. 4-2-0 was a really good start for the Axe, but he's not had the impact you'd expect in the last, I'd say, 6 or 7 minutes with that good start that he did have.
No, like the moment where I said that Navi stopped the bleeding, it was not just about the goal differential. It was in general about the fact that Yellow Submarine was not fully running the game anymore. They weren't interested in taking the bot tower. Their vision game wasn't focused on shutting Navi out of their farming spots, and ooh, got the juice.
Morel with the quick fingers. I think he was blinking out anyway because he just finished farming that camp here. Got the juice, tries to get on top of him, and he will be able to get the kill out onto Cyrus, who disrupts himself. Delays the kill coming out. But Navi, it is only a delay. They will still be able to pick it up. If I might just go towards his tier 1 tower now. Got the juice. He's got the Chrysalis up now as well. He's going towards that Daedalus. He's got the BKB.
I love it.
Used it in the last fight, and this is where, this Navi is starting to look a little bit scary again.
They are fully back into this game.
Yeah.
Like, the only thing you can argue is that maybe the Storm Spirit, if he would have had like an actual game for himself, he would have had more galvanized stacks. But that is really the only way in which they are still unrecovered. The support levels are fine now. The net worth is good. Sven on top where he needs to be. It's just that this objective right here could put Dark Lord in the driving seat.
Niku jumps in just a little bit too early on here. Does he want to try and go for it a second time? He doesn't. Leaves the Aegis to Dark Lord. He did get the scan out, so they had an idea that it was happening, but Niku, it was just a second, about a second too early on the jump in there, so won't be able to snatch the Aegis away
I'd
from
love
Dark
to take
Lord
it immediately.
Yeah. But they did know that was going on. They put a scan out around the Roche pit, learning from the last game where Navi were taking on objectives on the other side of the map that let Yellow Submarine sneak that Roche on this time. Not going to be any sneaking involved at all, but they just couldn't get the contest out in time.
And let's see now, because that means that the stand-in's currently in the driving seat for Yellow Submarine.
Attack.
Yeah.
The Basher in his pocket as well.
And if you're looking at this for Dark Lord, are you kind of happy with the way the game's going? Or, because like you say, you've got your Basher, you've got your Aegis now, your BKB's up, it's an 8-second BKB. Or do you now need to kind of use all this net worth? Is it the kind of pressure onto you to look for these kills, to get back up against Navi,
Yes.
who've won the last 2 fights?
It is time for you to start properly leveraging, and he's already been risking it, but his positioning hasn't been great. The way that they got caught in the river in general in that fight where Zayat gets a 3-man static storm out of nowhere is you gotta be splitting up your cores more than that. He does hit the 20 right now as well. Let's see if he into the extra fury swipes from the earth shock. And the layering of your engagement needs to go right. Because anyone you are hitting into as the Ursa, which is presumably going to be the Sven most likely, you have a limited window where he can't really hurt you because you've got the Enrage going on and you're stacking your Fury Swipes in the meantime. But somebody else needs to be dealing with the Dazzle. In that moment of time, you need your Axe to use the information that he's getting from you being in to either be ready to take off the Grave if your fight's going that well, or to be ready to find the Dazzle before he does that.
Okay. Well, just looking now, Sven, you were talking about the Enrage, and Sven maybe tickling the Ursa, but he has that Daedalus now. With the God Strength coming out, with the Wrath of God here too. Sven going to be going into the Harpoon, that's going to boost up his stats even more. He is putting out damage on Got the Juice, and then you maybe look towards, the Swift Blink coming out here as well for the Sven. So, or maybe even specifically for Sven, you go for that maybe overwhelm break. There is
Here's
the
the
fight
call.
out here now. Infernal jumps in. We are going to be seeing at least that Echo Slam come through again. Shallow Grave, but they're going to be able to get a kill out of the dunk. It's not going to save his life here. Infernal might go down in return, but that is a kill out onto the Sven. I don't even know if he got his BKB off. He might just have got it off there. He's going to try and clean up now as well, but what can he do? Dark Lord, like you say, going to try and take advantage out of that, getting the damage out to PMA now too. And again, he's used his own BKB, but the Aegis is still here for the Ursa. At least Cookie comes in. Zayats gets the kill out onto Hakoda, and Niku hides himself in the trees. He's got a decent amount of mana left here, as well as the Soaring if he needs it. Can look for that TP out. Morel might just see him, doesn't need the TP, just throws himself to the other side of the map with his mana.
Little close for... I mean, surprised that Na'Vi gets away with this many kills here. Nico really doing a great job picking off heroes left, right, and center. But as far as the contest of the course goes, that was a beautiful jump by the Axe. He needed to get the right call in that fight, and that was absolutely a winner.
Yeah, and again, it was just the futility of the Shalgrave being dropped with the Axe stood right next to it. I guess it's the heal amp coming out there as well, so you can try and mess up the Colin Blade. But yeah, the spells were already on cooldown here, so the Shalgrave was about as good as he could do. And even through the pressure the Sven was trying to put out, again, that Echo Slam is just absolutely perfect. Before the BKB comes out as well for the Sven literally just pops the BKB before he dies as well, so didn't even get benefit out of that one. Really well played by the side of Yellow Submarine to just take the Sven down so quickly.
And that Aegis... No, it's not going to get leveraged the second time. And in fact, Navi is already smoked up, hoping to get an opportunity.
Yeah, Jump comes in, and Niku gets the credit, though. That's going to be... Is that the God Strength coming out as well? From Sven? It's... Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay. They're at least going to be able to go into the Tormentor now, too. So the Tormentor, it's going to be taken down very quickly as Niku gets his shard. So those overload charges coming out for him and his teammates.
And here that I'm hoping that Navi will be able to give more farm to now is going to be Zayats. He's just queued up the Aghanim Scepter. He's about halfway there. And this is one of the tools versus, well, the Axe, but especially one of the reasons why you pick this up versus the Shaker as well. You drop down that Static Storm whenever he uses his first jump and Echo Slam. But then if you have the Axe up, you're not going to get a refresh out. You're not going to get a secondary slam out. That's not going to happen, and that is the bread and butter of these core Earthshakers. So for these late game fights, we're going to need to see that Axe finished up on Zayats sooner rather than later. The refresher is already in the work for Morel.
Yeah, Jump comes in, Echo Slam you talked about, it's going to be there again, a Shallow Grave. This time I think he messes it up, and it's going to be Golden Juicy lives through this one. Can he get the damage up now as well? Does he have the lifesteal to come through as well? Dark Lord's going to try and do what he can. The Glimpse is back onto Dark Lord now as well. Niku going to try and play the kite games out with the Ursabur. The Ursabur going to be dragged back in by that Vortex. He might be able to, will be able to get the kill. And that is going to be a great, just barely this time, the heal amplification, it keeps the Sven going, and the Cullen Blade, it's on cooldown. It was just missed time there. The Sven carries on going, and they turn this fight around without losing anybody.
Really showing off there why it's important to kill the Sven off immediately, because if he lives, the amount of extra armor that he gets from the Warcry and the amount of lifestyle that he's got going, they don't actually have the DPS to follow through and kill him straight up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So we see Na'Vi now evening up the score. 8k net worth lead as well, 33 minutes into this game, 17-17. And Yellow Submarine, after such a great start here. Let's see this one again, because I want to, again, try and keep an eye on this Sven just to see the jump comes in. You have the Echo Slam now as well. Shallow Grave, and it's the kill. There's just...
it's the Holy Locket.
Yeah, comes out right as the dunk's in the earth, so he can't cancel that one off. And it's just enough to keep the Sven alive here, because he goes down back to minimal health. But of course, it doesn't matter if you're on minimal health, because that Shallow Grave is still going.
Yeah, I was looking to see that in the previous fight. I didn't catch it, but Ridis ended that fight with a full Holy Locket, and I was like, I'm pretty sure he would have tried that. And here we see it done beautifully, and that is really all it takes, because the Sven is simply too tanky afterwards. You need both things.
Yeah, now they're going to
find
go
Ursa
out
alone.
the Ursula, and they've already taken down. He's going to have to go for the BKB now as well. Did he get the damage out? He's going to try and do what he can with the bash out onto PMA. PMA still got that Rolling Thunder going though. Forces out the BKB from Dark Lord. I think the Sven, yeah, Sven held on to his, but he's got that God Strength that's about halfway through now. Infernal gets a kill onto Zayats as well. Can they get the damage out? Sven can be purged up here again. Has that BKB, but PMA comes back in. Was that just a bait? Dragging him back in here, and Dark Lord gets that blink out. Trying to get the kill now as well. The bash is coming out to PMA, but PMA, well, the Fisher, it will catch Shalgrave. Going to be there once again. Echo Slam comes through, but again, PMA going to live through this one. He's going to try and get himself away. The Multi-Kiss is going to rain down. Dark Lord will finish off the kill onto PMA, and now we've got
No
the
more
juice
God
turning
Strength.
to run. The God Strength is on cooldown now. They will clean him up, and again, Na'Vi maybe getting a little bit too cocky though. Will be picked off and be picked apart by Yellow Submarine, and they just hung around a little bit too long on the side of Na'Vi.
Too eager. I mean, to be fair, you've got really good information that most of the enemy team is on the other side of the map, but on the other hand, you are under the TP point.
Yeah.
I take down that first tower, making sure that at least one of those TPs is cancelled, but... over eager.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's one way of putting it. A little bit more polite than I was going to put it there too. As we can see, again, as I think as soon as
Big
the
ol'
gets
throw.
away, yeah.
Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. But yeah, like it's a nice kill onto Sauge, but it just again they're in two minds. Na'Vi, they back up, they go back in, they back up, they go back in, and in the end, he gets separated way too much. And like you say, the response from the side of Yellow Submarine, it's more than enough to put the pressure on here. And yeah, PMA just could not get himself out from underneath the Ursa's foot. Again, this got the juice. The Axe was running away though. He had the chance to get out. He chases Infernal in a little bit deeper, and it cost him his life.
And the most important thing to recognize to avoid fights like this is recognize what your win condition has been. And your win condition for the previous two fights has been that or at least for the previous fight has been that the Sven tanked all of the damage. And that's also why the one before that was oh, they got him again.
Oh, yeah, they're going to try and go here. They get to catch out Zayats again. There is going to be that Shalgrave coming out. Zayats, do they get low enough to get the dunk off? They do. God, the Juice going to be able to get the kill into Dark Lord, though. This is going to be a really good start to the fight for Na'Vi. They take down Infernal. This is not what Yellow Submarine were expecting. The BKB TP out here. There's no bash out. The damage, it's not going to be enough. They go for Hakoda instead. They get that kill. And this might be a good time here because Roshan is about 20 seconds from respawning. Got the Juice yet. It's 4 heroes out of 5. Roshan not respawning yet, but he's going to be at the max respawn timer here, so they know Na'Vi, if they hang around, they will be able to get the big man once he pops back up in his cave.
And it's becoming very clear that Yellow Submarine only has a very narrow set of fights that they're going to win. Either you grab the Sven right off the start and you blow him up that way, or you wait for him to overcommit and then get him later. But getting anybody else, the fact that they don't blow up sides before he gets off that Aghanim Static Storm means that the Ursa is caught in no man's land, doesn't get the Black King bar off, doesn't get to do anything at all during that fight.
Yeah.
And initiation is wasted.
You talked about it, that needed to be the priority here for Zayats here to get that Aghanim Scepter up, and there it is paying dividends out here as Morel is trying to do what he can to clear up this mid lane, but got to be careful because again his carry is still dead, Axe is still down too, so he can't get too far out here. Otherwise he gets caught out, and this just creates a bigger problem for Yellow Submarine, as they might be able to get the kill onto Riddies. They do. Do they want to go for a little bit more on this one? The Axe going to be TPing now as well. The Rolling Thunder comes through now, but can they get the damage out? Echo Slam comes through from Morel. Morel, he's got that damage out to get the kill. Pops the Aegis, so Stormhammer is not going to connect. He gets a quick blink away from this one. The Glimpse comes back though onto Hakoda. Hakoda, he looks like he's going to go down here to the Sven. The Sven gets the damage off and down on the other side of the cliff. Well, Niku, he wants to carry on going, gets the kill out onto Morel. Dives past the barrier here as well. 4 heroes dead. I think this opens up a Rax. Even with that Aegis being taken down, there is only 1 buyback on the side of Yellow Submarine and 4 heroes on the side of Na'Vi. That God Strength does just fade off now. But they want to go Na'Vi. They want to take at least 1 lane from this.
God, Na'Vi have so much chase available now.
Oh, jump comes in here from Dark Lord. He's going to be able to get off the damage. It's going to be able to take down Got the Juice. With that foot, is that the full Abyssal Blade? It is now, but again, the drag back, so he has to pop that Enrage here, trying to get himself away. And again, the buyback comes through from the Snapfire, even going to throw out with the Accept of the Gobble Up and the Spit out here onto Dark Lord. But again, that is a tier 3 tower down, and if you are going to lose a hero, there's no better place to do it for the side of Na'Vi than right on your enemy's doorstep.
Yeah, once again, maybe just pushing the issue a little too far. And I have to commend the Ursa here. Like, he's playing a stand-in game currently, but that is exactly the kind of thing that you need out of your Ursa to salvage the game here. Great initiative, recognizing that he can simply punish the Sven for going when all of those abilities are down.
Well, they might go though, Dark Lord. I mean, again, is he actually going to bring himself forward onto this one now?
Skip Saggets.
He can get it off, but his BKB is on cooldown. He's going to be hexed out now and killed off. Niku gets the credit for the kill. Infernal going to try and get himself away. He's going to be glitched all the way back. And I think PMA was saying, no, he was right underneath my shield crash there. Would have been able to get the stun off, and Zayat's maybe not sure where the axe had been previously, so it just sends him all the way back to base.
You win some, you lose some. And Niku just finished up his Aghanim Scepter as well.
Oh, drive back onto Infernal now. Do they have the damage to take him down? Infernal pops out. Blade Mail Cookie comes out as well. You can see the Storm Spirit. Echo Slam is going to be here. The stun again. Well, there is going to be that Shell Grave again.
He's not even low.
Coming through. They have the damage to take down Sayush once again. It looks like Hakoda's going to be the next one to fall too. He's going to go down. Niku. He's got himself a good few kills on the board here. Morel has to refresh defensively for that BKB once again. And that is going to be, I mean, okay, the Echo Slam's back up, but that is a big loss here for the Earthshaker to have to use that defensively.
I mean, you could say that perhaps you're not going to get too much out of it with the Aghanims on the Disruptor either, but then again, the Static Storm has mostly been used on other heroes so far. The more worrying thing for Yellow Submarine here is that they're now dealing with several cores that they have to commit everything on if they want to kill them. As Niku as well, 3k HP, sporting a cool 40 armor himself with the Shiva's Guard now up. Also needs a hard commit from you. That's now 2 heroes, either the Sven or the Storm Spirit. And they barely have enough damage for the one.
Yeah. And let's see what they can do. They are going to be at least one hero down on Yellow Submarine for the next 30 seconds because I think Hakoda already bought back in that last fight for the base defense. So it was the longer timer there as well. For the Snapfire here has got the juice, just continues to farm out. Going to be going towards, it looks like the Aeon Disc here for the Sven, which, yeah, okay, it means that he might be able to outlive, even, you know, if the Shell Grave's not going to be effective, he outlives that initial burst coming through onto the Sven here, doesn't get Cullen Bladed down. But yeah, at the minute, I mean, you look at the net worth of the two teams, Na'Vi are right in the top 2 spots with their calls.
I love that item choice. It's just all about surviving the initial burst, and after that, he knows that he's going to take over the fight. He doesn't really need anything else.
Yeah, okay. What is it? Do you just swap with the Swift Blink? Are you swapping your boots out for that and then like swapping them back in once that Aeon Disc's been activated?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see here. I would love a pick off. This is not a lineup that sieges high ground well at all.
No. Gotta be careful here if he gets scouted out on the arc. The Ursa is close too. I think he was just standing around here. Oh, they actually get the jump out onto Hakoda. Well, the Storm Spirit going to be stunned up, but it's kind of, again, the kinetic field was up here, so Niku takes down Hakoda, going to be dead once again. 69 seconds on the sideline for this Snapfire. What can Na'Vi do with this 4v5 opening that they've got? Looking to put the pressure again on the top lane. Slowly but surely this time, maybe. No, the Storm Spirit's going to dive right into the base. I was going to say, slow siege out onto these exposed racks, but Niku doesn't know what slow and steady is.
No, that's never really been one of his strong suits. Just fishing, because Yellow Submarine not very eager to actually mount a defense there at all with hero down without buyback. Na'Vi presumably have that cooldown noted down as well.
And let's see now. So Yellow Submarine, they are on the defensive. What is the game plan for them? Who do they have to target out? You can see that the Ursa has gone for the Revenant's Brooch as well over the go for the Daedalus. So he's going to be able to
there's too much armor.
So what is it in terms of targets, in terms of pickoffs? How do you try and play this on the side of Yellow Submarines?
I mean, ideally you'd still go for the Sven, but of course that Aeon Disc now presents you with an additional challenge, and you don't know about that one yet. So this could be a very nasty surprise for Yellow Submarine if they do go to kill off Got the Juice.
Did he fully buy out. He fully bought out for that. I think he'd be going for the refresher there as well. Okay, I don't know why he's keeping the branch, just as I guess a lucky charm here. But got the juice in one of those slots. Jump comes in. Yeah, it's going to be Pango. Does he want to go for the full Rolling Thunder now? I don't going to be slowed down. Echo Slam comes in, but he's got his own Iron Disc as well. There's going to be the refresh, but it did no damage to PMA there because of that Iron Disc being up. And now the jump comes in. They've already got the counter Sage as well as Infernal. Sage, he does have that buyback perk. He needs to use it. He is going to use it now as well. Morel, the BKB was off. Niku gets the kill. Hakoda's going to get low and go down as well to Niku. Is it? It's going to be enough as Niku takes him down. It doesn't matter if you've got yourself that Outworld staff. You just wait around on the other team for them to come out of the banish and get that kill. And 4 heroes, including the Ursabur, including the Axe, the Earthshaker, and the Snapfire. I sneaking suspicion that the Shadow Demon doesn't 1v5 this to defend his base.
Yeah, I've got a feeling he's in trouble as well. And of all the jumps they could have found, Axe was so eager to jump on anybody that you take the target with the Aeon Disc that you knew about even. You grab that Pangolier, don't really get any information out of the jump either because Na'Vi they know there's no threat. They can hold their spells. You don't get any information off of it as Yellow Submarine, but the Pango does.
Yeah. And for me as well, I think the Earthshaker was going off muscle memory there because the Aeon Disc pops, he Echo Slams, refreshes, and Echo Slams again before that Aeon Disc wears off, and PMA just takes no damage from it. And that's just, for me, is that the stress of this game getting to Yellow Submarine a little bit? Because that's not a mistake that I would have thought they would have made, though.
Yeah, that's absolutely frustration. That's absolutely maybe being too on edge with how this game has been going. And you gotta feel bad about how you got out of the laning stage versus what's happening to you now. It seems inexplicable.
It is fairly rough for Yellow Submarines. Like I said, it's kind of the early stage they were dominating the game. They had control of it, and then what was it, about 20 minutes into the game, they just couldn't keep control of these fights. And Na'Vi, they found their items, and that's maybe the quality difference between Yellow Submarine and Na'Vi, because we saw Yellow Submarine tried it in that first game. They couldn't quite keep the grip of it, whereas Na'Vi this time they've not let it get to them. They played, like you say, they found the farm, they found the items, and they've made it work for them this time around.
Yep, and really should...
Big jump. Going to be able to get on top of the Snapfire here. Snapfire, okay, the Fisher onto Niku. The Glimpse comes through, though, and that's going to be a kill. Zayats takes down Hakoda. Hakoda has that buyback back up. Going to use it immediately to try and get into this one, and Darklord going to be chased down, too. And they try and fight around this one. Morel, he's got at least one Echo Slam and a Refresh if he wants to. He might be able to get the kill onto Zayats. Zayats, though, he has his own Aeon Disc, and again, going to be able to live through this one. All the damage. Now the Echo Slam comes through after that word's off. Zayats, though, going to live. He gets that Static Storm down. Morel's got that BKB going, though, so he's going to be able to walk through the kinetic field. Glimpse comes back, though, and it's not going to be enough backlines. What can Infernal do? Darklord gets the kill into Zayats, but again, the Harpoon, they get the dieback onto Infernal. Hakoda, this could be a dieback once again. It is 2 heroes dead. The buyback comes through from Na'Vi as well onto Zayats, and it looks like Yellow Submarine, again, this might be the end of the road for them, at least in this series. They have one more series to go tomorrow if they get knocked down here, but Na'Vi, they are looking to end this game right here, right now.
Here, what do you have left in the tank?
They've got buybacks, which they're going to have to use here. They have a lot of damage on to God the Juice. God the Juice, there is going to be, again, that Shallow Grave coming through here. Is that going to be able to keep God the Juice alive? God the Juice trying to do what he can. He has that Satanic up now as well, so he's going to have the Lifesteal coming through. Buyback from the Earth, so this is pure Butch and Sundance time coming through from Yellow Submarine. It is them running out of the spoilers for a 60-year-old film, out of the shed into the firing squad, and it looks like it might be taken down here. Yellow Submarine, only the Ursa left here. Darklord trying to do the work, but it's not going to be enough. Yellow Submarine will be taken out by Na'Vi 2-0.
And Na'Vi here really showing you calling it a different in quality, and definitely I think the highest quality play that we've seen, even in the loss that they've suffered in the entirety of this qualifier. So very, very deserved finish and very deserved qualification for these guys here.
Yeah, and that is going to be, like you say, that is it for them. They are through into the full LAN event here. That Blast LAN is going to be theirs. Again, it's not quite over just yet for the side of Yellow Submarine. They're going to drop down into the lower bracket finals, which are going to be happening tomorrow. But first, we have to see how it's going to go between Runa and Aurora. Our final match of the day going to be coming up in about 40 minutes or so. But first, any final thoughts on this series here from either side? Because Na'Vi, looking clean in that first game, bringing themselves back comfortably in the second game. But you've got to give plaudits, right, to Yellow Submarine. Trying in that first game, and controlling out the early stage of this, and never really letting go as well, Yellow Submarine, in the second game.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back in, everybody, for the final series of the day. And we have Runa coming up against Aurora. Definitely going to be playing this series as well. So looking at these two teams, I think, again, we cleared it up when we first started talking about it, Kips, and, the very start of the show, the start of our show, that Aurora coming through as the favorite. So how do Runa have to approach this matchup here up against Aurora to try and get something out of this series?
If you're a Runa, you're definitely going to hope that you're going to get to push something like that Keeper of the Light through the draft. And even while I say that, I do immediately have to note that, yes, that is a trump card that Nikki Cool's got, but Aurora has also already beaten it, literally yesterday. Nonetheless, I feel like you really got to lean into your strengths here, because if you're going to just be drafting as if you're, okay, we're just going for technically the best draft here, I do believe that Aurora is going to outclass you on every single position. So you want to lean into your signatures. You want to make sure that your lanes go well. We've seen Runa get absolutely slapped around when they overestimate their laning prowess as well. So make sure that you first get to play the game, and maybe don't go for like the super optimal picks here. Like, oh, we can, we're totally going to win this if this is a troll game, even if you don't really. If you haven't really practiced troll, maybe don't. Maybe lean into what you know. Yeah.
And looking at the matchup yesterday, Aurora versus Runa, we did see 37 minutes on both games, actually, Aurora taking the win, even able to get that anti-mage out up against that Keeper of the Light coming through from Runa, which, like you say, seems to be Runa's kind of go-to pick when they need to win the lane and put the pressure on the other team. So if they are looking towards that, the early ban on the anti-mage, but it might signal, so there can be other counters that come out. So yeah, Runa, a bit of a chess match to go on in this draft, just to get themselves into a comfortable position. And like you say, Runa sometimes setting themselves up with heroes that they aren't quite comfortable with if they think they are the better heroes, but it means that they are losing those lanes. So if you're approaching this from Runa, like you say, comfort heroes coming out. On the other side, Aurora, is it just put Runa under pressure from the get-go? Just put them on the back foot and keep them uncomfortable from the horn, even before that horn blows?
That's certainly what I would like to see, yes. On the other hand, we do know Aurora. We know that they have a tendency to take it a little bit easier sometimes. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're not putting on as much pressure. It just means that the pressure doesn't come in the form of them running at you. They will, if they can, if they feel like that's natural for them, don't get me wrong. But ultimately, I think especially no underestimations, no overextensions. It's going to sound a little boring, but Aurora just have to play a good, clean game. And I have no doubt that it's going to be 2-0 for them. So it's really all on them to not just underestimate their opponents here and drop the ball.
Okay, well, we'll see. Both teams have already played their matchups today in the lower bracket quarterfinal. Aurora coming up against OG, and then Kamichata were the ones to go down up against Runa in that lower bracket. So both teams warmed up, and I know at least Runa have been playing games all day as we get ourselves ready to get into this draft. We'll see how they are going to approach this one, whether that has been a long day for them, because I know they're playing in another open qualifier there as well. In fact, pausing that open qualifier run to come in and play this closed qualifier. So yeah, it is, like I say, it's been a long day for Runa, so we'll see how they're going to try and respond to this, getting themselves through into this draft. Already we see the Chen and the Beastmaster. You talked about it, the two really comfort pushing heroes coming out. A lot of early pressure that they can apply going to be taken away from Runa here. On the other side, Shaker, Prophet, Nagasiren, as well as the Marcy all being taken out here by Runa, and not even taking any time in the draft to think about this, just immediately banning these four heroes.
They have really done their research here already. And that means that, yeah, we're opening up with the Disruptor immediately. I mean, between the good laning contribution that you have right now, the power of the Glimpse, as well as the mid to late game scaling of the Static Storm, I think this is the natural pick to go for if that Snapfire isn't available. It almost seems like you get either or in these drafts, isn't it? If Disruptor's banned, you get a Snapfire. If Snapfire's banned, you get a Disrupt. You almost never get to see both of them.
No, and it was Aurora, like you say, making that choice on who to ban and who to take through here. It does mean heroes like the Shadow Demon and the Bane are still here as well. Those two supports, if you want to go for that. To be picked up here for Runa, like say, if they want to go for that early pick. But if you go for that early pick on the Keeper of the Light, you do have to kind of get that anti-mage ban out. You kind of get those heroes that deal with the Keeper of the Light out as soon as possible, which you do only have the one ban in the next phase. So we'll see if they prioritize that at all, if they're going to try and fit that into their draft.
Maybe we're going to see them lean into the surprise pick that got leveraged against them. I wonder if we're going to get to see Dazzle this game again. So I wouldn't be surprised if they take that page out of Aim Possible's books. And the Hoodwink. I was going to bring the Hoodwink up just because Aurora has recently paired the Disruptor with the Hoodwink. And it seems like Aurora played this Disruptor on either 4 or 5. So either getting a relatively aggressive support to go with it or getting a more passive one to switch it. But this is a combination that they now will not get to play.
Okay. And if good combo with the Bushwhack into that kinetic field. It does start up and does a lot for the team. So like you say, not going to be going for that. They ban out the Warlock here too. So again, a really nice hero that we see popping up time after time after time. Especially if you can get those early kills, build up the charges on that Black Grimoire. So Aurora do not want to be playing up against this one. We'll see what that final ban is going to be for Runa in the second phase in just a second too. But looking at it, Aurora, they're taking out, it is a lot of supports. 3 out of the 4 heroes they've banned so far are those support heroes. So is there a specific core, you think, apart from that Keeper, that Runa do go back to time after time that Aurora might look to take out here?
So
I talked a little bit too long.
Yeah. For Runa, definitely. I mean, listen, we've seen the Nysphere Lifestealer time and again, but I don't know if that is going to be the kind of hero that you're going to be all too pressed actually banning out, just because it also clearly has its downsides. Specifically, if you can get yourself a range carry that builds a Skadi, for example, you're usually in a pretty good position for that late game already. But Runa, with this pick now, this is something that Alberca is very comfortable with. We've seen some good turnarounds in these lanes from him starting at that level 4. This does combo up very nicely with the Lifestealer. So if you're Aurora, you might as well start packing in a little bit for it. And Nightfall Ban. And what I know your opinion about this hero, but maybe the viewers should be informed as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think when you're playing what can be perceived as a weaker team, maybe you do get away with it more because, so my entire issue with the hero is it gets put under pressure. It doesn't quite farm as fast as some of the hyper carries like a Sven, a Gyrocopter, Troll, Ursa. You build towards that Radiance, and even when you get the Radiance up, you don't have the impact as a carry that I'm used to seeing from some of these bigger carries. So, but I think up against maybe a lower quality team, a weaker team, in your eyes, you can pick this hero up. You're going to be able to create space for the Abaddon carry, or it's going to be able to find that Radiance fairly quickly without being interrupted and run heroes down and be aggressive. It's just for me, I've seen it in other events. Like I say, I think I've seen it about 10 times now, and it's got maybe 2 or 3 wins out of those 10 games that I've seen on the Abaddon carry.
Yeah, for me, I think you can get away with the Abaddon carry if you get somebody on your other cores that makes good use of the Aphotic Shield. Because in most of the early fights, if you are forced to join, or if you choose to join, if you choose to run at some enemies, then what you really want is either an important stun or disable to take off, or something like a fragile but high DPS core to protect with that extra shield. And you do have a very valid use case for it already with the Slardar being on the field, being able to purge off the amplify damage. Is a pretty good start.
Yeah. The other thing, again, we saw it yesterday, that You're picking this Abaddon into a Hoodwink, and now the Silencer too. If they overlap the Global Silence and the Sharpshooter onto the Abaddon, he's not going to be able to get his borrowed time off. I think it was up against an Axe.
10 seconds remaining.
As the carry here, the Abaddon was the carry, the Axe was the opposing offlane, so the Axe was coming in with the dunks to get those kills too. But yeah, time after time yesterday, the carry Abaddon that we saw was being punished just by this Hoodwink pick. So very brave for Aurora to pick it into. I mean, it could still be the offlane. After all this spiel, after all this, it could still be the offlane Abaddon. They could go for a different carry, but even still, picking it into the Hoodwink, brave from Aurora to go that route.
Yeah, perhaps hoping for some saving graces from that Shadow Demon, but of course, if you're under the Global Silence, that save is not going to come out either. And here's somebody we've been missing for a while. We've brought him up a couple of times, especially now that the pace of the games clearly has quickened. Teams are going for a lot of kills and clearing a lot of creep waves. And Sand King, that's basically his entire gameplay.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and if we're looking at this, now you were talking about Alberca on the slaughter. Does this look at in for Nikki Cooldown in the mid lane for this Sand King? Are we looking, or do you expect this to maybe be played around with between the two mid lane and off lane between the two heroes?
I mean, this is definitely a flex at the moment. My instinct says that Nikki Cool definitely also played starter. I think might still prefer the Sand King in general.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is going to come down to the matchup and to whether or not one of these two supports is going to be able to save a tougher lane. Slardar versus the Abaddon is going to be okay.
Okay, I like this. This is lane push. You've got the chase down here too. You can make mincemeat out of the Hoodwink or squirrel meat, depending on what you think that Hoodwink actually is. But yeah, it's a good chase. It's good fight potential. And again, the build that I'm seeing, Helm of the Dominator, but I am seeing the Wolf Bite come out more and more, which is going to give another element to this Abaddon. Yeah, and then I wouldn't mind seeing if this is going to be the Sand King mid, even up against the Slardar mid, to be honest. Something like the Sniper here for Kiyotaka in the mid lane for Aurora, and just being able to go full aggressive for them.
Yeah, I mean, you are going to risk getting run at here, but again, you have some defensive capabilities on your supports.
Team ban.
Would not be the worst.
Runa banning out the Queen of Pain. Troll's going to go there as well on the other side, the Broodmother and the Mars. So what are you looking at here for Runa? They've got potentially the carry they need to pick up. You can see a lot of the Aurora lineup. Obviously, they have that final pick as well, so they can wait to see what else Aurora lock in. But is there anything you're feeling here carry-wise for Runa before we get to that final phase?
This lineup is very different than what we've seen from them before, I feel like. Whether this is the Slardar or the Sand King mid, you're not going to have big nukes, big magic damage nukes coming out from Nikki Cool here. And in fact, drafting into those magic nukes seems to be not something they want to do. So taking out the Corp as well as the Lesh. It's hard for me to say. Versus Lycan, I'm always thinking about the control angle. You've got that pretty well sorted. You've got the brawling sorted. Scotty Builder is what I'd say. Don't know how hot you're feeling about the Terrorblade here, especially because you're definitely leaving the magic damage behind.
Would maybe the Morphlin fit in for Nesphere then?
Yeah, Morphling could as well. I'm just worried about the Morphling's laning stage. Not particularly think that he would be getting pushed out here, but you're definitely giving up too much to the Lycan, which I expect to be on the offlane here. Okay.
Well, we will see. I mean, Aurora, again, they have this final ban to come through, so we'll see what they don't want to be playing up against. And then into their final pick, using a lot of reserve time here. I mean, running it down to 4 seconds on the reserve time. So, yeah, both teams thinking about these final picks, what they want to be going for. Final ban on the board. We'll see what Aurora want to be taking through. Did they use, I mean, again, using a lot of this reserve time to talk about it, not just this, but the next pick too. So we'll see what they don't want to be playing up against here for them. Maybe, like you say, that Terrorblade gets banned out here from Aurora. So let's see as they go right down to 14 seconds. So yeah, really taking a long time to think about this final ban.
Yeah. Well, the puck is still open. Would absolutely not mind seeing that for Aurora here.
Let's see, because again, another 30 seconds. Looking at Runa 2, the TA is still there. Once you start to get into the fights, it goes quite well with the Slardar. On that minus arm, it can stand its ground as well. Though the Wolves, the Lycan Wolves do chip away at the refraction charges, but
As they
you'll
do.
see just how quick they want to try and go here. And bit of the Ember Spirit for Aurora.
Okay, a hero that definitely also suffers from being played into the silencer. Of course, you can't silence everything. You can't kill everybody every time. Cooldown's really high, but on the other hand, does feel a little risky. Might be looking at an earlier BKB than an Ember Spirit would normally want.
Yeah, they do go in for that Terrorblade that you mentioned.
I know there's the Terrorblade. It's the best of what was left, and I feel so bad when I look at a draft and like, I wish I could like bring up some more heroes, but you want a Scotty builder here. You want to bring range now that you're so already overcommitted on going in with your other two cores. You want something that's going to be able to scale in a game where your other heroes definitely are more mid-game oriented. The Terrorblade is the only one that remains standing, really.
Okay. And looking at it, it is going to be Toronto, Tokyo on the Lycan, Mira here on the Shadow Demon, so Kiyotaka, Ember Spirit, Panto on the Disruptor, so waiting for Nightfall. I think he played it in the series that we watched of Aurora. Was it 2 out of the 3 games yesterday?
Yes. Correct.
On that, yeah, so we'll see how he's going to try and play this. But yeah, I guess it's just a
this time
difference.
It's absolutely he looks like, and they really enjoy especially the advantage that it gives them in the draft, right? Because you get to pick their carry up early, because there's nothing that really ruins the Abaddon. You nearly always have a form of counterplay, you nearly always have a form of impact, and that gives them a lot of space to leave their offlane pick for later and their mid pick as well.
Okay. So looking at the lineups coming through, do you think that comfort from Aurora is going to kind of bleed through into the gameplay? Or Runa here, have they done enough to impress you to look to maybe secure out that first game?
You've got the tools here to at least give yourself a shot, right? Sand King should be doing fine on the mid lane. Alberca on that side. Listen, Abaddon is not the most fun matchup, but you'll live. The question is what they're going to be able to do with the mid-game tempo. Like, you've got the Sand King and the Slardar both presumably going for Blink Daggers, and then the Vision game is what really going to determine, are you going to be able to find the pickoffs, force the reactions, run this game? Because any moment that you run out of steam, you put the entire game on Nesphere's shoulders, when the opposing lineup scales way better on all 3 cores than yours.
Okay. Well, let's see how this one is going to go as we get ready to get ourselves into game number 1 of Runa versus Aurora. And again, this is a survival match between the two teams here. You want to win this, not only because, you are going to get knocked out if you don't, but the winner goes through to face up against Yellow Submarine tomorrow for the final qualifier slot here for Blast Slam. So both teams want to bring the A game to this one. They want to be going through in as much confidence as possible, so we'll see how clean the execution between these two teams are going to be coming into this first match, and whether they're going to be able to push it to, because that's the other thing, right? If you're the winning team, you want that confidence builder. You want to be going in through a clean 2-0, but if you are going to be taken out, at least a 2-1 would look good for you. It'd give you some confidence in the other qualifiers going on as well. But you see the odds on the screen, so don't forget, everybody, you can head yourself over to the 1xBet app or the 1xBet website. Use our promo code RESD2 for up to 100% bonus on your first deposit. As you see the smokes coming out from both teams here, let's see whether you want to try and engage, if there is going to be any engagement, because both teams heading towards the south part of the map, or maybe Runa just stalling out, just trying to play really defensively here. That's
everybody just holding the river. Come in here.
battle.
Okay, so Mira is going to be seen. The Wolf going to be able to get the chase down until the end as well. Till the end, does he get it? He does get the bounty rune now. Is also Mira in a really awkward position. Can he get himself away from this Mira? Trying to run himself away as well. Nesvia on the chase. Hasn't skilled anything up just yet as well. Till the end, going to drop that arcane curse out onto Mira. Mira, can he get himself away from this one? It's going to be a lot of damage that Mira takes here. And his teammate, Toronto Tokyo, not going to be able to get over here in time. It looks like he's going to go for the body blocks on the creeps instead. And with that chase down, Nesvia doesn't have the biggest window to go for the body blocks on the creeps on the dire side too, so this might just be, it's not quite underneath the Radiant Tower.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo got that tower to that wave just a little bit late. Could have definitely made a bigger impact. Instead, they're just going to have to play this lane straight up. Mira already have copped a lot of damage from that arcane curse. And it's going to get slapped around again. Silencer is a huge traitor in that regard.
If you're looking at this though, from the lane state, like once Mira gets that level 2 and the shadow poisons start to come out, does this start to turn against Silencer, or does Silencer really just want to throw that arcane curse out onto Mira every time it's up?
I mean, absolutely gonna keep spamming out that spell, right? Or maybe you wait until he's thrown like 2 shadow poisons and then you're like, okay, that's enough out of you. Let's time these out.
Yeah.
So if you're going to keep doing that, you're going to keep on taking damage.
Okay. In the mid lane as well, we can see Kiyotaka coming up against Nikki Cool on that Sun King. Sun King, you see, he's gone for the Sunblast, so...
Toronto Tokyo. Okay, is this right click going to kill him? 45.
Oh, it's in the earth. There's a curse here as well.
7 armor.
He's dead. Yeah, no, he's dead.
It's 82 damage. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough, but I think the arcane curse is going to take. He's going to take that right click, like you say, and this should be enough to get the kill out onto the Lycan.
Yeah.
Till the end though, on the other side. He'll be taking a lot of damage right back. The blood grenade's on top of him as well. He's got 90 health. Shadow Demon, yeah, okay, not the heaviest right clicker here with only 56. But it's a lot of damage coming through here, and that's a blood grenade that's only most of the way through. So let's see.
And there's 2 wolves left.
Yeah.
Most likely going to see them traded here.
Nikki Cool single when ready. And
Attack
Toronto Tokyo,
here.
I don't think he's ever going to be ready for this. Yeah, first blood goes away. Until the end, going to pop that Furry Fire. The illusions from the Terrorblade as well as the Wolf getting the chase down until the end. I think the Wolf will do just enough to get this kill out, taking him down until the end. Toronto Tokyo getting credit after the fact. So, but again, that first blood could be really nice coming through here. It was actually till the end that got the credit, so it wasn't
You're laying into it
afterwards. Excuse me, Nesvia. Oh, okay. So maybe a couple of server issues, and now Nesvia. Who goes down first, the Shadow Demon or the Terrorblade?
This is a rougher task this time. Is there going to... He has enough mana for another Shadow Poison, and he's probably going to get it out.
And he is taking
Put it to
damage
4
from
stacks.
the Menace there as well.
I mean, I imagine that Mira goes down first still. Let's see. Nope. Pop goes the Weasel.
Close. Yeah, Curse comes in from till the end. Mira surely takes away with the blood grenade. It is going to be enough until the end. Gets himself another +1 here on the brain drain. So this lane, I was expecting a little bit of action, but not this much to start the game with in the first 2 minutes.
No, and especially not in this lane. It's not exactly like we're looking at a Dawnbreaker Tusk lane here.
Alberca going to be able to get the crush out into Nightfall now as well. Blood Grenade comes in. Nightfall, does he have that shield? Going to be up in 2 seconds. He's going to live through this, it looks like. Now does he turn it around, try and go into Queasy? The Blood Grenade comes out from Mira. Bash still from Alberca out onto Mira. Queasy's still going to get low. He's not going to tick down and die, but it was awful close. And the Shadow Poison, it just doesn't connect. But they change targets to go into Alberca instead. Alberca with the crush might be able to get the kill, but Mira has the damage, and Nightfall just too survivable here. One more Shadow Poison. It connects onto Queasy. It's not enough for the kill of Panto. Thunderstrike, he doesn't have the mana for that. It's going to be a ways away from that there too. Queasy looking to just buy some time. Panto on the chase. What can he do? Bushwhack into the Acorn Shot. If he wants to throw it out Queasy, he might not have enough damage to get the kill. Shadow Poison's the deny to the neutral. The Fairy Fire. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Mira. Just to keep us guessing.
Yeah, just to keep us guessing. But listen, Mira here with really big impact, really aggressive teleport there as well, making sure he immediately contributes to that lane. Probably wanting Toronto Tokyo to get more experience on that bot wave, but that does cost him a hell of a lot of HP here.
Yeah, he's going to have the Helm of the Iron Will coming in though for Toronto Tokyo, so it's more armor, more health regen coming out for the Lycan. One good Tango, one good uninterrupted self here. Might just give it him all back. Toronto Tokyo, you can see the regen coming through already. 9.3 for the Lycan, so yeah, he's getting his life back at a decent rate this early on in the game.
Yep, and it's only going to get more as the Feral Impulse levels start to come through.
Yeah. And if you're looking at this, Helm of the Dominator, obviously. Lycan,
And this lane doesn't hold after he has that.
yeah. And he again coming into this one. Okay, the recipe is a big chunk of gold that you've got to get up, but what do you do as the Terrorblade then? Are you just, because again you're only level 3 at the minute, do you just go straight into the jungle once that Helm of the Dominator's up? Are you looking for rotations in, like okay, Sand King's going to be seen underneath the ward, but yeah, what is the game plan? How does Terrorblade have to play this?
For the Terrorblade, it's really going to be down on whether or not the teammates are coming to join, because you'd like to punish a big rotation from the enemy team at least once. Pop a Metamorphosis on it, get a couple of kills, maybe extend the life of the tower for a minute. But if you can't get that opportunity, you just go straight into the jungle. And after you've spent that Metamorph, you're going to go into the jungle regardless, and you give up that tower.
TP away here. Do they have the damage to get the kill into the Shadow Demon first? They do. Another +1 coming out for the Silencer here. Nesphere has those Shadow Poison stacks, but it's not going to be enough damage here. And it looks like, again, top lane, Alberca's going to get really darn low. Nightfall, though, can't get the vision to get the kill. So they're not going to be able to finish off this Slardar. Slardar going to be able to walk away with a sliver of his HP here. Does have those raindrops as well, trying to mitigate some of the damage coming through from the Disruptor. Panto just constantly getting the block off on this camp there as well to make sure there can't be any pull-throughs, making this lane as awkward as possible for the Slardar and the Hoodwink.
Yep, and that is a Slardar that is currently not going in for the Dominator either.
So, yeah, it is going to be the Power Treads, it looks like, coming out for him. Is it, do you want that item first thing, the Helm of the Dominator, or can you go off the boots like this as the Glimpse comes back? Panto should live. Yeah, he's going to be able to live through that.
Yeah, you should be rushing it specifically because of the regen and the armor you get from it. It will allow you to trade the right clicks in the lane much better, sustain you there so that you don't have to ferry in regen all the time. Okay. And the fact that we're skipping that also means that you're not going to be able to answer the map pressure of the Lycan with his Dominator with pressure of your own.
Yeah. I like that from Kiyotaka. He got the Searing Chains and then took a wide berth. He could have run straight onto the Hoodwink, but the Hoodwink would have been able to get the Bushwhack off. He tried to throw it anyway, but Kiyotaka, way too far away from the trees, comes back in. It's just the little things that kind of make it work here. And even last hit-wise, you see that Kiyotaki's keeping up with the Sand King. The Sand King is moving into the jungle, the 4 points into the Sandstorm. So Kiyotaki having a really good time on this Ember Spirit and starting to make these rotations and look for the side lane ganks too to help his team start to get ahead, it feels like, in this game.
Yep, and both of the supports on Runa team are really good kills, right? Really easy. Shouldn't present too much of a problem for you as an Ember Spirit. So you've definitely got things to hunt for as well. And on the side of Runa, any activity, gotta be support TPs for either the offlaner or the Sand King to come in on an overextension. Or otherwise, we're simply going to be waiting for their Blink Daggers here, which Nicky Cool definitely should have faster than Alberca here. Who's still working on a Soul Ring first as well.
Okay, yeah, that's bit of a different build coming out from Alberca. So we'll see how it is going to work here mid lane. Okay, curse out Kiyotaka. Does he want to try and go for this one? He just pops that illusion rune straight away. Yeah, he tries to go on. There's going to be the blow strike coming out from Nicky Cole though. What's he got? He's got that remnant to jump away to here. So Kiyotaka using that last little bit of mana. He does have this bottle charges if he wants to get back in, get those sleight of fists off, which he is doing. Glimpse back onto Queasy now as well. The remnant is down here. A lot of damage coming out onto Queasy, but Queasy, can he get himself away? Shadow Poisons once again. Going to be off Kiyotaka with the sleight of fist. Will get the kill. Mira though. Ooh, disruption onto the Sand King. Mira, is he going to live through this one? Getting the stacks off onto Nicky Cole now as well. Kiyotaka back to a decent amount of mana. And it looks like they're going to retreat on the side of Runa. They know they can't fight into this one 3v2 on the side of Aurora. So they just let Queasy go down and just thank God there's no tower push. There's no catapult to take a lot of damage onto this tier 1 in the mid.
To take advantage. And the supports of Aurora, not really all that great at actually securing people to stay in the fight. Best you got is a glimpse. So it's pretty easy to dodge them out for now.
And again, Mira,
Again,
even with, he's not scared of being taken down by these creeps. He's getting the stacks out here. Going to be able to, in fact, he's taking about half of the hard camp stacks there for himself, trying to get that XP. But the Ancients are stacked up as well. And we saw it in the last series, you get the experience out for the Shadow Demon. You get that quick 6 out as well, so you can have impact around the map. And it doesn't really delay, especially the M Spirit. He's already level 8, who relies on spells more than items this early on in the game. Doesn't mind sharing some of that XP. And, giving it a bit of a boost up here to the Shadow Demon.
Yep, and we're seeing the Ember here go immediately into the Yule Scepter to deal with the global silence and in general to purge off all of the debuffs that are going to be thrown in at him in this game. And yeah, since the supports have been so busy being run at, no defense of the bottom tower. Neither of the other cores want to be bothered with it either, because the Blink Daggers are queued up, and we are definitely in the Blink Dagger waiting room here. Yeah. So TB, already in the jungle, leaves this lane to Toronto Tokyo.
Top lane, Alberca going to get pulled back by the Wild Wing Ripper here. I like that Nightfall, I can call him the micro god there as well, because his creep was, the tomato was pushing out with the Lycan, but I think he maybe just shares control, of his creeps with that Lycan and then takes control of them when he needs to. Pulls a Wild Wing Ripper up on the top part of the map here to help him fight out on Alberca. And yeah, you're looking at this one, Runa, 3 to 6 in terms of kills. No real pressure on the towers just yet. Like you say, Alberca is going to be going in for that quick blink, no Helm of the Dominator coming out here. So is this just a sign that Runa want to get aggressive with Alberca, start to make those rotations sooner rather than later? Or was this just because he was being put to the sword kind of in this top lane?
No, his lane was going pretty well. I think we'd be seeing a lot more naked of a Blink Rush if he felt all that pressured. But the fact that he finishes off the treads, he's got a full wand there. He's got some raindrops just on the side. No, he's taking it easy. First Blink Dagger up. Nicky Cole has purchased it.
Okay, flying out to him on that courier.
We got level 6 on the supports of Runa as well. So if you catch out the Ember Spirit here, that would have been a death. And Kiyotaka, spider senses tingling. Look at Tillian just pretending, no, I actually just stepped up to kill the wave, guys.
Yeah, I want a little bit of
calm, not. I wasn't gonna hurt you. Me? Little old me?
Yeah, he does have, like you say, that global silence coming out now, so you have to be super careful here. Alberca in the top lane. Crush comes through, and again,
here comes that Blink.
He's going to be able to, there's going to be the global silence coming out, but the borrowed time was there immediately. I think that was just before the global silence came out there too, so they're going to have to give this kill up. Nightfall going to be able to get some mana back now as well. The glimpse comes out onto Queasy. Queasy's Static Storm. They want this kill at least onto the Hoodwink. Hoodwink going to get himself away, but it's going to be the epicenter coming through. Nicky Cole now. That Aphotic Shield will be popped out. They get the kill out onto Queasy, but is it going to cost them the carry now as well? Mira trying to do what he can with that disruption. They take down Mira, and now can they go for more? Well, Nicky Cole inside the Sandstorm, but Mira, he's going to be able to get it after the fact with the poisons. Nightfall trying to run himself away with the Aphotic Shield. Might be able to turn around onto Alberca. Trying to run it out the Sunder, though. It doesn't keep his offlaner alive. And, well, Nesphere, this is a big spell to throw out. You've got that Metamorphosis being used as well. Kiyotaka going to be able to get the Searing Chains. Glimpse comes out as well, and they might just be able to go into Nesphere, but Nightfall, he doesn't have that Aphotic Shield up for another second. Has to be careful till the end. Gets the kill. Sharpshooter misses Kiyotaka. And the poisons, it's surely not going to be, it's not going to be connecting out to the Terrorblade, but they will lose the Silencer.
Oh, what a messy fight. The fact that Nicky Cool doesn't really get a whole lot out of that after he's the one that chases down most of the skills. And then bottom lane is absolutely ruled by Toronto Tokyo in the meantime.
Yeah, he's just having fun with it. He's going to go with the Helm of the Overlord, get himself the Black Dragon, as Mira gets himself another kill on the board. 5, 3, and 5 for the Shadow Demon here in the first 13 minutes of the game.
He's played a phenomenal game. The fact that he's been running around so much, not even another go.
Okay, there's going to be the double sentries being dropped here. They really want to find Nicky Cool, but they will be able to get the kill into Panto, so getting something back once again. Planting a sentry on the way out here, Mira. But yeah, that's it's a nice little kill, a constellation kill coming through from Runa once again after the fight's already over.
Yep, but it also feels like, I don't want to say the only kill that they can get, but the other cores are such hard targets now already. The Lycan is going to be playing off-map most of the time. Nightfall, we all know about the borrowed time, and the Yules is now up on Ember Spirit, so it's nice that you catch him here, but it's not actually going to do anything for you. Yeah. Here we're going to see the blink reveal of that Sand King again. And he was so ready for this on Nightfall. It's all about anticipation. If you know what's going to happen, you're never surprised.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo, meanwhile, back in the live screen, we're going to see the chase down come through. Till the end might be the target. He will go down. Mira gets that kill. Now can they go for a little bit more here? Nicky Cool already down to the low ground. Toronto Tokyo might be hunting, though. And Nesphere is close, so he just walks himself back into the base through the barriers. But it's going to be a little bit of map control. Just a little bit of comfort being given up here by Runa, as Aurora already up on those 12 kills to 6, coming up to the 15-minute mark. Yeah, Toronto Tokyo went in for the Black Dragon after that Helm of the Overlord comes out, and we'll be able to take down that tier 1 tower. So again, just getting a little bit more out of the map here, Aurora, than Runa can get at the minute.
I mean, not just a little bit more. That is all 3 tier 1 towers now down. Without, I don't think we saw a single fight for a tower. We've seen some attempts at pickoffs from the side of Runa team, because of course that is their entire MO. They've got that Blink Dagger going on the Sand King, got one on the Slardar now as well. That is their way to get anything done in this game, because they can't really siege towers versus things like that Shadow Demon versus Slide Spam from the Ember, right? So it's their only option, and it's led to nothing yet, and that means that Toronto Tokyo has had the freest game. I mean, nobody's even looked at him.
He's running away with a net worth. He's having a fantastic time. He's getting all the money under his belt, and yeah, he's kind of, like you say, he's just off the map. So you always have to be aware that at any time the big bad wolf can pop his head up and take you down. So maybe puts a little bit of pressure on Runa when they don't have that information on where the Lycan is.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing is I think that the Lycan is not even going to be where they are. He's going to be where they're not. Every time they show their faces, he's going to be on a side lane somewhere, working on an AC. It's also, it feels good to be a Lycan in this game. AC part of the regular build-up here for threatening those towers to bulk up extra, but versus both the Slardar as well as the Terrorblade, it's great to have that extra armor up early as well.
Yeah, and it is just nice all over. Like you said, the armor reduction, the attack speed, and the Abaddon not going to be too far away now. We can see, he's Nightfall is going towards that Radiance. So after his own Helm of the Dominator, okay, it's going to be a little bit late because he did go for that Helm of the Dominator, but still, it's probably going to be, 18.5 minutes on that Radiance. So that's still a really nice pickup when you've pit stopped out for that Helm of the Dominator here for Nightfall.
Yep, he's absolutely quite farmed. And right now, I wonder if Aurora are just waiting for a go they can react to.
Yeah, they take down Mira.
This is not
gets the
savable.
credit for the kill. Okay. With these illusions as well. Oh, top lane though. Dust Reveal comes out. Nicky Cool going to be able to get the blink away. Can he get the full TP out there as well? Nothing. Yeah, couldn't get the vision for the glimpse. So Nicky Cool gets away with not quite murder, but he doesn't get killed himself though, as Nesphere will take down this mid-tier 1 tower too.
Yeah, good trade. This is the gameplay that Runa is going to... Well, they're going to aim to do it at least twice more, because they have 2 more towers to take down that way.
Dire's middle tower is under
There we go,
attack.
17.5 minutes. So a minute quicker than I thought it was. Finding just some good farm here for the Abaddon.
Probably not going to see him actually leverage this Radiance yet, though. The Silencer plus the Hoodwink definitely makes him vulnerable, more vulnerable than you would be as an Abaddon against pretty much any other lineup. So we're most likely going to wait until the Manta style before he actually wants to show up to these fights. And that might give Runa a little bit more time to look for those pickoffs.
Yeah, it gives him the breathing room. I mean, again, it's one of those, like you were saying about the Lycan, this is an item that the Abaddon doesn't mind building up, especially your second item, like you say, to make the game a little bit more comfortable for the Abaddon. And even if he's not pushing the lanes out with the Radiance, he can still use his Helm and the Dominator creep as well, just to try and push.
Actually surprisingly far forward right now.
Yeah.
He's like, what are you saying, woman, about all of these about these heroes being able to kill me? I'm just gonna be where I would be anyway.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They can try me. They can try me and my Shadow Demon.
I like this.
He's gonna
Straight
save
to the
me.
Roche Pit. And yeah, really, especially at nighttime, you have all your spells up. You have that Kinetic Field, Static Storm. There is going to be smoke up from Runa. They're going to go around the long way as
Are
well.
coming in?
Across that river, but let's see if they can get
Catch
into
all of you in the
tower.
pick. There is Ags on the Sand King.
Oh, they get it just before this fight breaks out here, but the Aegis comes out. Global Stance will be here now as well. Can they at least pop this Aegis out onto the Abaddon? The Abaddon's going to have the borrowed time. They take down Mira now, but what can they get from this one? Searing Chains out from the Ember Spirit now as well. Tillian's going to get really darn low. Who gets caught out in that Static Storm? Alberca trying to get himself away. Glimpse onto Nikki Cool as well. The Searing Chains will keep him locked down. They take down Nikki Cool. Toronto, Tokyo. There's going to be a Photic Shield out on the Big Bad Wolf, so he's going to be able to run himself out. Panto will fall. Alberca, I think he's just got just enough space here. He can go for the TP if he wants to. Yeah, they don't even track him down here. Alberca, does he get the courier too? No, he's just going to be happy with what he got and join up. So, I mean, you lose 2 supports, but you do take down the Sand King. You know, you still have that Aegis
get
out.
that
Alberca
Aegis.
to be spotted too. In fact,
Very unfortunate.
Mira, Crush comes through here. Nesphyr's still got that Metamorphosis up. They get the kill on Mira. Yeah, that was, I mean, without being scouted out here, Queasy gets the kill out onto Mira, but I'm surprised he went for this one. TP away for the Silencer, so not going to be caught out once again. And the, I think the Yule Scepter was down, yeah, for the Ender Spirit, so couldn't cancel off that silence from the Silencer. So, looking at here. I mean, game state-wise, they have this Aegis on Aurora, but what can they do with this?
Yeah, I mean, they do seem to be confident going further forward, even when the ability to, technically the ability to kill Nightfall is available. But practically, that did look like a really, really tough cookie. And I think the biggest problem is that they can't deal with after the initiation is over and the side of Aurora splits up. The supports are getting ran at by a Lycan. You have to split up in general to chase out their supports here as well, and there's just not enough control to get Nesphir to actually lay in the damage to the entirety of Aurora here. That's the control seems lacking after that initial burst.
Well, we'll see if they are going to be able to get more and more of those up as the game goes on. Maybe a couple of, I mean, Alberca just be able to get in once that BKB's up and get those bashes off as well. Really going to boost up the game for Runa.
Really going to force them to actually stand still and deal with him, as opposed to just tanking the stuns and then ignoring him, running after Nesphir or Queasy instead.
Yeah. And do we see... I mean, Nikki Cool's coming up here, looking to maybe get the hunt out onto Kiyotaka. He's got that high ground
Such
out
a hard
again.
kill.
The Scepter is there, yeah. Even with the backup of the Silencer, like you say, it is really rough to try and get that kill out on the board.
So instead, taking the portal to bot, and it's just going to be more farming here.
Panto got a shot as well on the Disruptor from that Tormentor, so the Thunderstrike is going to be boosted up here as well. It's going to be quite nice. So, yeah, again, just the little things adding up. Do you think, like we saw the last series when the Disruptor came out, that rushing the Ags was one of the, I think, the key factors in getting that win? Is that something you think that Panto has to do here in this game, or does he have a little bit more breathing room? Is that not something that is as needed here for Aurora?
I think specifically, if you look at his team doesn't need to give him the space to prioritize farm that up. No.
Yeah.
You got a lot of sustain on your cores already. They can tank this first initiation of Runa for sure. Here,
Alberca, looking to get the catch out now as well. Kinetic Field going to be keeping him locked down here. He is silenced out by that Static Storm, and Toronto Tokyo does get the kill on the board. So again, just getting a nice quick one out before that BKB comes out here, and it is going to delay it just a little bit longer, the BKB on the Slardar.
yeah, 100 gold short, and you can see it here on Panto as well, right? He's going in for his own survivability, going in for the Ghost Scepter first.
Oh, the Global comes out after the Yule Scepter here. Chase on Toronto Tokyo, but the TP out already for the Silencer. Nikki Cool with a Burrow Strike away, nothing to cancel these TPs, and this is where this lineup kind of falls back a little bit. The Glimpse comes out, though. Can they get the kill onto the Sand King? Sand King's going to try and do the best he can. He's got that Ghost Scepter too, but that was the last second Glimpse from Panto to get the drag back and trade off the mid laners. But yeah, this I was going to say a little bit of a weakness on this draft so far is you don't have that Basher out on the Lycan. In fact, he's going to be going for a Nullifier. So if he does try and chase heroes down, he can't cancel off those TPs just quite yet.
Not quite yet, no. And we already see here, like, yeah, sure, it's mostly physical damage on Aurora that you're afraid of. So these Ghost Scepters build up, but Mira can already take those off immediately with the Demonic Purge.
Dire's bottom tower and Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And Ember Spirit back on the field there. They do get a tier 2 tower too. So what are we looking at? AC is up. Nullify here for the Lycan. Nightfall, how's he looking? Got that Manta style, wants to go towards the Blink Dagger.
His game's pretty safe now.
Yeah, he's looking pretty dark. He has a few last hits though, about 50 last hits behind the Terrorblade, but the Terrorblade not too far ahead in terms of net worth. So early Skadi coming. You were talking about the Skadi in the draft, so straight into it here for the Terrorblade.
Yeah, and at the very least, that's going to give you. It's going to make the high ground take really hard for Aurora, right? Ideally, they'd like to siege that up with a Lycan, or maybe even eventually Lycan bitten up Nightfall, that sort of thing. But versus a Skadi TB, you can't just sit there, take all the hits, let yourself be slowed up, and then initiate it into. That's not how the fight's going to go. And he's going to himself be too tanky to easily jump and take down on Nesphere after he gets that as well. So, especially versus the Medusa, but also versus Terrorblade, the dream is to be able to go high ground before they finish the Skadi. This day and age, though, map's too big. You're never going to manage that. So, you're just going to have to deal with it.
Yeah, and the Terrorblade is most of the way there now. Needs about another 1,200 gold or so to be able to fully complete out for that Skadi. So they are going to try and get a little bit of a fight going here now, though. Nightfall, they might be able to get the kill until the end. They do. Global Silence going to be down. He does have that buyback available, though. So at least putting the pressure out onto the tier 2 tower and forcing the Terrorblade to TP actually towards the bottom lane here. Doesn't want to get fully involved in this fight here because he's so close to getting out the gold for that Skadi. So we see Toronto Tokyo taking down the tower. Are Aurora going to try and force this issue? It looks like Nightfall backing off. So yeah, not quite ready to try and breach that high ground here too.
No, right now they're working from lane to lane, taking down these tier 2s, making sure to leave vision after they've done that as well, so that they can come back in and kill you if you dare to step foot outside of your base. So now they're just squeezing. They're going to capitalize on the squeeze by taking Roche, and with that Roshan, with that second Aegis, they're going to go and take base. It's flowchart Dota, baby.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, the Terrorblade just barely missing Aokio attack. A 3-man, 4-man smoke coming out from Aurora now. And you can see that Aurora are hunting. Like you say, they want that Terrorblade. They want to slow down while the Skadi is going to be near enough completed now. Another 260
Alberca
gold.
pops the smoke.
Creep wave here. Ooh, Alberca, he's on the steps. Never mind. He's going to use that BKB to make sure he doesn't get glimpsed back here and survives a little bit longer.
And the last ultimate orb can just about be purchased by the Terrorblade here. He would really love to have his level 20 already, so he might just stay out of base for as long as possible. And in fact, I don't really see a reason, unless you get a really good opening, to go hunt for Aurora here at all, just because you've got the Skadi. You would rather get that level 20 up, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, don't forget everybody, you can use that promo code that was just on the screen there in the pinned comment for 100% bonus on your first deposits. Panto might go down. Use that promo code RESD2 on the 1xBet app or website. Alberca gets the kill onto Panto. So just putting it again, a little bit of alleviation for Runa. You're taking that pressure off. Yeah, when this, I think he used this. Yeah, he used the static storm there too. So that is going to be down for the next minute or so though. So again, just a bit of breathing room coming through for Runa.
Yep, gives him the opportunity to get a deep ward out in the triangle as well. And Runa here really deciding to try and play on the bot side as opposed to de-warding in their triangle right now. They know they can't take the straight up fight, so they're going to be dodging, they're going to be cutting waves. Alberca takes one out.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Roshan, it is going to be a minute on the Roshan respawn here too, so we'll see if Aurora want to try and play around this top half of the map. You'll keep this map control in their favor, get another Roshan here, or if Runa, are they going to be able to contest this one? Because again, it's going to be at least, well, it's going to be at max 40 seconds away here for this Roshan respawn.
These fights are really all going to be about whether or not Nesphere can stand and deliver in the middle, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he is tanky enough, if he gets a good Sunder off, if he can deliver all that time, then the rest of his team can hug him and maybe not get torn apart by the Lycan on one side and the Ember Spirit on the other.
Runa are going to group up. They're going to go for a smoke, so they've got that timing roughly right too. So let's see who's going to be able to come out on top. If they are going to be able to finally engage, I mean, vision-wise, what do you look at? They just have, like you were talking about, the ward in the triangle.
Europe versus Shard Thunderstrike. You've got Shading, but here still they get...
Oh, the disruption comes out. Global Silence, so he is disrupted, though, on Nightfall. So there is going to be the heal coming out there with borrowed time. Not going to be able to stop him from getting that one off. The Sharpshooter, it won't be enough to get the kill. And now, Ghost Scepter out on the Sand King. They're going to try and fight this one out. Burrow Strike to get himself away, though. Glimpse comes back. BKB for Nicky Cool. It's going to be popped early. They'll chase down until the end. The Wolves, as well as the Dragon, doing a lot of damage to the Silencer. He's already used that Global Silence. Didn't get too much from it. The Silence out to Nesphere now, too. Nobody's gone down just yet on either side. Kiyotaka, though, losing a lot of life. And the gem is in his hands as well. So he's going to have to back himself away. Use that bottle to get himself a lot of life and health back. Man of there too. Even the full Guardian's Greaves for the Shadow Demon. So good reset coming out from the side of Aurora. And those are two big spells in the Global Silence, as well as that Metamorphosis that Runa have used and not got anything for just yet here. Locked down onto Alberca. He's still got that BKB if he needs it. Going to be silenced off now as well. The Nullifier comes through. Pops that BKB. Alberca, what's he going to be able to do here now as well? Tries to go for the crush into the TP. Do they have the right click damage to take him down? They do. Kiyotaka gets the credit for the kill. Two caught inside that kinetic field now as well. They get the reveal out because the gem is here for Kiyotaka, but Nicky Cool gets that Burrow Strike down to the low ground now as well. Can they get the kill? Queasy looks like he's going to be the next one to go down on that high ground. The chase out from Kiyotaka out onto the Sand King. Sand King no way away from this one. The gem doing too much work straight into the roast pit. Great fight for Aurora.
And Aurora really just with the superior patience here. Do not overchase on Runa team when Runa team manages to reset around their Terrorblade with that Metamorphosis going. Retreat to their high ground. Wait it out when the Metamorphosis runs low. Runa team is just trying too desperately to make anything out of them having used all of those resources and instead get punished for the fact that their TB can't really fight anymore. Their backline's getting harassed by all of these animals.
Yeah, and
incredibly annoying.
Kind of thing, right? Once that silencer does go down, I mean, so once it uses the Global Silence, what does the silencer really do in these fights apart from just become food for that Lycan and his creeps to chase down?
Yeah, it's just damaging. Here, there's a stutter step because the supports are already getting messed with on the backline here. Alberca doesn't have anybody to follow up, and the Terrorblade is like, my meta is running out. Why was that a blink in at all?
Yeah. So, and yeah, just looking at it again, Kiyotaka just keeping tabs on the Sand King, making sure that he keeps on top with that gem as well for the chase down, while the rest of the team finish off the hoodwink there. So real nice couple of pickoffs. Back on live, Toronto Tokyo does have that shard now, so that's going to be just again another booster for the Lycan, who's having a fantastic time. 3-1-7 in this game, 32 minutes in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the creep waves have already been shoved into Runa team basically the entirety of this game, but that's going to be even worse now. And I enjoy that they're giving the Aegis to Kiyotaka here as well. With that gem, can play freely. They're not afraid that Nightfall is going to go down anymore at all. Look at where his Lycan is farming top jungle.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah, oh, he's got to
He
get his
doesn't
man
care
to
if they
start.
call the bluff. Yeah.
Yeah, he needs that space, and it looks like Abaddon's going to be the one to go into the basher because, yeah, Nightfall has that, he can, I guess, get rid of the boots, or, if he wants
Oh,
to.
silencer.
Poor Silencer. But top lane, they do want to
Alberta.
try and fight. Still, Nesphere inside that kinetic field, and again, he's going to pop that Manta Style very early on here. Kiyotaka comes in. They have to find the right one, and now they do here. Nesphere, he does have that Sunder. Do they have the damage to take down? Oh, Sunder comes out
completely on his
very
own.
early on. Toronto, Tokyo. He's going to try and back himself away once again. Those illusions from Nesphere doing a lot of damage here. So Nesphere trying to stand his ground. Kinetic field once again. The disruption, and Kiyotaka wants to come back in. Do they have the damage to take him down this time? No Sunder. So Nesphere, he's going to be at the mercy of. But again, the illusion damage gets the kill onto Toronto, Tokyo. That's a lot of gold. Look at that 1,300 gold he gives up on the one death
Yeah.
as well. And all to this Terrorblade.
They were so patient. You're like, okay, we're waiting out everything. His team's not going to come to help him. He's going to make sure we get it right where we got him before we kill him, and then Toronto Tokyo calculates the damage wrong.
Yeah, it's
What can you do?
one of those things that, again, I think he's happy to just get the kill on the Terrorblade, put the Terrorblade on the sidelines, just so they can put the pressure on.
Yes.
But you did want to live here. Dive comes in. Kiyotaka trying to go into Tillian.
Attack is
he gonna
alone, by the
live?
way.
Oh yeah, Global Sound's going to be here now as well. Bushwhack comes out, sharpshooter, but Nightfall gets a kill onto Alberca on the other side of the map. And Kiyotaka, well, the Unchained Burrow Strike comes in here. He might have gone a little bit too far. Has that Aegis though? Can he get himself away? No more remnants for another second. Sleight of Fist buying time to the remnant. He's out. He's out. Oh, does he take though?
sure
He's going to
is.
get really darn low. It's not enough to get the kill on Town Spirit though.
And in the meantime, they lost the split pushing slaughter as well. What a... I'm a little speechless. I mean, listen, he's completely correct to do it. The amount of answering that he got, like he dives onto the supports there, he's completely alone, just an Aegis in his pocket, knows that it's going to take hell of a lot of effort to dislodge him, which means that either Runa team pull a bunch of heroes back to the base, or they're going to lose their supports there, and the door will be open for further pushes by the rest of Aurora once they mosey their way on over from their side of the map.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? He had the Aegis that it's like,
Yeah.
he's not going to use it any other way. So even if he, goes down there, he still gets an instant respawn, and he gets all of his health mana back and just remnants himself away to safety. So he didn't get the kill, but it didn't really cost him anything there either.
No, it could have. It would be a little silly to lose the Aegis that way. If you get absolutely no kills for it either.
Yeah.
Because ideally you want to be taking high ground at some point with this, and you'd like to still have that Aegis to play up into the base while, for example, you're like in a sieging.
Yeah. And again, 18k net worth lead here, or 17 as it just drops a little bit, but Aurora 22 kills to 13. You can see that the win probability 65% in favor of Aurora, and this match it's not getting any easier for Runa so far.
Honestly, I think that's giving Bruna a lot.
Yeah. Okay, as it looks like, Nikki Cool's going to go for the BKB TP out here. No way to, there isn't a way to interrupt because Nightfall, he's got himself an Abyssal Blade, and he just says, no, you have to stay here with me. He sold off that helmet, the Dominator now, doesn't need the extra creep. And yeah, they get the kill onto Nikki Cool. Nikki Cool not expecting that through the BKB.
This is what happens when your enemies are 20k ahead of you. So many
yes.
extra items that you have to deal with. Alright. Terrorblade though, we saw before his damage output actually enough to make Aurora fear him. Now with the Daedalus in his pocket, this is the one hero that can make a stand.
Nightfall, he Abyssal Blade's an illusion here, and it looks like Kiyotaki's going to try and get the dive in this time. He doesn't stick around too long. Gets that Remnant out to safety because there was a lot of heroes on that back line. Protecting out the Silencer. Silencer still has that global silence now as well if they want to try and re-engage on the side of Runa. But again, they are going to be one hero down. The Roshan banner comes out as well for the side of Aurora. Alberca going to try and do what he can with the crushes now as well. And playing himself around. Kinetic Field comes out, so it's going to be a risk if you do come forward here. Alberca crushes once again onto these illusions. The tier 3 tower is down, and the Sand King is respawning. So it looks like Aurora gonna respect this for now and back themselves away.
Very important for Terrorblade here. Held on to the Metamorphosis. So Aurora is going to simply wait and look for more opportunities to get another pick off before they try to siege into the base again. They have to respect this TB.
Yeah. And let's see, is with the Abaddon, it's going to be the overwhelming blink coming out. You don't see that much anymore. You know, it usually is always swift blink coming out for the carries, but he wants to go for that overwhelming blink, more stats, more health, and yeah, just being able to get the overwhelm from the jumping on the blink.
No, the AoE damage really very good, and they're having some trouble clearing through the TB illusions here as well, so that might be another part of it, being able to jump into the thick of it, plus any burst damage to potentially kill these enemy supports with. But of course, for an Abaddon, mostly you're going to see that blink get used as a way to get out of dodge after your ult gets popped. So it is mostly the HP indeed.
Okay, and looking at this, the difference between the two, it's about 4,000 gold difference between the two carries. That's what you were saying, it is a full item ahead here for Nightfall. Roshan, it's going to be a quick respawn, it looks like, for the big man here too. Yeah, it's not even 30 seconds now left on that clock, so we'll see if Aurora, again, if they've got the stopwatches out, if they've got the timer on this one now as well. Alberta,
that's a long glimpse.
It's going to be glimpsed back now. The BKB comes after the glimpse now, but do the other damage to get the kill through the BKB. Yeah, look at it. Nightfall, he just held onto that BKB way too long there, and Alberta's going to go down.
He
Doesn't have
blinked.
that buyback, but even if he buys back, there's no BKB for the Slardar now. Backline.
Go on the back line.
Going to try and come in onto Mira now. Global Silence comes through. They're going to be able to get the kill onto Panto now as well, but Kiyotaka already takes down Nikki Cool. That's going to be 2 cores down, and the Silence are now going to be taken on top of Toronto Tokyo till the end. Mira does get taken down by Nesphere. Buyback coming through from the Slardar, from the Silencer now too. Can they get Nesphere back to safety? He's going to use his own BKB, get himself back to that high ground. Silence out onto Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka, he's already used that Shiva's got double Stinging Chains now as well, and that's the BKB down again for both of these cores. This could be it here. If Runa lose these 2 heroes, they're going to lose one. That's the dieback out on the Slardar, and you can see the Kiyotaka making the jump. Stinging Chains comes out. They get the catch. They take down Nesphere. No cores left on the side of Runa. The GG's going to be called here. Yeah, 40 minutes into this game, Runa give up game number 1.
And it's been so hard for them to get a grip on this game at all, right? We've seen them fishing around, looking for pickoffs. Aurora never really giving them anything. And that early game, I have to give a ton of credit to Mira there. Playing on all 3 lanes and stacking at the same time. Incredible contribution to both his team's landing stage as well as to the finances after. Some really crucial saves over the top. That was a great SD game.
Yeah, and you can see it, reflected in the score, 7-7-15 coming out for Mira. You don't get a save stat, but you do see, him finding those kills, finding that pressure, like you were saying, on all 3 lanes. So, Runa, it was a good try. It was a good draft there as well. But Aurora, they just got that momentum built out. They found themselves into a good position. And it really felt like Runa, even though they took a couple of good fights in there, they just really never had it in their grasp.
No, and I gotta say that Abaddon, if you want to play a pickoff game like Runa seems to, because they invested in that really heavily, right? You get that Sand King and that Slardar, 2 heroes that fulfill a very similar role, plus the Hoodwink over the top. But you've already got 1 core that's really hard to take down, and then the other 2 don't present that easy of a pickoff either. I'm not sure if you can actually let Nightfall have that easy first phase Abaddon pickup again, if this is the strategy you want to run.
Yeah, and it does feel like a comfort hero for Nightfall, so we'll see if he is going to get it again, or Runa, do they ban out that Nightfall Abaddon in the second game? We'll find out right after this break.
break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the last series of the day. We have Aurora coming up against Runa, and Aurora, one game to the good here in this series, one game away from stepping their way into that lower bracket final up against Yellow Submarine tomorrow to see who goes through into that final slot for the Blast Zone qualifiers. But Runa on the other side, looking to spoil the party a little bit here, pull it back to a 1-1, maybe even get that reverse onto Aurora. So, Kips, looking at this second game, how did Runa do it? You know, what's the mentality, the game plan for them to get themselves back into a good position to maybe contest Aurora in this second game?
Definitely want to see, because they went all in on the initiation this time around, and I definitely think that left them with a lineup that was really just too one-dimensional. Like, either we start this game off with a bang, or we don't do anything, and we hope that somehow our Terrorblade can turn it. You know, fair, Nesphere absolutely was a real big thorn in Aurora's side. They really had to work around him for most of the match. But ultimately, they did have all of the initiative and all of the tools to work around him as well. So I gotta say, diversify those picks a little bit more, maybe. I'd like to see Nikki Cool on a proper... I'm not saying the Kotl here, but... think about if we can see a Timbersaw in this game, see if we can see a Puck in this game. I'm actually surprised we didn't see the Puck in the previous one. Something with a little bit more, a couple more dimensions than the Sand King.
Yeah, and we'll see, like I say, because the Sand King, especially with it being picked, I think it was the third pick there for Runa, if I'm remembering right, third or second. But it came out very early on, right?
But it's a double pick, right? So...
yeah.
Doesn't matter too much.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe they kind of save that Nikki Cool hero, you know, till the very end, till they can kind of really assess what they need in the match. And because he does seem to be the highest impact player in the side of Runa for now. So yeah, well, we'll see how they're going to be able to play it around. Just waiting for Toronto Tokyo to get into the lobby so we can start this second draft up. You know, gotta get that timekeeping a little bit better. No, it's been long days. I get it for all the teams. You know, they've got qualifiers in like 3 different events to play, so they're just kind of like catching the breaks wherever they can. So yeah, we should be able to get ourselves into this draft. Looking forward to seeing how they play this one out, Aurora. And yeah, again, I think you ban out that Abaddon here if you are Runa, because
are you capitulating?
Yeah. But if you're banning that one up first phase, because Aurora will pick that hero up very first slot. Like you said, Nightfall, really comfortable on that hero in the first slot. Like you say, it's very reliable here too. So if you ban this out, what are you letting through here for Aurora? So we'll see what Runa's response is going to be.
Oh, and there goes the Puck immediately. So my dream is dead.
Remaining.
I have to quickly dream up a new one.
5 seconds remaining.
Once again, that Beastmaster. I mean, I didn't really want to bring it up, but Alberca, definitely like his best games that I've seen have all been on that Beastmaster. And I think his better starter games have also been the ones with a Dominator. And I realized that it still feels kind of weird, but for the Centaurs and the Slardars, the fact that you get to mirror the map play of a hero with actual tower push, that you get to be a threat, that you have scouting, that you farm faster, all of the sustain, all of those assets I think are worth it over getting a faster Blink Dagger on heroes that aren't even necessarily capable of getting solo kills. It's not like an Earthshaker where we've seen supports getting smashed into the ground just because the Shaker has that dagger and literally nothing else. It's not quite the same thing.
Okay, so neither team wasting any time here on the picks. They go in Nagasaran and the instant response Shadow Fiend coming out from the side of Aurora. The Naga Siren getting through is quite nice. Again, the song resets the Axe Band there as well. I was thinking that we might be seeing the Dazzle again with that Axe Band, but no, it doesn't go through here for Runa just yet. Naga Siren is going to do the pick. One of the best supports in the game, I feel, at the minute, with that reset on the song, with the sustain that's going to offer the team. Gets you out some tight jams here as well. But yeah, Aurora, immediate response on the Shadow Fiend.
And it's kind of funny because you'd like to see these two heroes on the same lineup, but it can also definitely be a really good interruption at Naga Siren against an SF that's currently squeezing to pump out that ult. You just pop your song, say, actually, no thank you, we're going to disengage now, or no thank you, we're going to set up to kill you now. So
10 seconds remaining.
whenever I see an SF pick like this, like the straight up very first pick of the draft, this is a power play. This is Aurora putting what they're packing on the table and saying, so how about you, huh?
Yeah, and we see the even go in for that ban on the Keeper of the Light, one of the, again, the comfort hero for Nikki. So taking away one of those stronger heroes. I think actually, was it a similar matchup? Well, last time they played, that Aurora let the Keeper of the Light out. Oh no, it was the Anti-Mage. I was thinking they got the Shadow Fiend at some point, but no, it was the AM coming out there from Aurora to kind of make a mess of their lineup. They go in for the Mars as well. Good 1-2 punch with the Shadow Fiend there on the 2 ultimates.
Yeah, this is Circles gaming, definitely. I mean, Mars very good as a protective tool, or as to corral people into the AoE of that Shadow Fiend. Also pretty decent at clearing out Naga Siren illusions, both of these.
5 seconds remaining.
But I'm imagining that you're at least ready to throw this Mars to a support role, even if Aurora doesn't really seem too intimidated by Runa here. Picking up the first 2 cores like this is a statement of confidence for sure.
Yeah, and Shadow Fiend can be flexed between the 1 and the 2, so you're not quite sure where that's going to go. But Nightfall, I'm pretty sure comfortable on that Shadow Fiend. The Snapfire is a nice response because that arena comes out, and the Snapfire, if not caught inside, can get the multi-kisses off you. It's a good area denial up against the Mars once that ultimate gets popped. So we'll see how you want to play. And again, just a nice aggressive support to have to help your carry in the lane, in the fights, to just keep on top. Storm Spirit does come out here for Runa. I like this pickup, again, good aggressive hero. And again, that's something that Runa needs to do, is kind of set their own tempo and take it away from the side of Aurora.
Yeah, they're going to have some extra vision with the Naga Siren illusions moving forward. That's an opportunity for Storm Spirit to jump. You don't need the supports to wander into the firing line after him, because you got that Snapfire ult that you can pop from over a screen away. Storm himself completely unintimidated by Mars, but there's an instant hex waiting for any Storm Spirit that ventures too far forward.
Yeah, and okay, do we get the mass Serpent Wards here or the massive Serpent Wards? Because I've seen a genuine 50-50 toss-up on what the facet is for the Shadow Shaman.
It really depends on which games you see then, because I've basically only seen Big Serp.
Yeah. Okay. We'll look forward to seeing which one he goes for. And yeah, it is, again, it's just nice for the Shaman to have, because it's very hard to take down. I suppose Snapfire with the little shredder can do a decent amount, but Storm Spirit and Naga Siren not going to be able to work through that massive Serpent Ward too. So maybe that's something that they're looking at here for the Shadow Shaman, and again, helps that building push potential too.
It's got the building push, it's got a good setup for either raises or for spears. I imagine that the Shadow Shaman is going to be playing together with the Mars on the lane. Fairly classic combination there. And yeah, versus the solo initiator, having a hex available just instantly means that this Storm Spirit needs to play a lot more careful of a game. It's one of those things that happens if you put a mobile hit mid-hero up early like this in the draft.
Yeah. So again, do you see the Storm Spirit building the early BKB coming out, or do you just Sanjin Kaya this and kind of like try and brute force it out here for Nikki Cool in the mid lane?
Maybe what you hope is that you're going to get to Rocka Lincolns instead, if the amount of single target remains relatively small. Like if it's just a Shadow Shaman, it's one of those things, right? It's if a Doom comes out, it's still good Lincoln's Gambit. If another single target comes out, you're starting to be okay. Now they're able to pop it with basically everything. That's not good anymore. But so far, I'd say Lincoln's is going to suit you just fine.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see what the build-up is going to be. With the ET coming out, I wonder if this is going to be the Shadow Fiend mid then. And you go for something. I mean, I know the Shadow Fiend can right-click, but I think you want something that's going to be going shoulder to shoulder in the fights. You know, the Lifestealer, Sven, the Faceless Void as well could be a pick that they go for. Something that's going to really just be able to kind of go with the Elder Titan in this game. So, yeah, I wonder what the draft is going to be, Aurora, in this final pick. And the TA comes out for Runa. So maybe a bit of a block pick here for Runa with that TA pick on the Elder Titan on the other side.
Yeah, entirely possible. Also, a hero that does not rely on armor for survivability, because you're not getting to keep any of your armor in this game. Between the Elder Titan and the Shadow Fiend, relying on that is going to be
5 seconds remaining.
a bit of a waste. I was also thinking about the Sven, perhaps, but honestly, into this much area control, I'm not sure if you would have been wanting to pick a Sven here. So I'm enjoying the Templar pick here. This looks as good as it's going to get.
Gaming's turn to
And Runa, they take away, well, the Bane's already gone. Take away that Medusa there too. Again, a really nice hero with the Gorgon's Grasp. After the stomps, you do get a fairly reliable Earth Splitter coming through from the ET. And on the other side, Aurora taking out, offlaners. So it's going to be the Slaughter, it's going to be the Centaur. So Runa, what can they get? The Bristleback is still there. Magnus is still there as well. Dawnbreaker. Again, the Dawnbreaker not really being considered by either team. Doom is still up as well. So there's still some big hitters, though, in that offlane.
10 seconds remaining.
Absolutely still is. The bans from Aurora have just been the Slaughter and the Centaur, though, the very classic initiators. And it does look to be like Runa is playing a very classic pick-off style lineup here. They're absolutely never going to match Aurora's teamfight capabilities anymore. The Naga Siren Snapfire is good, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But SF, Mars, Elder Titan, the circle strat on Aurora Gaming is real. Even if you get to reset it once, they've got another and another. So a Blink Initiator would have definitely suited that. And of course, the Slaughter with that combination with the TA. The question is there now anybody to fulfill that exact role open? Because the Axe is also out, Beastmaster also out.
Could you...
Are you at Magnus then?
Magnus, yeah, looking at the Blink RP, rain down the multi-kisses, Templar Assassin, if you get a good catch, can cleave through them as well with the side blades. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind that Magnus pick coming out here for Runa. Might
have itself a difficult safe lane, though, versus if that's a safe lane SF, for example, you're going to get slapped around a lot.
Yeah. Well,
and you're not going to get to see. Yeah.
Aurora Gaming.
He's doing it blind.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be the Magnus. Yeah.
The best of the rest.
Yeah, let's say the best of a bad situation, it feels like here for Runa. But like you say, if this is going to be that carry Shadow Fiend, you are going to have the Hex, you're going to have the Rate. You're not really going to be able to rely on the Skiro away if you get caught out by the Shaman. And it's a lot of burst coming through on Aurora. So what's going to be hit? Now, they do go for the Ursa. Okay, so mid Shadow Fiend.
Made it worse.
And yeah, it's still not a good lane here for the Magnus, not at all.
I mean, I feel like that's in general, it is not going to be that great of a lane for the Magnus. It's really most about what can you squeeze out of it by, threatening the skewer backs, mostly just playing with your nuke, making sure that you get to secure those range creeps.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we see again the two lineups on the board. We're just waiting now for Nightfall to pick up that Ursa Burr, for Keo Attack to get that Shadow Fiend now as well. And are you seeing any, apart from the Magnus that we just talked about, any of the lanes you think are imbalanced for one team or the other? Is there any lane you're expecting to be a bit of a kill lane coming out between these two teams?
Mid seems pretty even to me. I don't expect any particularly spectacular things to be coming out of there. The Magnus, struggle bus. I'm afraid you've got Queasy though with the extra escape capability. So maybe you get to hang on in there. And then on the top side, that is going to be Mira and Toronto Tokyo. That, let's see, till the end is going to be tanky on that Naga Siren. Is going to be applying a lot of pressure. But you can clear illusions with the Shadow Shaman pretty decently. And the Templar Assassin on these early levels is going to have to be real careful how far she steps up.
Okay. Well, this one potentially for all the marbles here for Aurora. They are looking to close this one out in a 2-0, get themselves through into that lower bracket finals and knock Runa out of the running, send them back to the other qualifier, whatever they're playing in next. And Aurora, they are looking like they've got that momentum at the back. They're looking really strong. So Runa, they have to pull something special out of the bag here to get the win on board. We'll see if they are going to be able to make it work here, pull it back to a 1-1 and really take it to the death here in this final series of the day. But Aurora, like I say, they've got a bit of a lead. They've got that mental lead here as well. They've got I think, some good lane control. So it's going to be a big hill to climb for Runa. We'll see if they are going to be able to do it. Do we get ourselves into the second game of the series?
Prepare for battle.
And here, if this was a different team, I would definitely say, like, hey, Aurora, if the laning stage doesn't go too well, especially for the Mars, you could see that a lot of the tempo making in this game actually leans on Toronto Tokyo, and that might present a weak point. Whereas you've got some options on Runa team. Any of these cores combined with a Snapfire with the Mortimer Kisses could just be finding themselves a pick-off. And of course, the Magnus, listen, sometimes Magnuses suffer in the lane, limp their way towards a Blink Dagger, and then take over literally everything. It is the kind of hero that's definitely possible on. So who knows, maybe Alberca is just going to have the game of a lifetime. At the very least, having him to come over the top in these later team fights when I said previously that there's no way you beat Aurora in team fights anymore. Well, a Magnus, a good RP, a good skewer back, a couple of big hits from the TA over the top. You never know. I like their playmaking capabilities this game on Runa. Whether or not they'll actually get to do that is a completely different story.
Yeah, we'll see how it is going to go here. Is Toronto Tokyo, there's going to be 3 heroes around him here. Can he get himself away from this one? Going to be chased down. It looks like a lot of aggression coming out onto Toronto Tokyo. He's going to be able to get himself back towards that tower, though. And don't forget, everybody, the odds were just on the screen a moment ago. If you want to use that promo code RESD2, you can use that on the 1xBet app or the 1xBet website. Get yourself up to 100% bonus on your first deposit. And get yourselves, into the game if you feel like you know which way this game's going to go. But don't forget, terms and conditions as well as gambling responsibly if that is what you want to do here. As we see, again, a pause is what we see from these two teams.
It happens from time to time. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Nightfall has a cat that needs to be removed from off his keyboard from time to time.
Yeah, hopefully, again, we've seen a couple of pauses, a couple of server issues on the disconnect as well, but it looks like no major issues, and we will just be able to get ourselves back into the game with no major pauses.
Careful there, you don't want to jinx it. See on top?
Major damage, though, coming out to Queasy. Queasy couldn't get himself away. He will be able to move back, but it's a lot of damage coming out already on the Snapfire in this lane.
Yeah, did not respect the capabilities of Elder Titan and Ursa there immediately enough. You gotta keep your space here. Snapfire has the advantage of range, but not if you simply overposition yourself.
And yeah, you can see that. I mean, it is going to be Panto. I thought it might be the Shadow Shaman in the lane, but it's going to be the Elder Titan who's working just as well here, and he can get the damage out, especially with the Spirit. All the way through the creep wave between the two heroes here too. Comes back to him, and then he just runs enemies down and gets such... I mean, look at the damage coming out already. That's what... It's nearly 100 damage coming out on the right clicks. And, okay, he's going to take a little back. He actually dodges off the Scatter Blast there. Nightfall going to get involved now too. Queasy has to back himself towards that tower. He doesn't want to be ripped apart here so early on in this game.
Yep. We're looking, of course, for the level 3 on the Ursa here, for him to really become a threat to that Magnus. So Alberca right now gets to have the best time that he'll probably ever have in this lane. And on the bot lane, I'm expecting that to start turning once the level 3 comes in for Mira as well. I mean, not just for Mira, we also know the Mars, the 2 levels into usually the Rebuke one in Spear, the other way around. But we're especially looking at the Ether Shock, because up until that point, the mirror images from till the end are going to be something that they need to spend way too much time dealing with on the dire side.
Yeah, and it is going to be the shackles coming through. Nesri, though, turns it around, the right clicks out into Toronto, Tokyo. So Toronto has to be careful, has those 1 charges, has that. The Tango's in his backpack too. So yeah, going to be able to get some regen if he needs it. But it's still, like you say, it's still a lot of damage. And I wonder if, because we've seen a lot of the Mars builds completely ignoring the bulwark, but if he's going to go for maybe just an early point here in the lane up against Nesfia. Right clicks out, Mira. Again, coming forward onto this one, the refraction charges are up. Mira has to back himself away. And Nesfia, well, how's he going to try and play this one? Is he just going to keep it? Because the creep wave is fairly far pushed up, and it looks like the Nagasar are not going to be able to get the pullback on this lane. So it's going to be underneath the tier 1 tower, and maybe just equalize after this tower does its thing on the creep wave.
See, and the Mars is almost never picked a bulwark anymore. Now that it's... You can't really mess with the last hits in the lane anymore. It used to be that was one of the biggest functions of the point, especially versus the Medusas. Just cheekily redirect some of those last hits to you instead.
Yeah. Okay. And Nesfia again just continue. I mean, Nesfia's having an I want to say okay in the lane. You're giving it as good as the Ursa, but meanwhile in the mid lane, we've not spoken about this. They're both mid laners here. Kiyotaka are going to take a little bit of damage from that little shredder, but yeah, both mid laners pretty much picking up all the last hits they can here. 24 to 24 or 5 denies. 4 denies for the Storm Spirit, so not too far behind himself. And yeah, it's looking, I mean, Kiyotaka on the Shadow Fiend, it isn't the usual mid laner that's going to be able to hit rotations. You know, maybe like an Ember Spirit, you get the perk with the jump ins onto the Searing Chains or the Dream Call. So what's the game plan here for Kiyotaka? Does he just put the pressure onto the tower when Nikki Cole leaves this lane? As bottom lane, we might actually see... No, the spear misses until the end. It actually hits onto Nesri now. The root back with the net, pulling him back onto the Mars. Toronto, Tokyo. Is he going to be able to run himself away from this one? It's a lot of damage out onto Toronto, Tokyo, but the Hex is here onto Nesri now too. Blood grenade for the slowdown, and it looks like Mira might just be able to keep Toronto, Tokyo alive.
Looks like the refraction is really paying dividends in his bot lane here. All of the big hits of the spells.
Till what?
No, Nesfer is not nearly taking as much damage as he needs to be. At least not if you're Aurora.
No, and this is, yeah, it feels like a fairly comfortable lane here for the TA. Just to be able to find that farm. Nothing so far for the interrupt. Queasy, what's he looking for here? He's just going to be standing on the watches. He's just going to be looking, scout around, make sure. I mean, there is a ward. It's about to tick out from the side of Aurora. That's going to see where Queasy is. But yeah, there's nothing they can really do about this one, it looks like. They're just going to be playing around the mid lane. Sentry ward going down here. Any wards to D-ward looks like not here for Kiyotaka. Going to be able to put a little bit of pressure out.
Storm Spirit getting hunted.
Yeah, Nikki Cool is going to be hunted out by Mira. Mira not going to use the shackles, but we'll just be able to get a little bit of damage onto Nikki Cool. Now it's going to force a rotation from till the end. So Nikki Cool, does he get the return? Well, not even a return kill. Does he get the first blood out onto Mira? Mira, has he extended himself too far here? Shadow Fiend rotates in, and now with the razors coming through, Kiyotaka, the AD room, will pick up the first blood. Kiyotaka takes down till the end, and I don't know how long they were planning it, but again, dangling the worm on the hook, and Runa took the bait. Oh, Nightfall even takes down Alberca? Damn, dude.
That is a painful one, because Aurora drew both of their supports off the sidelines to try and interrupt this Storm Spirit from getting his 6.
Yeah, TP out. He's more than alive there, it looks like. And then mid lane, they're going to be able to get him with the kill. It looks like they take down Queasy Really nice reply there from Aurora as the Storm Spirit shown on the lane. Pullback coming out. You've got to be careful here now as well. The Mirror just come through. So Mira, not a lot of health left here. He's got the Hex. Shackles coming back up now as well. But till the end, got to be careful because these raises. Okay, not a lot of mana left here. But the raise is doing so much damage onto till the end. Can he get it off? Kiyotaka just needs one more, or a couple more right clicks, let's say. The raise is going to be enough. He has the mana for it from the stick. He gets the kill out until the end goes down again. Ooh,
And here,
yeah, it's looking good.
yeah, and here's your answer. Didn't really get the time to do that before because we got interrupted. But SF is a great hero for your supports to rotate towards, and we already saw the previous game how well Mira does with moving on the map. And here again, Kiyotaka really feeling himself, and for good reason too. He's already halfway to the Kaya now.
Is under attack.
Yeah, 52 last hits as well as 3 kills. His net worth, it really has been amplified over the last 2 minutes or so. So really nicely played here by Aurora to set Kiyotaka up for success. And like you say, not too far away from that. Only needs about another, well, it's 650 now. It's not 600 on the recipe. So yeah, there's still going to be about another 600 gold away or so. Even gets himself the shield in there too for extra protection if he needs it.
And this sucks if you're Runa, because you have this mid lane where you'd love to pull your supports to get some levels, but we've already seen that all you're doing is feeding the beast. So they're just going to have to let these waves push into the tower, and Kiyotaka can do whatever he wants.
Yeah,
Nice final
there
top,
will
though.
be a support death. Alberca, look at the smoke coming through, though. It's going to be the Shadow Shaman. It's going to be Kiyotaka. They want to go towards. They know that there's TA getting too much of a free game, if you can call it that, really, here. And even the Templar Assassin. I like this Ring of Bassi coming out just to boost up, to make sure they have
Oh,
the
she
mana
stepped
here.
down.
Sphere, going to be in trouble now there as well. The Hex comes out into the Shackles, and the Refraction charges were on cooldown. So that's just a free hit for Kiyotaka. No camp for him to farm up, though. That was already taken away from Nesphere.
Very unlucky. I don't think she actually fully gets away, because there's also a Mars with a level 6 who could cut off any possible avenues of escape, but you always gotta feel bad for them, where the moment the enemy pops out of the woods, they step down off of the one thing that gave them vision.
Yeah, again, I don't think it would have mattered because the refraction charges were on cooldown, so he was going to take that damage either way.
Yeah, there's a
on
shackle.
Nesphere, but yeah. As till the end, I mean, they have this Watcher. They have a ward down as well, so they're going to see where till the end is. But it looks like the Shaman had already moved himself away, so not going to try and go for that kill out onto the Naga Siren.
I'm curious about this this mid tower still being standing. And Kiyotaka, sometimes you see these mid players that actually see the tower, taking the tower too early because they're not going to be building Blink yet, for example, as if you kill that tower, then all of the delicious snacks that are going to be TPing in to take those creeps are going to be further away from you and further into enemy territory. So I wonder if he's actually deliberately letting that tower go for a little longer, just because you don't have to reach to fully capitalize on the tower being down yet. Plus, tasty supports, mayhaps.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like he's in any rush to take it out. He's got jungle camp to farm. That's kind of his priority. Wink, wink. But yeah, no, I mean, 4-0 and 0 here. It's not like he really needs to put the pressure on. And if they want to invade, like you say, they've got a Mars with an arena. They've got this Shadow Shaman that doesn't feel at all scared because he's getting these wards down in the Radiant Jungle too. So this tower standing up, a lot of teams, they want to take it down for the access to the other side of the map. But Aurora, they're taking that access anyway. They really do not care about the towers being up, the TPs coming in. Because like you say, they say, okay, you TP in. It's just one extra kill for us.
It is. Well, here's the answer as well. Kiyotaka indeed does have camps to farm, but Toronto Tokyo has a Helm of the Dominator and a catapult behind him. And he would like funds for his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and we see that it's going to be the chicken fingers, so it's not a massive
Spirited.
it was just a mass. And they are cleaned up fairly quickly, actually, by the side of Runa.
Really ready to invest there. Could hold. Serpent Ward's completely wasted, and Aurora maybe taking that one a little too lightly.
And while this is all going on, though, not that we're forgetting about him, but Nightfall, free game. He's just on He's full. His best PvE life. It looks like here for Nightfall.
Planet Farm. Yep. I mean, on the other hand, though, and you see these sort of deals being made much more often, where Alberca right now is also not being bothered by anybody. He's also got a Dominator out, is using that to farm up a bunch of camps, and is going to eventually be going into the Blink Dagger. And he too would really rather not join for a while still until that Blink is up. So the comparative piece on that top lane suits both teams. They would rather keep brawling elsewhere.
Oh, Kiyotaka going to get caught out here. It's going to be a decent chunk of gold to give up if he goes down this early on. There's going to be stun now as well. Kiyotaka, he will get Pock. Gives a call over to Nicky Cole now as well. Nightfall, though. Can he get a little bit of revenge? Going to be slowed down, kited out. It looks like even Alberca going to rotate over. The Earth Splitter does come through. Nicky Cole, they get the kill without even having to use the RP, though. So Runa, really nice response in the first 12 minutes with how this game's been going. They say, no, we're still in this one. We can get kills too. And getting 2 big ones on the board there.
There is the level 6 of the Snapfire finally coming in. I mean, I said it before, you can kill anybody in this game with the help of the Snap.
Yeah.
Very nice, and yeah, but you know what? I'll call that caster curse. That top lane had been peaceful for too long.
And yeah, it's, you give at least one away series. It feels like, as a caster, that's your job. That's what you're getting paid for.
It is.
As Nightfall coming forward here. Does the Stomp connect as well?
Both?
He's going to just be on the very edge here. Queasy, can he get himself away? There's going to be jump forward Nightfall. Kiyotaka actually with the razors gets the kill. Alberca, though, will be able to get himself away. Skewer to safety, and even as Sata will be able to get away safe there. Safe-ish.
And Mira living his best Shadow Shaman life, dropping the wards on another tower.
Yeah.
As we watch that pick off here again.
Nesphere turns around, gets the deny out, and even going to be able to clean up on the ward. So, yeah, just watching the replay onto this one. Kiyotaka, the cookie was just perfect for the stun. In the mid lane, though, not Toronto, he was getting the shrine. Nesphere gets the kill onto Mira.
I don't think you mind too much as the Shadow Shaman here, and it's very indicative of the fact that Aurora is not really looking to teamfight anytime soon, right?
Well, the blink is up now for Toronto. He's just got it flying out to him. The arena's here now as well. So is this not go time for Aurora, do you think? No?
Perhaps. I mean, it's certainly an opening, right? Maybe it's a little bit of a catch-22 situation where if you don't drop the wards, the blink has to wait. But if you have the blink, then now you're waiting for the Serpent wards to be back up again. You have the Earth Splitter, though. That might be... Panto might be the guy that you want to rotate with or towards if you're Toronto Tokyo. Or maybe the Blink Dagger is just defensive for whenever Nicky Cole feels like he can bully you.
Yeah, the jump back. I mean, he was in the trees. He was hidden-ish on the map. So I'm surprised he went for the blink there. But I guess, safer than sorry for Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, and we do see, like you said, Nicky Cole here going fully in for the Sanj and Kaya. So leading into, leading on, I should say. The status resist more than anything for now.
Yeah, and don't forget everybody while it's on the screen, RESD2 is the code to get yourself that 100% bonus deposit on your first deposit, available both on the 1xBet app and website. You can head yourself over there if you think, which way this game's going to go. Maybe use that deposit there as we get ready to see maybe a group fight coming out here. Aurora, Kiyotaka is actually stopping in the triangle, finding that farm. There are stacks up here, so Kiyotaka just wants that net worth. Not a fight just yet.
Not just yet, but the blink is up for the mag now. Kiyotaka only about 300 away. We've already seen Toronto Tokyo's blink dagger as well. Everybody is looking to leverage what they've got. Look at Alberca storming up.
Yeah, let's see here. Queasy was on the other side of the map. You're on the high ground. You have Mira behind. Mira, he does have the wards up now. That Hex is there. He's got the 3 points to the shackles, 2 into the Aethershock. You're going to have the ET Earth Splitter up in 20 seconds as well. So this might be the opening that they're looking for on the side of Runa. On the side of Aurora, but on the Runa side, like I say, Nicky Cole, he's at least got the Kaya. They've got the Morty Kisses up in 27 seconds. They've got the Song up as well if they need the reset. So again, both sides, big powerful spells they can use in these engagements. We'll see Who is going to blink first?
I'm gonna put my money on Toronto Tokyo. It's Alberca having given away that he is in the top lane, split pushing with that
Dire's middle
empowered up creep, and they're cutting straight for him. A little deep even.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo is going to see him now as well. The blink comes over, the God's Rebuke, and it looks like Alberca is going to be able to get himself away safe. So we know who's got the quicker reactions between the two offlaners.
Yep, this is final. No retakes.
Yeah, no, that's it. You only get one. But if you take this top tower, Aurora all around here, it looks like, yeah, they are going to go into the Roche pit, maybe, or the TP away from the Mars, though, only towards that mid lane.
Yep, just clearing up the wave, making sure your TP point stays alive. That's not a reason to actually abandon the Roche plan. Ursa's already in, he's got a blink as well. SF's got the blink. Everybody has the engagement tools to make use of the extra space on the map right now. It's up to Runa to say no. Here?
4 blinks. Oh, yeah, okay, let's... They give the Aegis over to Kiyotaka too. I guess they want to try and engage. Oh, good Arena out now as well with the raises. That's going to be a dead Queasy. But everybody else in the side of Runa already starting to back themselves away. No song for the save. Because, not to be rude, but it was only a support.
It was only a support. It was a support that was over-positioned because, and I believe we missed this on the stream, the Magnus did go for a blink skewer back that completely whiffed.
Yeah.
And you know, you got to step up to follow up. But instead there was nothing to get, and you're over-positioned when the enemy with their 3 core blink daggers comes storming out of the pit.
Yeah, I mean, Runa, they need to get their blink daggers online. You see that Nasphere's Kyo, they need to even this up. Although Storm Spirit doesn't really need the blink dagger. It just needs it for team morale, you know, just to show solidarity with the rest of his teammates.
Remind me, is Storm one of the heroes that's got a line for it? Because I know Anti-Mage does, because it's so bizarre, like specifically for that reason. But I don't know if Storm does.
I don't know here. Kiyotaka gets a kill until the end. The raises come through, and again, not using the song to save himself either. Just gets caught out of position there from the Naga Siren.
That's a Naga life sometimes, though. Especially if you want to cut waves forward, you got to put yourself into a position where that might happen to you, just because you need your illusions to come out in a place where you can, for example, send them to 2 waves at once.
Yeah. Okay. 20 minutes into this game, and it's something that I'm always kind of aware of every time I see a Templar pick, but are Runa on a bit of a clock here? Because this, it does feel like the TA, I'm not saying it becomes useless, but okay, Kiyotaka gets another kill. Tips coming through as well. But
same guy.
Yeah, the TA does feel like a hero that does drop around the 14-minute mark. You know, it does drop off where the Ursa still kind of is a little bit stronger. Are Runa on the clock with this draft, do you feel?
Not yet, because the window hasn't started, right? In fact, it's opening in let's say 5, 4, 3, 2. I was a little early, and in the meantime, we're fighting in the mid lane.
Yeah, Kiyotaka, the Arena's going to come through now as well. Kiyotaka does still have the Aegis. They're not going to be able to get a kill onto him straight away. It will now pop. RP coming out from Alberca. They do get the kill onto Queasy, though. So can they go for more? Alberca going to be caught out. No way back. That Aegis will be popped now. Nicky Cool trying to get down to the low ground using a little bit of mana, but he still has half his mana pool left. So we'll be able to get himself up to the high ground. The blink in on Panto. Oh, it's going to be a big punish. Panto extending way too far away from the rest of his teammates.
Runa team taking out the Aegis there and not paying too big of a price for it either. The fact that Alberca lives throughout most of that arena is kind of surprising to me, honestly. But you'll take that if you're on the Radiant side right now.
Yeah, big jump in here from the Storm Spirit. Just to be able to control. I would like to have seen how long the Aegis had left. There was the briefest of glimpses of that Shadow Fiend inventory there as well, but yeah, whether that was, again, was it on the way to running out? I mean, no, there's a whole lot of time left on the Roshan respawn clock there too, so I think he had a minute or 2 left on that Aegis.
He had quite a bit left, yeah. So that was simply taken out of his hands, and now the next time you've got yourself a fight, you know that once he's gone, and you can reach him. This SF is not that tanky yet, so the BKB that he literally just finished is going to mean that your TA needs to be involved here. You need her right-click damage. Let's go.
Stall. They're going to try and get the jump out now as well. But look at this one. Ooh, they have the Serpent Walls down now as well. 2 big kills on the side of Aurora to start this fight out till the end. The BKB, it's going to be on 2 of them through the song to get the kill out on 3 heroes. And you have Runa. This is a really nice setup now as well to go towards the Tormentor. And they weren't expecting you, literally, as you mentioned it, they weren't expecting those BKBs. They do so much work.
Maybe let's not go. No, I was hoping that they would be more selective with their jump there, but they literally take the first target they can get, hoping to, take a backline support out before the fight even starts. But Aurora's cores are already there, and the result instead is devastating.
Yeah, I just want to take a look because the jumping comes from the Storm Spirit there too, and it's the Ursa that comes through the Serpent Wards and the Stomp as well. So yeah, okay, so there was a lot of control. I think it might have actually been the Hex from the Shadow Shaman that meant that the Storm couldn't get the jump back out of those Serpent Wards too.
Mm-hmm. In general, just it happens sometimes when you have a lineup that's so necessary for you to get that first pick off to open up the fight. And if you're not sure about the damage that you have, if you're not sure that the initiator is going to actually survive the fight, then sometimes you end up with 2 heroes on top of each other. And that gets punished big time. Yeah. And if you have a Centaur or if you have a Slardar, you would throw that guy in first and you know he's gonna live. But you have a Magnus, you want him to be the last one to go in and to come in over the top with that RP once the enemies are clustered.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to get another kill. Nicky Cool, he needs a Lincolns. He's building up the BKB. He's already got the Ogre Axe out, so you might just go towards that BKB. But this is such a rough game for a Storm Spirit to have to play because your BKB into the Witchblade, he's already got the Sanjin Kaya there as well, which is a bit more defensive of a build for the Storm. It just, every time a Storm Spirit has to build second item BKB, you know it isn't, a happy game for the Storm Spirit.
It's not. I mean, he knew what he signed up for, picking that on pick number 3. Like,
yeah.
It's going to happen. And it was into the Shadow Shaman as well, right? I'm pretty sure that hero was already on the board.
Maybe?
No. Actually, that must have been a direct reaction. That must have been I'm making it worse than it actually was, I'm sure. It's late in the evening. No, but
what's he looking for? Go on.
No, just you don't pick the Storm in this game unless you're, you've made your peace with the fact that you might need to buy an early BKB.
Yeah, like you say, early on, or they might be able to get the kill. Yeah, chase down till the end. Couldn't even get the song off. He couldn't even warm up the vocals there. Kiyotaka gets another kill on the board. That's gonna be his axe. Damn, dude. 17. I didn't even notice how much gold he had there, but yeah, 25 minutes into this game. That's a full axe out for the Shadow Fiend now too.
He's a monster. And this is, oh man, every time Runa team, maybe this is at least a fight.
Yeah.
No!
BKB comes out. They're going to be able to get the catch out. Alberca's going to try and get himself away from this. The Earth Splitter comes out now as well. Alberca, though, has the BKB. It doesn't matter because Nightfall, he has that control. He has the Basher because he also has 16,000 gold at the 25-minute mark. He has himself 4, I would say, out of the 6 items that he really wants to be building up here. Going towards the Ags. I'm hearing a Shackles. I'm hearing a kill out onto till the end. I might even be seeing a death. Nicky Cool trying to use his BKB for good. Has to use it to get himself back up to the high ground, though. 25 minutes into this game. They're just gone. They say, yeah, no thank you, Runa. They are done with this series.
Tapped out. I mean, that was really discouraging, though, not going to lie.
Yeah.
Several times now they've had an item timing. They have a moment where like we can give it another go. We can run our heads into this brick wall once again, and every single time Aurora already has the items to counter them, and they get hurt once again. It's hard to believe when it keeps happening like that.
And yeah, again, Runa, 25 minutes in. I mean, this time they just say, you know what, we're not going to hang on for the 40 minutes. They think this one's over. Netsphere, only 2 kills on the board. Nicky Cool, only 2 kills on the board. On the other side, Nightfall 4, 11 for Kiyotaka there. And every time they found an opening, they weren't even trading even. It felt like Aurora were just finding more. And again, reflected in the score 19-6, Runa just had never had any openings for the jump to be effective in this game.
Yeah, and listen, Kiyotaka, that is one hell of a game. And I'm not even sure if I can like fully give it to him, because the way that the supports rotate into his lane as well make these openings for him in a way that Runa doesn't seem to fully grasp, unfortunately, that is not their lane anymore.
Yeah.
It's a mighty, amazing score count nonetheless. Absolutely phenomenal game from him.
Yeah. So congratulations coming through for Aurora. They moved through into the lower bracket final. Commiserations for Runa. They have been eliminated here for the Blast Slam 4 qualifiers. And unfortunately, we won't be seeing them tomorrow. I think we might be able to see the lower bracket run. So Aurora and Yellow Submarine going to be playing up one last game to go to see who gets through into the main event and who will be going home sad, waiting for that next round of qualifiers. That is going to be coming up tomorrow in 19 hours from now. So whatever time it is in 19 hours, that's when you need to be back for the final series of this event. But for now, that is going to be it. Thank you very much for tuning in. We'll see you for one more best of 3 tomorrow. But for now, bye-bye.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet.